Hey. Good morning. Hold a coin 120,000, says Steve. Good morning to you. Morning to you both. I think I can see a turd out there. It's either a turd or a leaf. I bet it's a turd, though. Well, I bet that's a turd. They wouldn't want me to get spoiled. Yep. There, the couch. Dude, sometimes I'll wake up, it'll be fucking big ass piece of furniture and sit there. Like a chest of drawers or something. Just be. It's fucking great living near apartments. You know? Just gotta love it. Just gotta love living in a neighborhood that's got apartments in it. That's all of Long Beach, pretty much. Like pitter patter. Unless you're in like a wealthy neighborhood. And even then, right around the corner is gonna be an apartment. Right around the corner. I mean, less than a quarter mile away, like an eighth of a mile away, there's gonna be an apartment. Maybe a 16th of a mile. I don't know if you can go that far without an apartment building here. Dense urban, baby. We getting dense out here. We getting thick. We getting loud here. What is going on with D-Live? I don't know, man. D-Live never says anything. What is this 9 shit? What is that? Come on, man. Who's doing that? Dude, there was a time where I was getting hundreds of thousands of views on D-Live. What are y'all doing over there? Somebody's playing around with me over there. They're like, I'm their pet project. Let's see what happens when we give them 10 viewers. Oh, those are real. What are you doing? Hey. It'll go to 15 and then it'll go to 4, like instantly. And it'll go back up to 9 or whatever, like. I don't know if I trust it. I'm probably one of the most persistent and as well as daily punctual. I'm probably one of those on D-Live. I think there aren't that many people that stream on D-Live, really. I can't imagine. It's a weird platform. And so I've been there for like 5 years. So it kind of makes sense that I would get some random people, but why don't they ever say anything? You want from me, bro? You want to get your brains like squished on? What are you doing under my feet? Losing viewers over on YouTube. We were at 4, now we're at 2. People leaving to go do whatever they want, 'cause anything's better than this. This is why you shouldn't be under my fucking feet. I probably just broke her fucking... Holy shit. God damn it. I bet she won't do that again. I bet she won't do that again. I fucking saw that shit coming. Damn it. Okay. Did I step on? What did I step on? Busted my knuckle in the process too somehow. I don't know how the fuck that happened. I hit it on the fucking desk so hard. It's about to start bleeding. It hasn't started yet. How the fuck did I knock my hand on the damn desk so hard? Ah! What did I do? Did I like do that or something? Must have did that. I don't know what else I would have hit it on. That's the worst, dude. Sorry, babe. Did y'all hear that screech she let out? It was like, dude. Oh my god, I thought I'd broken something, man. Oh, that's just scary, dude. It could happen so easily, you know. They're little bitty legs and stuff, dude. Little bitty toes. Right, it's already been by and jumped up to the wall, by the way. Weird, it's not bleeding. What's going on with this thing? I knocked the shit out of it. I think I almost got to the layer. The dermis. Oh, it just barely bled. Or it more banged it than cut it. Knocked the shit out of my knuckle. It all happened so fast, man. Because I didn't know where to step next. She got up. She got up and started running. So I didn't know. She's so fast, dude. I didn't know where to put my next step at and not step on her, dude. I was getting really freaked out. It was like the floor all of a sudden was covered in glass and I was barefooted. It kind of like, I don't want to step anywhere. I want to float right now. That's the situation that just played out. And then when she screamed like that, I was like on her leg, on her foot or something. I was thinking, man, oh, that would be so bad if you broke her leg, dude. I've never done that, but I'm sure that happens a lot, right? Dude, can you imagine dealing with a cat with a cast too? Trying to use the litter box, they don't know what the hell's going on. Oh, dude, that would be bad for both her and me. It would be sheesh. But probably not cheap either. And I knew she was there too, man. It's just, I don't know, dude. That's why I didn't want her there, because I'll forget she's there. White tea. I got black tea in there too. I'm not tea racist. Simon's the reason. Well, dude, I gotta be like 4:45 this morning. I'm hoping Simon eats more by 8 o'clock. I don't know. I didn't give him his fish oil again today, and I don't. I'm gonna just keep skipping the fish oil until he starts eating right. It's the only thing I changed before he stopped eating. I mean, he is eating a little, it's just not as much as I would like to see. And he's laying by my head more at night, whatever that means. Like, he'll get up, I'll go to bed, he'll get up from sleeping when he notices that I'm going to bed, and then he'll come in there and lay on the bed with me. And then I'll move him to next to my head. And he'll want to come underneath the blankets with me. He's been doing that more. It's a good sign, but him not eating, it concerns me. But he's eating, just like, I don't know. He's not below 12 pounds yet, though. Well, I don't have the beef this morning. It's a different kind of fancy feast. It's the chicken and the liver. Can we talk on Discord? What do you mean? About what? Digital artist. I haven't really been looking for one, no. You can always give me a sample or something and I might be interested, but I haven't been looking for anything like that. I mean, I do have Twitch, but I guess I don't know if I'm going to keep the beard either. I'm definitely not keeping it for summer. It's about to be hot as shit up in here. So have to send me a sample of me, and then I might actually be. But I'm like, holy shit, that looks just like me. What? Hold up. You know what I mean? But dude, I get hit up so many times on Kick, and you're actually the first one because you're on DLive. You're the first one I've actually responded to about it seriously. All the other ones, I just tell to fuck off pretty much. I noticed that you followed yesterday and came back today and asked, so that was cool. Unlike most of them, which will only follow just to like blast with their spiel. Maybe you just have like an AI bot that's really good and it messages the streamer the next day. Are you even real? Did you hear me right now? Maybe you can hear me. Maybe it's a bot that's so good it listens to chat. They finally done it. A bot that can listen to the stream. Wow. I wonder when they were gonna do it. Eventually they're gonna do it. You'll have a bot. A streamer will be able to talk to. Be like, hey, so and so, ban that person, and be like, pop. It definitely in the works. It could easily do it. It had voice recognition, so we already have that. So it would know that I was the one saying it. So if someone else came to the stream and said it, it wouldn't work. Yeah, man. And they're already working on stuff like that with PUBG, with the AI players. Supposedly we're supposed to be able to, I don't know, talk to them? I think that's what they said. Oh, it does? Really? It already exists? Alright, interesting. We're gonna have to look into that golden one. We need one of those over here. Alright. Go take the bowls out, the food, go see if there's a pile of poop out here for me. Second. Yeehaw! Yay! On the trucker. Did that person actually message me on Discord? No, I think it's a bot. Must be. Not even anybody in Discord, dude. Since 14. Oh, man. Did I go outside and leave that door open? Did I really just do that? Oh, she went for the chicken and cheese chew treat bowl, I see. She's gonna eat all the fucking chew treat. I can already see it. I was hoping she wouldn't be the first one there. She was right down there waiting though. She was right looking at me the whole time. About 10 feet from me. I was hoping she was gonna come from the right side. That's why I put all the chew treat on the left. Did she come from the right and still went to the left? Friday and Pepe already? I saw Pepe. I saw Trident before I got the stream up. She came from the left. Weird. She was at... Dude, come on, man. What are you doing? Did you see her down there next to my feet? Like, come on, man. She hasn't learned a lesson from it. I missed it. I stepped on her earlier and it was crazy. Better than classical, gotcha. This folder is called, what is it? Lo-Fi Chill Hop. Emancipator, yeah, I saw them, Red Rocks, front row. They opened for Timber or somebody? I can't remember who they opened for. Red Rocks 2015, let's see who they opened for. Emancipator Ensemble, right? Open for OPIUO RJD2. No, that's a different show. Which I can't see who they opened for. It might have been Spangle. Dude, I've seen so many shows at Red Rocks, dude, that it's hard to really keep track of who was with. Was this the one? That was 2008. The way to search it better. Oh, it might have been, yeah, it might have been 2016 actually. Thievery Corporation. That's who they were with. Yeah. I've definitely seen both of them at Red Rock, so that was that show. Okay, yeah, dude, I get them all mixed up, and sorry, I needed to know that. She ate all the churro tree, by the way. So this bitch is probably gonna get fucking OD'd on churro tree right now. What a fucking cunt cat, dude. I wish it would go away. Now it's eating fucking Trident sweet. Stop it. Yes, thank you, cunt. Go away. Dude, that's so irritating that it ate all the treat out of the bowls. You know what I mean? A little bit. She is the cunt of the neighborhood. Can't stand that cat. Yeah, all those chicks are. All those chicks are, man. Those bands. Why is that?
But I have the crystal. Put it in your pocket. Yes. It'll bring you things. Put the crystal in your pocket. Did she have crystals? Did she have the crystal? The power of the crystal!
Power of the crystal. Put it in your pocket. Gonna make lots of money now. The crystal in your pocket, gonna get all high now. I don't do that shit. I just look like I do it. Psychology degree? Yeah, dude, you don't ever date those. Never date a psychologist. They're meant to be lonely for life. I'm serious. Who the fuck would want to be in a relationship with a psychologist? I'm sorry, but I don't want every dinner to be a group therapy session. I would never know when they're turning on or off their psychologist. It would always be on, dude. What are you talking about? They wouldn't be able to turn it off. I'm not saying that there'd always be like talking about it, but it'd always be there. They would always, I think they're always like using what they know about the human mind to like decipher people and shit as they're meeting them. And that's what trips me out. I don't want you deciphering me. Pretty sure I dated a psychologist major or someone also that had a degree. Either that or I was just talking to him and it didn't get to the actual meeting part because I was like, oh, I'm pretty sure I went on a date with this chick and actually there was an earthquake at the restaurant. It was the only date I've ever been on where there was an earthquake. I was a super heavy drinker at the time though. That didn't work. But still, at the same time, I wasn't trying to have her analyze me. Yeah, that was like 2007 or 8. It was so long ago now. Well, she might not have been doing it to you, but she was like probably doing it, not saying anything. I just feel like they knew too much. You know too much. You're freaking me out. I would go in there and eat some more. I could go put some more True Retreat out there, but and I wouldn't be so upset about Fluffy eating all the True Retreat if at least Fluffy was like more domesticated, or at least more friendly with me. But to just come over here and swipe up all the True and take off, not even give me a look up at the camera or a thank you, a note. Fuck you, D-Live. What the hell is that shit? It said 1, now it says 9. I don't believe you. I don't think there's anybody there ever. be the bot master. What's your retreat for you, Trident? Let's go to the third bowl. Pop. Nope. What? That's got fish oil in it, also with nutritional yeast. That was her bowl. That's why when Fluffy started eating it, I'm like, oh, hold up. There's new food out there, though. She might not like that chicken and liver flavor that's out. 3 of the bowls are chicken and liver. I've never used it before. None of the cats might not like it. Fluffy might be the only one that eats. Oh, hold on. She doesn't like it now? It does have a little bit of kitten food. She might not like it. That might, she might not like the mixture of it. Okay, fair enough. She likes the chicken liver enough. I couldn't get the beef fast enough. It's gonna be here later. If she doesn't like it. Come on, you're not hungry enough to eat? I heard like the cats like it. This flavor. I researched first. It's like kitty crack. Never tried it. Dang. That means that Trina Pro is probably all gonna go to waste in the third bowl since Trina didn't want it. Unless she goes back to it. Won't you be my neighbor? Hello, friend. Won't you be my neighbor? are late on giving Simon his thyroid medication, but we're okay. It's not the end of the world. As long as I don't forget it, that would be a bit of a problem. Hey, worries me when she licks at his mouth and stuff after he has his medicine. I don't want her to accidentally like lick some out of his mouth or something. What are you doing? Oh. Eating. He's just not eating much. Not eating as much as I would like. And I keep having to stir it and put it in the middle of the bowl and kind of coerce him. And she does not like that food. For some reason, she doesn't like it. I guess because it has her kitten food mixed in with it from yesterday. Interesting. I don't know why she did any of the other fancy feast at least. The second bowl is the same thing that's in this fourth bowl. Brody, you are the father. You gotta do? You gonna take responsibility for these dogs, Brody? Right? Are you gonna finally man up, Brody? You are the father. The results don't lie. The lie detector test doesn't lie, Brody. Lie detector test shows that was a lie. You are the father. Dude, I miss those days, kinda. The old Maury days. Back when Jerry Springer was great. It was before the internet was really kicked off, you know, so like now you can see weird people all over the place. Just turn the internet on. Back then to see like those people, they had to get invited to a show and televised. And that album's over already. Is it really? I don't think. Hi. I mean, some of the like Springer guests were actually scripted. stories were over embellished. Especially in the later years. One of my best friend I've had since middle school, who's been in chat. Her name is Jennifer. Her name was Jennifer in chat. She was on the show. And they encouraged her to embellish, encouraged them to make shit up, make it as crazy as possible. Jerry, before they started moving the camera, when they started fighting, it was good. It was like somewhere in the late 90s, all of a sudden, every time a fight would break out, the camera would start just looking at the floor, the ceiling. They were trying to act like the camera guy was in a fight or something, so you couldn't see what was happening. I don't know, something happened with the regulations or something. They weren't allowed to show fights on TV anymore. But in the early days, man, they would get up there brawling. They would show it. Sometimes the brawls would look fake, though. Sometimes I think they were real. I think they had some real fights, and the ratings were so good that they were like, dude, we should have some fake ones. Have a fighting. Yo, they gotta fight. The ratings go through the roof when they start ripping each other's clothing off. You know, he was a mayor, I think, of like, was it Ohio or Philadelphia? Was it a city in Ohio or Maine? Cincinnati, Ohio. I got it. Almost. Cincinnati. Well, there was a protest here yesterday in Long Beach. Didn't look very fun. Social Security chief has stepped down.
Very cool.
Very cool. Very cool. Social chief has stepped down. Gonna go have some time. I don't know why. Very cool. Very cool. security, sleep it down. Gonna go have some pie. I don't mind. Maybe he just likes pie. Who doesn't like pie? Put a little whipped cream on it. Oh, give me some of that pie, baby. Put a little vanilla ice cream on a hot pie. Oh, give me some of that pie, baby. Where you going? Don't be scared. Don't be shy. Get in my van. I got pie. Huh.
Shot of the Memorial Park land bridge tunnel there. We're continuing to follow President Trump's first 100 days in your DC Daily.
Yo, she'd have definitely got in my
is here
van.
now with a look at the latest developments. Delon.
Hey, ladies, good morning. So we are seeing
No
more
windows,
shakeups
though,
in
so
Washington
it's
with
kinda
the
hot
acting
back here.
commissioner of the Social Security Administration becoming the latest
Mattress.
official to step down. Sources say Michelle King's resignation after 30 years of service came after she refused requests by Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, to access Social Security
from?
information. The White House
movie.
and DOGE says they are trying to root out fraud, but
Big
advocacy
Lebowski?
groups say such access could let DOGE potentially erase earnings records, making it impossible for people to collect their Social Security or Medicare benefits. DOGE is also reportedly looking to access troves of IRS taxpayer data. Sources say the department wants to access a system that lets IRS employees look at taxpayers' names, addresses, bank records, and other sensitive data. While advocates say they're concerned this information could be used to target Americans, sources say only one software engineer would be able to access this system. They would sign a confidentiality agreement and destroy any sensitive material when their review is finished. Meantime, the Pentagon is also preparing for a DOGE inspection of its own. The Defense Department has not passed an audit since reviews began in 2017. DOGE says it wants to cut 8% of the Pentagon's $850 billion defense budget. According to Reuters, one of Musk's companies, SpaceX, has at least $22 billion in Defense Department contracts, but the true figure across all of Musk's companies cannot be determined because many of the contracts are still classified. And DOGE could soon audit the U.S. government's gold reserves. Over the weekend, Elon Musk made several posts on social media.
That's our gold
questioning whether the country's gold reserves at Fort Knox are reviewed each year, and later saying such reviews should happen. While yearly audits don't really happen currently, the Treasury Department does release reports detailing its reserves of gold and coins at its repositories all across the world. As of January 31st, the Treasury says more than 147 million troy ounces of gold bullion is being stored at Fort Knox alone. That's more than $6 billion in gold at this point, ladies.
Okay, Delon.
We need $1 trillion in gold somewhere. What the hell are we doing? Dude, we're slacking. Don't we? What you guys saying? We're in so much debt. I feel like we need more gold than that. We need all the gold. Why aren't we buying all the gold up? America. Just don't have enough gold here naturally. Bitcoin reserve. Is BTC pumping right now? They're having some meeting. Oh no, it dumped actually 1,000. Bro, do I need to sell my XRP? Oh no, I lost $6 more. I lost almost $20 in the past 2 days.
to the reserve and helping kickstart it. You know, to be quite frank, this Bitcoin could go to zero, or it could go to 1 million or 2 million or 5 million. I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. I do know that if we continue to spend on a federal level like we are, the dollar will continue to lose purchasing power, and people will look to alternatives, whether that's gold, whether or not that's land, whether or not that's income-producing assets. Or
the thing is, now isn't the time for anybody to buy Bitcoin. They should let it cool off now, right? Like this, it's not going to just stay at this all-time high area. It never does that. Why would it do it now? It doesn't just float up here. There are a ton of people that are just chomping at the bit to cash out, but they're waiting on a signal that it's not going to go up anymore, and they're going to be like, boop, see ya. Better believe that shit's going to happen. It's going to dump heavy eventually. I don't know why it's not. It's because little stuff like this is keeping people hopeful that it's going to go up to like 150 before it dumps. But it always dumps, dude. Just like it always pumps. I should have known. I should have invested. It always dumps, though.
Whether it's cryptocurrencies
changed,
or a mix of those, and
it's gonna be when Americans are investing the most. When Americans are like, "Oh man, yeah, Bitcoin, yeah, man, it's gonna go to 200K, man," because that's when China's gonna shit in our mouths. Sell, sell, sell. The Americans are buying. And it could be because they're putting a bunch of propaganda all of a sudden into our. Maybe into TikTok or wherever, trying to get Americans to buy crypto. I don't know what's happening.
We need to have all options open. Right now, the comptroller, for instance, in the ESF can purchase directly securities.
This is the most expensive it's ever been in this price range, 95 to 110K. Like that's not when you buy. When it's at all-time high levels. So, like, they should be talking about doing this when it's dumped its ass off, and it's like on sale for $50,000. It's half price. Why do they talk about it when it pumps? They should be talking about it when it dumps.
There are funds.
Don't pay China. You know what I'm saying? Because if all of a sudden they know that American government is going to buy into Bitcoin, that's when they're going to dump it in our mouths. Like, y'all can have it. Bop.
Such as the TRS and ERS funds that can purchase land or purchase directly companies. So there's a wide variety of assets that are currently allowed in some of our funds. This would be the first direct cryptocurrency reserve that they would be allowed to purchase cryptocurrencies that have at a total marketable market cap of over $500 billion.
Yeah, but that's right now at its all-time high. See, if the only way it should ever be approved is if they what is it called, where you something average, dollar cost average or something, where you buy it on the way up, you buy it on the way down. You're always buying it at different levels, but small amounts. You never just go all in. Like, our government's so stupid, they'd probably be like, yeah, we were approved to buy this many. Let's buy them now. Oh, and they buy them all at once?
Only one currently in that range is Bitcoin, which I think has $1.7 trillion market cap. And I don't know what gold's is. Someone probably knows that out there. I think it's 3 or 4 trillion.
I hate that they're talking about this when it's at its high. But historically, it's always going to dump, dude. And if you're not ready for it to dump, then you're kind of retarded. Just like I was retarded for not being prepared for it to pump.
Of the total market cap of gold, but someone's going to have to correct me on that. That testifies. So
does it matter though, dude? Does it matter? It's fucking market cap. It's fake bullshit. It's fugazi. The fucking exchanges can make it dump whenever they want. All they gotta do is talk to each other. Look at what happened with Feinstein, the fucking dude with FTX. They had so much power over the ability to pump and dump the coins. I think China's doing this shit to us, man. They probably have it float. They're probably the ones floating it right now at 100K, keeping it there, hoping, because they know that Americans are fucking idiots, and there are probably people selling their houses and shit, and living in a camper and buying one Bitcoin. They're like, yeah, this shit's gonna go up, man.
Alternative, it's also a specific signal to our federal government that is being echoed by many other states. That federal government, you can't continue to spend like this and expect our country to continue to be as prosperous as it has in the past.
Yeah, no, definitely have to agree with that. I think we have quite a bit of money in the ESF fund. I think.
But the thing is, for Bitcoin to be lucrative for the United States of America, they would have to sell at the top. And what would that do to the price? What would that do to all the Americans that have the Bitcoin all of a sudden? If America sold all their reserves all of a sudden because they needed, it would crash the fucking price of it. And then what? It would be all the same as what we're dealing with already with the USD. Everybody would sell. America would sell. We would sell. The crash would go to the price would go to shit. The exchanges would be all locked up. Nobody would be able to sell all of a sudden because the transaction fees would be through the fucking roof because everybody's trying to move it at the same time. Plus, it would take forever to get I forget the word for it.
I don't know what limitation. I know we had a limitation on how much can be invested in the ESF. I don't recall what that amount is. We'll ask the comptroller, but I think possibly allowing him to diversify that portfolio a little bit and maybe increase
$1.
Rather, I mean, we'll listen to see, but I'm just concerned about taking GR dollars and investing them. But I like the donation part and the other parts that you have in the reserve. So look forward to hearing the testimony. Thank you, Chairman.
I will mention, I believe the portion of the ESF that can be invested in any SEC listed security, and he's going to correct me on this, but that could include the various ETFs that are Bitcoin ETFs, which have extremely high volume. IBIT and FBTC are two of the larger ones, Fidelity's and the iShares one. But
dude, they're getting way deep into this shit. I don't even know what he's talking about. Like, what? Yo, that's just straight gambling, homie. Whatever the fuck you just said.
That's also the same with ERS and TRS. They, however, have chosen not to invest up to this time in those type of securities that have been listed maybe a year and a half or 2 years, and they have already assumed massive.
Dude, Bitcoin is so much more speculative in a gambling market. The fact that they're talking about it like it's a stock is ridiculous, dude.
The volume on the exchanges.
Actually.
Senator Johnson.
The exchanges run Bitcoin. These fucking people have to understand, have to know that these exchanges have so much power when it comes to what Bitcoin does. And it was proven with the FTX trial, man. I knew it before that, though, because I could see it. I could see they did it. They fucking liquidated me. It wasn't supposed to go up again, dude. It should have had no reason to keep. The fundamentals didn't change. There was no more use case. Nothing was added. It just did a fucking weird boot and then boot to liquidate all of us. I wasn't the only one that got fucked in that one. Then it made its new all-time highest 60K all of a sudden. There was no reason for that to happen.
Yes, thank you, Chairman
Nothing
Schwerner. It's actually my very first campaign when
all
I was a little
bullshit.
baby aspiring senator.
It's actually
one
a
of the things
scam.
I talked about was the limitations on the comptroller's ability to invest money in the Economic Stabilization Fund, and I think it was that session that actually we did.
Primarily because China affects us, man. Like, our stock exchange can be affected by China. Sure, they can buy stock, whatever, but a lot of very large exchanges that have huge amounts of Bitcoin are in China, and they can actually directly affect the price from their country with their communist little exchanges. They have they do what they want to over there, man. So our stock exchange is more protected from shit like that. The fact that they're even considering anything like this is kind of laughable. Yeah, sure. Think of investing and then selling at the top, but the American people don't even need to know about this shit, do they? Can't you just confiscate people's Bitcoin and sell it at the top and then rinse and repeat or something like it?
Loosen up those rules. I'm aware, and I do look forward to some edification on the subject as to what the limitations are. But I do have some concerns with the move. I also understand that the signal factor here. I assume that it's a small amount, $21 million, because you're trying to establish a platform for future decisions, not make a big financial commitment at this point. Is that right?
Well, the bill does not actually have a spending amount. That would be done in a rider in the budgetary process.
I thought I saw somewhere $21 million. I might have dreamed it. Did I?
Maybe that's your staffer's notes.
It could well be. Why are we establishing?
It is something I am pursuing, is an active allocation appropriation. But again, that's a different committee, the Finance Committee and Appropriations Committee, that then are voted on by the entirety of as to whether or not a direct appropriation is appropriate by the legislature at this time into a newly formed fund. I think it should. We're going to
what scale?
If we're going to actually make the reserve, we should go ahead and fund it with something to show that we have an interest.
So they want to buy 21 million
in participating in the digital currency.
How do they decide when to buy it?
World.
What kind of scale are we talking about? $1 billion, $1 million?
21 million is the
21 million.
Yeah.
Okay, so somewhere that came from somewhere.
And then again, if you that sounds like a lot, and it is obviously a lot.
No, it sounds like a lot.
That's how many Bitcoin
to our
there are
300 plus $1 billion budget, all funds in. It's not a pronounced amount.
I agree. It sounds symbolic, like not an actual investment. But as you just
how
stated,
many
we
total BTC there will be
invest in.
Like right now, there are 19,964,275 Bitcoin in existence. There are left to be mined 1,035,725. So essentially, there will be 21 million Bitcoin when it's all said and done. I think that's where they got that number from. Where else did they get it from?
Cryptocurrency within whatever constraints there are on the comptroller's ability.
You can't do it in the Treasury, of course, as say in fixed dollar numbers. But the ERS, TRS, and the comptroller, I believe, will verify the portion of the ESF that can be invested in certain types of securities. And I believe any SEC regulated security is open, but he'll have to clarify the percentages and whether or not what I just said is absolutely correct.
Okay, and forgive my ignorance. Page 3, line 3 establishes the reserve outside of the state treasury. Structurally, why do we put it outside the state treasury?
I think all those funds that are managed by the comptroller are outside the state treasury. The treasury is basically the checking book of the state of Texas.
And does that mean that it would not be subject to...
The ESF, for instance, is outside the state treasury, I believe.
And would it be vulnerable...
We should probably bring him up to answer.
Would it be vulnerable, like so many other of our funds, to being held hostage to budget execution budget certification purposes?
I don't know that answer.
All right, well, we'll check that one out too. Preview to witnesses coming up. The thing that actually gives me the most concern about this is a phrase that we see in almost all of our funds, which is that people can just, out of the goodness of their own hearts, deposit money into the account. Who would possibly want to do that other than somebody? Step back for a second. The beauty of cryptocurrency is that it's not run by any government. It's just free-flowing capital. And once the state of Texas puts its imprimatur on there, and somebody who might be worth $300 billion decides to throw $10 billion into the state's crypto fund, and they happen to own a crypto operation, they're like creating the market for themselves. Doesn't sound all that charitable. They might be using us, the state of Texas, to manipulate their market. How do we guard against that kind of bad behavior?
Why would they need?
If we're going to do this, and I recognize cryptocurrency.
Why would they need Texas to do it when they could just manipulate the market themselves? I'm confused.
is here, and it may be a prudent state investment, but I do not want the state to be a tool for an investor. I would close the thing off. No private investment, only legislatively appropriated funds.
Yeah, I think your point is well taken. I've thought of that obviously
Oh,
myself.
she's here.
Lee has some comments about basically front running
gotta
by
pick your food up.
goosing the fund, elevating the asset price, and then selling out, right?
Yeah.
But there are ways to manage that potential, and there are rules that would be placed regarding how donations and from whom donations are accepted. So I think that could be handled from a structural standpoint when devising the parameters of the fund.
I appreciate it, and of course you have thought about it, and I appreciate the concern there. I'm so concerned about it. I would still advocate for having nothing, because I can't imagine any altruistic move of dumping money into this fund. If you're that big of an altruist, we got lots of homeless shelters and other things you could put your money into than a state crypto fund.
Why would they do that?
Altruistic. I think it's certainly individuals, companies that have a direct involvement because they are minors, like Mara, for instance, or Riot, or there's a whole host of publicly traded miners, or Coinbase, one of the big exchanges. They might see, well, this is a sovereign entity, a state, wanting to participate and recognize in a recognition, really, as the president did at his desk when he announced the formation of the various entities that he has, a recognition of the transformation of currency into the realm of cryptocurrency, and that recognition being by sovereign entities now, not just by individuals participating in the crypto and financial asset markets.
I appreciate the whole thing, and I will keep an open mind, and we'll talk, all of us, more in the process, but I do have a great concern with billionaire tech bros owning branches of government. I don't want it happening.
I share your concern. I don't think this bill does it.
And some of them are my friends. I just don't want them owning the government.
Okay.
Okay. Members, anyone else? Okay. Chair opens up for public testimony on Senate Bill 21. Chair calls Comptroller Hager and Lee Bratcher. And Comptroller, we'll ask you to go first.
Sounds good.
Welcome back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, good to see everybody. I appreciate Senator Swartner quickly said, any arrows come my way. If not, we'll call the controller. I appreciate that. That was duly noted what you said. So, good morning, Chairman Swartner, members. For the record, I'm Glenn Hager, Texas Controller of Public Accounts. I'm happy to be here today to discuss Senate Bill 21, which creates the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve at the Texas Treasury and Safekeeping Trust Company, where I serve as the sole shareholder and director in my capacity as controller. The trust company currently invests and manages more than $105 billion in state assets across multiple portfolios with different return and liquidity objectives. Investments include approximately $9 billion in long-term endowment assets that return investment gains of $745 million in 2024. It also includes investment portfolios with immediate liquidity profiles like the Economic Stabilization Fund and the SWIFT. Combined, these funds had balances of $25 billion at the end of 2024 and generated more than $1.1 billion in investment gains that year. The trust company also manages the Texas Treasury Pool account, which averages $79 billion, generated nearly $3.9 billion in investment returns in 2024. Investments include cash equivalent funds such as the Treasury Pool and separately managed portfolios, including multiple long-term endowments. These portfolios are managed in accordance with the Prudent Investment Standard, which is a legal standard that requires trustees, the trust company in this case, to act with the highest standard of care when managing those investments. This helps ensure that investments for each of these portfolios are appropriate given the unique purpose and applicable distribution requirements. These conservative management practices for the investment of taxpayer dollars have furthered the trust company's efforts to grow the state's assets over time. However, technology is evolving. The investment landscape is shifting. As a prudent investor, we are always paying attention to these developments. There is interest in both the public and the private sector in exploring investments outside their traditional opportunities in ways that may help protect and preserve the state's assets over the long term. Cryptocurrency, Bitcoin most notably, has emerged as an option for institutional investors to consider as well as a part of a diversified portfolio, particularly since the SEC approved spot Bitcoin exchange traded funds, ETFs, as we all know, in January of 2024. Recently, the president and approximately 20 other states have declared their interest in establishing digital asset reserves across the nation. This shift represents significant movement in how governments are approaching cryptocurrency, with many viewing Bitcoin as potentially a hedge against inflation and a way to better diversify their portfolio holdings. Texas obviously prides ourselves on being visionary. We have led the way in technologies like fracking in the oil and gas sector, and through the portfolios that we manage, we are early investors in companies that are transforming the defense industry, aerospace, and space exploration, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technology. These companies are redefining national security with AI-powered system. Autonomous platforms are strengthening security through development of new technologies, leading space exploration through breakthroughs in aerospace companies, or pioneering large language models. In the blockchain and digital innovation sector, we are investing around decentralized finance, AI-driven blockchain applications, and digital identity security. Our office is also responsible for the nation's first and only state-managed bullion depository. Looking forward on the horizon, Texas can be expected to play a role in such bold technological initiatives as AI, space exploration, quantum computing. Pioneering a strategic Bitcoin reserve is a natural step for Texas, where innovation ideas are nurtured and pursued. My office has worked with the senator, your office, as well as to ensure that the reserve can be administered in a manner consistent with our prudent investment philosophy while diversifying the state's investment portfolio. And we believe this bill takes a measured approach to managing a potentially volatile asset, a critical requirement when investing taxpayer dollars. This concludes my presentation, and as always, happy to answer questions that you may have.
Simon expects this food to be out all day.
Yes, Dean?
Thank you. Comptroller.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman. Comptroller, what level of funding would you recommend, or would you recommend at least a minimum?
Yeah, good question. So let me just real quick to answer, as was talking about earlier, we have the current ability to invest. We have started looking at, is this a potential part of our portfolio of the different endowments that we may have?
It's so weird that they're talking about it
funds
now.
that we manage. And
when it
so
said it's all-time
we're
high.
moving in that direction. Part of those were questions on regulatory certainty, and so therefore, as responsible for taxpayer dollars, my point is we're kind of leaning in those directions. I think it's important to take kind of that first manageable step, not, let's invest the entire ESF, as an extreme example, or all of the endowments, because you have to look at it as holistically. And so therefore, the point being is, I don't have an exact dollar amount to give you today, but I do think if you take this step, it's important to take a step and let's manage and lean into this over time. So I don't have an exact dollar amount.
Or a minimum even?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any safeguards you would recommend for this legislation?
So one is just giving us the flexibility. There has been some discussions in some areas that we shall hold this for an exact amount of term or dollars. Well, personally, I think that flexibility allow us to do our job. And essentially, if that's holding
gamble. Let us gamble a little bit with your money.
Scale and downscale over time. So I just think having the flexibility is imperative. It's more than anything else.
The bill also would establish an advisory committee. What makeup of that committee would you foresee or would you recommend?
Yeah, so one, kind of in some other versions that were out there, whether you as legislators would be on the advisor, and there are things in the Constitution called separation of powers. And so therefore, I didn't think anyone wanted to give up their duties and responsibilities as legislators. So therefore, the point is we have advisory committees. Obviously, if leadership wants to appoint advisory, but I always suggest that we have people who have skill sets like I do on my investment advisory board. We have an advisory board. I appoint that advisory board. But say, for example, there are people who are in it that come with different skill sets in investments, whether that's in universities, whether that's in families, whether that is in accounting, that side of it, to make sure everything is tended to on the accounting side. So we have kind of a wider group of people that come with different lenses and can help me and my team see it things from different angles. So expertise is more than anything else.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Campbell.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
What, for those of us who want more clarity, what do donations look like? How are those invested?
Yeah, so right now, we don't have the ability to bring in donations.
Tomorrow, LAUSD officially enters a new era: no cell phones in class.
To
All schools
receive
will be under the
donations and to
district-mandated ban, although some have already implemented the no cell phone policy. NBC4's Darsha Phillips joins us now from Hamilton High School in Palms with what the district is hoping to see. Darsha.
Yeah, Carolyn, getting a teen to part with one of these is no easy task, and LAUSD is taking on that challenge, banning all cell phones in schools. The deadline for schools to adopt a ban is tomorrow. Tuesday is the deadline for all schools in the Los Angeles Unified School District to adopt a cell phone ban policy. The ban, which was passed in 2024, is aimed at improving the educational environment by limiting the use of cell phones and social media during school hours.
It is well known based on medical research that the levels of anxiety, depression, social ideation, even cyberbullying are a direct result of students, young people's addiction to cellular phones.
LAUSD Superintendent of Schools Alberto Carvalho says about 50% of schools are using the honor system, allowing students to keep cell phones and smart devices with them and trusting they will not use them during school hours. Other schools are taking a different approach.
50% of our schools obtained pouches that magnetically seal the phone during the day. The phone is still in the possession of the student, but inside of that guarded pouch.
Carvalho says the ban aims to improve the educational environment by limiting distractions, boosting attention in the classroom, and decreasing dependence on devices.
Let's give this a chance. Let's restore back to kids their childhood. Let's remove from their lives this pervasive addiction to not only the phones, but social media entities that create an environment of addiction with our students.
Now, the deadline for schools to adopt the ban is tomorrow, but many schools have already rolled out a policy. Reporting live tonight near Palms, I'm Darsha Phillips, NBC4 News.
Kitty, Sister T. So much coming through with a 32. Coming through with a 32. Did you do that on purpose? Thank you. I have steps. Multiple steps here. Seriously, Sister T coming through with a huge 32. That's over a case of fancy fees, actually. More than a cake. Thank you. I need to put this on here, though. I miss the days when it did this automatically. It was so awkward. Sister T, the real MVP around here.
Very cosmopolitan.
Actually, if it weren't for Sister T, I don't think there would be a kitty cam, y'all. So you don't. If you appreciate this being here, Sister T is the major driving force, probably the main driving force. The kitties. Thanks again, Sister T. Thanks for being here. Best mod, the best mod ever.
Investments, just
everybody. Simon says hi to everybody. Down, buddy. Dr. King. Why are people celebrating Martin Luther King Day today?
The 40th Kingdom Day Parade took place yesterday in the streets of South LA.
Yes, it was supposed to happen last month, of course, but it was postponed because of the wildfires. As Fox 11 photojournalist Armando Hernandez shows us, despite the delay, the celebration did not miss a beat.
Happy King! Happy King's Day!
What the day means to me is proclaiming our history and the fact that we're proud about it, and we don't need anybody's permission.
We're honoring Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and he would want us to fight to save our democracy. And what I'm saying to everybody is, we're not going back. I love Martin Luther King Day!
How does she know what Martin Luther King would want as far as politics nowadays? Do you think he would really want our country flooded with migrants the way it has? And his people being put on the back burner? I don't think so. Because that's what's happening in places like Chicago, and they're pissed off about it. He's clueless, man.
It's just one of unity. Everybody coming together after a tough 2025 so far, and being able to come together in the spirit of working together and being the best Los Angeles we can be.
And I'm on TV!
Unity, be happy, freedom, peace, love.
Happy Black History Month! We're having a ball!
Yeah, we're doing away with that, though, aren't we? We're doing away with the Black History Month shit, aren't we?
Armando Hernandez did a great job of capturing.
He did. We love
at least for 4 years.
Armando.
All of the happiness.
Like, they can have their day, right? They can have their Black History Day. And then we can have a White History Day, too. How about that? Where we give the history of even the racist people that did great things. You know, we're allowed to do that. On that day only are we allowed to talk about, I don't know, who was really racist that did great things in the history. Probably a lot of politicians that were like forefathers. Probably. So we can finally celebrate Hamilton again on White History Day. But till then, we can't celebrate the racist white people. They can't celebrate the racist black people either, like Malcolm X. Until it's Black History Day. That's a good idea, isn't it? Worth a shot. Russia launches large-scale drone attack on Ukraine ahead of peace talks. What? Fuck out of here. I've been eating the hell out of yogurt lately.
Yogurt lovers know that a low-sugar serving has plenty of health benefits, but now a new study has found that eating yogurt regularly may help protect against certain types of aggressive colon cancer. Researchers found lower rates of the cancer.
I thought it said it gives you... Oh, a cut risk. I thought it said could risk. I was like, oh my God, what am I...
Cancer in people who ate 2 or more servings a week. They say this is because the bacteria in yogurt helps maintain a healthy gut and creates a stronger barrier. The co-author of this study joins me now. Dr. Shuji Ogino is a professor of pathology at Harvard Medical School. Doctor, how exactly did researchers determine the benefits of yogurt against colorectal cancer?
We followed 130,000 people for 30, 40 years.
Harvard,
in a longitudinal study, we catch pretty much almost all colorectal cancer incidents in the cohort. And then we collected tissue for a bacterial study. We particularly focused on bifidobacterium, which can be found in the yogurt. And we found that the yogurt intake, long-term intake, has been associated with a lower risk of proximal bifidobacterium positive cancer, suggesting yogurt may enhance gut barrier function.
This is incredible. Which types of yogurt are best?
I really recommend, unsweetened plain yogurt. And there are tons of products loaded with sugar, which has a bad health effect, such as cardiovascular, diabetes, and cancer risk.
Is yours plain?
We definitely do not recommend the sugar-sweetened yogurt.
You need the non-flavored one from now on.
Was there an aspect of your research that surprised you the most? And what other types of food might offer the same benefit?
This is exactly our hypothesis, and I think we also hypothesize other fermented food may have a similar benefit, but we need more studies to find out more about other fermented food.
Okay, but was there an aspect of what you researched that really stunned you?
Yes, of course. I mean, this study has been
results of
decades-long follow-up of 130 or more people.
Wow.
It's a nurses, health study, health professionals, follow-up study. It's a dedication of participants and investigators.
Yeah.
And I think we need the support from general public too.
Well, our thanks to you for getting the study that helps improve the quality of our lives. Dr. Shuji Ogino,
Young Guns, wasn't he?
have a great day.
Thank you so much.
You see the size of that chicken? Tap to exit.
Metro's Tap to Exit program expands to Union Station in downtown LA today.
Do it on all the stations.
Rollout in other spots. NBC4's Michelle Vaz is live at Union Station, so you're getting a first-hand look at how this system is going to work, right, Michelle?
You tap, bitch.
Right, guys. Let me just tell you,
gotta
it's caught
tap
a lot
to
of
go to the
people off guard.
restroom.
This
You
is the
gotta
Tap
tap
to Exit program. There's no one coming through right now, but I want to give you just a view of what's happening. So we also have ambassadors here set up for people who are
make
on
sure you
fixed
just paid for
income
one.
to help them out with the fare they're going to have to start paying. We also have some machines there. This is where people need to buy their tap cards. A lot of ambassadors and security here on staff. Listen, Metro's
LA
board of
Metro
directors said
is
there
shit.
were a lot of problems. There was
I
a lot
don't
of crime here. A
recommend
lot
it.
of people
It's the
wanted to ride
worst
the Metro, but they were simply
subway
afraid to do
station
so.
system
So
I've
now
ever been
these
on.
changes are in store to make things safer.
so
This is what
dangerous.
it looks like right now. This is going to impact the lines B and D.
I don't
The
fucks with
agency
it.
began its tap to exit program
This is
at
the
the
blue
North
line.
Hollywood location, the B line station. This was back in May, so they've been rolling this out slowly. That was followed by the downtown Santa Monica E line station in September. The improvements, guys, impressive. Metro reported a 40% decrease in crime and other issues like fights,
really?
drug use,
40%
and graffiti
decrease?
on the
Really?
14 B line stations. That according
What
to
about the
the
blue
data
line,
that was
though?
collected
We need to
through
help
the
that one
Transit
out.
Watch app. There was also a
That's the one that comes to Long
55%
Beach.
decrease in
Goes to
crimes at
Compton.
E-line stations. So what
And it
kind of decrease
dead
in
ends
crimes
here from LA,
could we see
and they dump
here
everybody
at
out.
Union Station? That is to be determined. But again, the
They have to get out and get another ticket.
Starts today. And if you don't have a card here, they are letting people come through. They're being very generous right now. They're giving people a week to
from
get it
who?
together. And
Dr.
after
Bird?
that, they're going to start giving citations.
What
But
are you
guys,
doing?
not only is this about safety, it's about money. They found that there was 130,000 riders that didn't pay. So they're recouping some of that
Daily?
money. And they also found that 94% of the people who had been arrested for violent crimes at stations around town did not
Didn't
pay a
pay.
fare, did not have a tap card.
Interesting.
So now things
Yeah,
are
'cause they don't
changing
wanna be
here at the Union
tracked, I
Station.
guess, right?
As we look out live, a lot of action here, a lot of people on hand as people are finding out you got to now tap to exit and making sure that they know there are some changes. They start today. And here we see that guy, he didn't have some fare, so they're going to let him on through. People got a week to figure it out and get on board with the program. That's
he
live,
didn't pay.
Live right here from Union Station. Michelle Weiss for Today in LA.
He would have gotten busted.
Michelle, thank you.
Hopefully the cop was like, yep, you're going to get busted a week from now. You keep doing that shit, you little punk. Knock it off. You know what I mean? Probably it was just like, oh, here, come through this way, young man. Here you go. I don't know. Or Karen Bass's fucking police force right now. New gentler, softer police force. We need a man mayor in LA, boy, I tell you what, man. Willing to lock these boys up. Lock them up on day one, they'll get no week. Fuck out of here. Yeah. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Elon Musk could break Social Security, said News Nation, and Kumo said it with his guy. Yeah, he's got there with him, said it. Tiger King. Was it? Rift, what is he selling? Adam 22 pumped and dumped his fans, really? Adam 22 had a a fucking meme coin? No way.
Adam22, the podcaster, just pump and dumped his fans after being warned by me that this would happen. And after telling me what a fan he was a few years ago, saying how bad it is when influencers do these kinds of deals, only now he's doing it. Our story starts in 2021. Best channel of all time, dude. I just finally started watching and I've been hooked. If you ever want to make it to LA, let's do a podcast. I said, hey, I'm in Texas, but if I'm in LA, I'll stop by. It's nice to see people rally around how scummy these influencer crypto deals are. When I started the series, I wasn't sure if anyone would care. It's like, influencer does something shady. Every 60 seconds, a minute passes. Here's what's interesting. Adam22 said, yeah, made me so glad I never took any deals. People were trying to send me to promote random coins. Although once I watched your video and saw them making 200K for it and kind of regretted it. Ha ha. That, ladies and gentlemen, that ha ha is foreshadowing. People admit stuff in their jokes. You know, sometimes people will joke like, wouldn't it be crazy if I scammed everybody? It's like, okay, well, are you joking? Well, today we found out that no, he's not. Because today he tweeted this and then subsequently deleted it. What's up? I'm joining the crypto world. I'm about to launch on the biggest meme coin on Solana. Make sure you're ready today.
It's Adam22, and I am coming to the crypto world, dropping my first ever meme coin. So make sure you stay tapped in. It's dropping on Solana.
What?
ASAP.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call a tourist in crypto. That's somebody who comes by right at the top, also known as the top signal. They come right at the top to try to extract a little bit of juice out of the system, try to scam a few people, and then they leave and you'll never hear of them again. So Adam22 jumps in and he says, you know, I'm about to launch a coin. And, you know, I thought to myself, I have been in DMs with this guy. I forgot that he knew that influencer scams were bad. I forgot about those early messages, right? But I thought, you know, I should warn him. Not only that, I had it on good authority that his token was going to be sniped by a sniper group. So I was like, oh, this is going to be a disaster for his fans, and I really should reach out. So in good faith, I reached out. I said, hey, you shouldn't run a coin. It's lame, and you're going to scam or get scammed. This is what you see a lot. Influencers also will get scammed. They'll think they're doing a fun thing. And then Adam22 says, how else am I going to afford all this galaxy gas? I don't know. Is that a joke? I guess that's a joke. Haha. I have to rob the bank for my galaxy gas. Okay, whatever. So I tweet him, or I show him that this insider group, this is a sniper group, where they're talking about this coin. And they say, I think we made it already. All eyes on us. They're planning to snipe this coin ahead of time. I say, hey, these guys want to snipe your coin. He said, I don't care. I just got paid to do the tweet. I have nothing to do with it. Oh, really, Adam22? I thought you just said, I'm going to launch my meme coin.
Crazy.
I'm going to launch the biggest meme coin on Solana. You don't know what you have nothing to do with the tweet? Would you slap your name on like dog poop and go, oh, I don't know, I just got paid to do it. I don't care. Don't any of these people care about their reputation? I mean, Adam22, I thought deeply cared what people thought of him. I thought he would never humiliate himself like this. I haven't been on the internet in the past, couple of years, but I was shocked. I mean, I thought this is a new low for Adam22 to be pump and dumping like this. And I say, that's even worse. You're scamming the fans. Like, you're knowingly doing it. It's almost better if he believed in this. He's like saying like, oh, dude, I mean, what? I don't care. I'm not even involved. It's like, but you're putting your name on it. That's why people are paying you, right? Is to put your name on it. And so your fans will buy in. And this is the classic influencer cope, right? Once I realized that he watched my channel and he knew all this stuff already, I viewed this differently, but at the time I didn't know that, okay? He says, I'm gonna venture a guess that approximately 0% of my fans know how to do anything with crypto. Newsflash, Adam22, the reason you're getting paid is because they know like some percentage will buy this coin, right?
Right.
If they wouldn't,
they'll figure it out because he's pumping it. They're like, oh shit, I'm not into crypto, but Adam22's getting into it. I think I'll check it out too, man. Fuck it.
You wouldn't get the deal. Why do you think people are paying you money? It's like any brand deal. Do you think they're paying you because they don't think your audience would buy the thing? Like, it doesn't make any sense. But, you know, I just wanted to give them that. I was like, look, let me just spot you the whole, you know, I'm not really scamming my fans because my fans don't know anything about crypto code
dude.
that people use all the time.
You get so much clout to do that.
Setting that aside,
it's like when Ice
you do know
did it,
it's
dude.
just a grift, right? There's nothing being made here. People are literally plotting to snipe your coin. That group that I showed you guys,
supposedly
is like a sniper. Okay?
Supposedly, Ice made like 500K off of a CX coin pump and dump scam. Was hearing something about that recently?
And they're gonna snipe his coin and rinse his fans. Make a bundle off somebody who doesn't know any better. My point is, like, either way, somebody's getting scammed. You should care about that, right? You should care about someone getting scammed at least. I say, how much do they offer you and who is it? This is maybe the worst part. He says, no idea. I just did it because Moneybag, Yo, DaBaby, and Kodak are all doing it. Or did it. I don't know who's behind it. Again, classic cope. My friends are doing it. I had to do it. My friends, you know, it's so dumb. My friends did cocaine. I had to do it. What? A little fin. What's the problem?
Weird. He sounds like a fucking child. That's crazy.
The guy doesn't even know who's behind it. I don't know if that's true, by the way.
Hundreds of thousands of people watch this
when you don't even know
Adam22 guy.
What's behind it. It's unbelievable. And again, I know some of you guys are going to say, hey, if you bought something from Adam22. By the way, we haven't even gotten into the name of this coin, which I'm not going to say because this is a family channel.
What?
But, the coin also, yeah, pump and dumped. There you go.
Already pump and dumped?
I'm going to say, I wouldn't use those words, but.
Wait a second.
You know, some of you might say, if you bought this, you deserve to lose money, right? And
he already did it.
I'll grant you that if you bought Adam22's coin, that is a financial error that you're going to learn a lesson from. However, we can't let these con artists come in and do this. I mean, they think they can get away with anything. You think you're going to be inviting me on your show, saying how much you like me, how bad it is for these scumbag influencers. But that 200K, though, kind of regret not doing it, not getting the bag. You think that I'm not going to call you out on this? That's insane. I say weak, dude. I do brand deals for random stuff all the time. I do brand deals for devices that allow you to inhale flavored air. Doesn't seem any different.
What?
Again, another common code that Adam would know about if he watched the channel like he says he does. He says he loves the channel. Everyone knows that financial products are different from like regular brand deals or something, right? You're like, if somebody buys some $20 little gadget, it's not that good. Okay, we could maybe call that a scam, but it's not at the same level of selling a financial product, which is like, you're not like giving away phone numbers for people to call from call centers to scam people. You're not, leading people to the slaughter financially. Adam22 is pitching explicitly this is going to be the biggest meme coin on Solana while having nothing to do with it. Not even knowing who actually is running the coin. I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say
how much it pumped, dude.
The word here.
That's insane.
But you all know what it is. So this whole thing is ridiculous, and we know why he's doing it. Why isn't he taking another flavored air deal, right? Well, although he didn't tell me how much he got paid, we can take a guess. We can take a guess of why Adam22 is doing this. I watched your video once and seeing them make 200K, I kind of regretted it, haha. Haha, indeed. Well, Adam22, you have joined the long list of influencer grifters who do not care about their fans, do not care about their audience. I would say shame on you, but you might like it. I hope the money was worth it.
I mean, looking at how much it pumped, it probably was worth it for him. That's a crazy pump. What year was it? 2017?
I'm not going to say.
Whenever he... Oh, it was 2021 he was saying that. Damn. Dude. That's not the right chord. Fuck. Here we go. Is this it? Oh yeah, this thing has hardly any volume. It went all the way. Oh, there are a ton of these, dude. Because look at the price of one. There are so many of these in existence. Can I just look at it? It's the same one. Cat dog. I can't tell if it's on the Solano blockchain or not. Stay over here. Yeah, it is. I guess this is the right. Oh, but this shows it dropping back in September. And it shows it dropping way back here too. April. Is this not the, maybe this isn't the same one. This is on, I don't know. Yeah. Same one. Solana's up. And this thing pumped way back here. Is this when he did it? Over? That's a little confusing. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong coin. Diverse is a very diverse community. Oh, what is this?
Crypto scam! Did I scare you? I should have. Hopefully put the fear of God deep in your soul for that. Crypto scams are the main jump scare that people are falling for time and time again. It's more contagious than the cold at this point.
Argentinian president rug
every
pull?
other week on the largest possible scale.
So
I'm sure I don't need to tell you what that is at this point. The word
Because
crypto
Argentina is run, like, that's their main currency right now, right?
Just become synonymous with rug pull in the eyes of most people because you keep getting had. You're getting played like a fiddle time and time again with these meme coins that keep popping up. I just don't know how it keeps happening. Now, admittedly, I do get it in this case. What we're talking
because people are all like, most people don't know about crypto. You know what I mean? Most people just have heard about it, I think, and they get into it. And the first thing you kind of want to go towards is something you can gamble with, I think. And you can gamble with the meme coins. People want to gamble with crypto. It's not. It's usually not an investment for the new people. You know what I mean? I don't think so. They're trying to gamble with it. Usually, the new people. Like new people wouldn't be buying right now if they were smart. They would wait till it dumps.
Talking about today is one of the biggest rug pulls in history. The president of Argentina, Javier Milei, well, he endorsed a meme coin called Libra. And within hours of his endorsement, he deleted his tweet supporting it, and the coin completely crashed. And now over $100 million has mysteriously vanished.
What?
A song and dance we've heard time and time again.
Holy
Crypto has become
shit,
synonymous
he
with
fucked his
scam
people
in the
over,
eyes
dude.
of many people, because this keeps happening over and over and
It's
over
El
again.
Salvador that
It's
uses
a
it.
story more iconic than Dracula. Like, this is a story told more frequently than the little engine that could. And
it's El Salvador that uses Bitcoin as their illegal tender. Sorry, so this is Argentina, so they don't even use it normally, and still though, he just scammed his own people more than anybody, because his own people would have been, it would have been the equivalent of Trump doing that, right? Can you imagine? Dude, like, he's done some stupid shit like the NFTs, but he didn't. It was all fair and square. If you're an idiot enough to, actually, people made money off those. Some of those were actually worth a lot. You had to just pretty much get rid of them then. I don't know if they're worth anything now. But there's also the Trump coin that's done a little pumping and dumping a little bit. So there was a little money to be made on that, which is sus. That one's pretty sus. I don't know all the ins and outs about that coin, but he didn't put out information on a coin and then just renege on it though like that. That would be major. I think you would lose a lot of respect in the crypto world if you did that.
Be super knowledgeable on Argentina and everything going on over there, but what I am knowledgeable on are these fucking crypto scams, because they keep happening in almost the exact same ways every single time.
People in American crypto world still appreciate Trump. They don't see him as a scammer because he hasn't done any kind of rug pulling shit or it's anything that any of them would have done if they would have had the money. A lot of people, if they had the money to make a freaking stupid NFT with them on it and sell it and people were going to buy it, most people would do that if people would buy it. And yeah, you gambling at your own risk there, baby. He has nothing to do with that. Got a lot of flack for it though, but I mean, it's kind of like you're giving to his financial or his campaign at that point, investing into it. And if you lose, it's just you gave to his campaign.
And for some reason, in the crypto space exclusively, people have this mentality that it's gambling. It's not. Buster, let me sit you down. I'm going to have an intervention. I'm going to get the fucking paddle out here and try and beat some sense into you. You're not gambling when it comes to something like this. Gambling implies there's a chance of winning. And when it comes to gambling, you're usually going up against the house. Well, when it comes to these shit coins,
there's a chance
you're
of
not
winning,
just going up against the house. You're going up against the house and all of its friends. You will never be faster than the insiders or the snipers.
Oh, for sure. On the meme coins.
You are the piggy bank they are taking from. You are the reason they make so much money. You will never be the one to capitalize off it. I'm just going to hit you with the cold water. There's some fringe cases where just some average Joe Schmo does get lucky with, that happens. I get it. It will most likely never happen to you. But for some reason, no matter how many times Bikini Bottom beats your ass, it's a lesson that never gets through to you. How many times do you have to teach you this lesson, old man?
It got through to me.
It doesn't compute. It never dawns on the victims of these rug pulls. You know that expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me? Fool me 3 times, won't get fooled again. Well, in crypto, it's a little different. It's fool me once, I got unlucky. Fool me twice, got unlucky again. Fool me 3 times, I got unlucky. Fool me 4 times, can't believe I got unlucky again. Fool me 5 times, I'm out of money, but when I get more, I'm going to put into some more meme coins. They just keep coming back for more, getting scammed time and time again, thinking that this next one is the one.
The true trick with Bitcoin is buying Bitcoin or Ethereum when we're at a bottom, because both of those will be bottomed out at one point. You ride that up, and then it should be, at some point, altcoin season, not meme coin. There's a difference between altcoins and meme coins. The meme coins are full of shit. They're never going to have any kind of use case at all. Altcoins actually do kind of have a use case. They're accepted as money in some places online, like, for instance, Litecoin. Bitcoin Cash might be accepted in some places. XRP might be. There are certain coins that are widely known and are an alternative to Bitcoin, and oftentimes used as an alternative to Bitcoin because of transfer fees will be high, or transfers will be really slow at times when the system is congested for any given coin. But meme coins have no use case really whatsoever. They're not really taken as money anywhere. They're just someone's idea and cash grab, pyramid scheme. So he's right. For the most part.
Is the golden goose. It's not. Like, this is not your Moby Dick. You're never going to actually accomplish this. But I'm already way off track just going over this shit again. What happened in Argentina, the president endorsed this meme coin. It crashed, completely collapsed. He is now facing impeachment for this. It is just a full-blown scam. It's unknown exactly how much he knew about this project before publicly endorsing it, but he bears so much responsibility because without him putting it on the map, tons of people wouldn't have lost tons of money. He is directly to blame for scamming the citizens of his country. Full stop. That's an immutable fact. That's the brass tacks of it.
Trump doesn't do something
Again,
like that
it's
at the end
unclear
of his
exactly
term.
how much he knew about this project before the endorsement, but it is his fault so many people bought into the scam. Let's just go ahead and take a look at this tweet. To astute
I'm just going to say right now,
notice
I don't put it past Trump to do something like this at the very end of his term. Maybe not this exactly, but have some new crypto thing. So squeeze just a little bit out of it right at the end.
This is the same smell, the same aroma of bullshit that you get for all of these god-awful meme coins. But to people that don't know the space and all the evils that come with it from time to time, well, from time to time, that's very generous, that come with it so often, they wouldn't know any better because you have your president who is now just publicly glazing this project. Liberal Argentina grows. This private project will be dedicated to encouraging the growth of Argentine economy by funding small Argentinian businesses and startups the world wants to invest in Argentina. Then he links it. Then he drops the contract. Libra, long live freedom, damn it. Amen. May that freedom live long. And by long, we're speaking relatively. From the eyes of a mosquito, that's the perspective we're dealing with here. Because it wasn't very long, all things considered. The coin was only alive a little bit longer than ejaculate outside the human body. Your sperm can survive 30 to 45 minutes, even an hour at optimal conditions.
Really?
And this coin, Libra, barely beat that. It made it 3 hours before it completely crashed with over 100 million just being wiped out of it. Going somewhere interesting. And where did it go? Who's to say for sure? However, CoffeeZilla just conducted an interview with a key player Hayden Davis. I cannot recommend this interview enough. Hayden did not call Saul before agreeing to this interview. The admissions here are shocking. There was definitely no lawyer in his ear. He did not get a legal professional on the horn before agreeing to this. I highly recommend you listen to this interview because it is baffling. Hayden is more unlikable than an ingrown toenail. I'm not going to play you a ton of clips. I really encourage you to watch CoffeeZilla's interview. He did a great job with it. And I love that. I don't know what CoffeeZilla did to get him to just squeal like this. Maybe he injected him with like some kind of truth serum via Discord. But Hayden just admits to so many fucking things that I don't think he recognizes the severity of. I am going to leave you with just one little clip from it where he talks about insiders.
It's a separate conversation. Retail traders.
Unbelievably shitty. I do think that's unbelievably bad, and for everyone, except for the insiders, which is what I always say about meme coins, is it disproportionately benefits insiders.
So I think too, like my honest opinion is like I don't actually disagree, but I think like the vast majority of people betting on meme coins, right, especially at the beginning, and I think there's a separate conversation. Retail traders, like that is the game for everyone, and people that get mad are the people that aren't insiders. That is what happens. That's all the bitching on socials is all the people that don't get into the deals. You'll never hear them bitch if they're in the deal. So it's like what do you do then? You don't do anything. You don't launch the project. You're like, how do you make money then?
Just fuck people over.
You don't launch the project. It's a fucking meme coin that was designed to just exploit people that aren't your insiders, that aren't in on the deal, which is the vast majority of fucking people, you unbelievable stupid buffoon. Yes, Hayden, you don't launch the project because there is no project. This was just a scam. And like, he openly admits to all of the insider accusations. Like, everything that they've been accused of, Hayden just like openly confirms. He even talks about the $100 million. It's a fascinating look at the mind of a scammer, like a degenerate scammer. I'm going to drop one more clip here from the interview just to really sell you on how juicy this is. You need to watch this. This absolute fucking stinky putrid vermin confirms that he sniped his own coin. And here's what he had to say about it.
The wallet which Dave got refunded by, which is, according to him, your personal funds, was linked to an Avalanche wallet which was funded like a sniper of Libra. So, but if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So I would say no. And I would say that for a couple different reasons. Number one, a lot of the times when, and again, this is like, I mean, again, it's a much larger conversation, which is what I told you in text. But most of the time when I have different money in different places, obviously. But from the standpoint of sniping, most of the time when we're sniping, we're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in.
My God, he deserves the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Holy shit, even give him the Spelling Bee Championship. This guy is a saint. You see, when they're sniping their own coin, they're doing it from a place of nobility. Like, they're doing it from a place of looking out for the little guy. They're trying to help the rest of us by being so generous to snipe their own coin for their own financial gain. Man, this is eye-opening stuff, Hayden. It really is. It's so interesting. So definitely watch CoffeeZilla's video.
Is snipe now synonymous with pump their coin? Snipe the coin? Pump it? Pump equals snipe? We used to just say pump. What's the difference?
On it, I don't understand how he is not just immediately thrown in the slammer within minutes of him doing this interview and having it go live. It's crazy to me. As a beauty of the crypto space,
because
baby,
it's not considered a commodity or
long live the freedom to fuck you in the butt,
right?
And face no repercussions.
As long as they don't
for
consider it a security,
this has been happening time and time again. Only accelerating in frequency recently with things like Pump.fun, and then tons of celebrities coming out with their own meme coins that are all rugging. Like, it's just so fucking crazy, and I'm sure, I am 100% sure it will continue to happen because people still think that they're going to be the chosen one. They're going to be Goku here, and they're going to have the Super Saiyan wherewithal to pull out at the perfect time. You won't, because you're not an insider. No matter how much you convince yourself you are not an insider on deals like this. Like, Dave Portnoy got insider information on this. He didn't buy, like, before it went live, at least not from what I've seen, though I did see him go on Twitter saying he bought fake Libra, and now he's trying to sell fake Libra. Like, I don't fucking understand at all what's going on there. But you're not Dave Portnoy. You're just a guy. And you saw the president of Argentina make the tweet. Just because it comes from the president doesn't mean he's not going to fuck your face. Like, it's crypto. It's all fair game because there are no consequences for rugging like this. It just, you don't see anyone get in trouble for it, and people have picked up on it, which is why so many celebrities, Hawk Tuah girl even, fucking Z-list celebrities are doing it now. So yeah, it's going to keep happening. It's going to keep happening until people finally learn that they are never going to make money by being someone that just puts into this thinking that they're smarter than the other sheep. They're going to be the ones that are going to be the beneficiary of the rug. You won't be, because you are not the insider. You are not the sniper. You're not in the deal like Hayden says. It's just so silly, and it's sad. It's fucking sad, especially in a case like this where I think this is one of those cases where a lot of people who lost money aren't your normal stupid crypto bros that are just YOLOing all of their cash hoping for moonshots. I really think there's a lot of people that believed so strongly in the president that they saw this enthusiasm for this project, all this glaze, and thought, okay, I'm in, only to get absolutely ruined for it. So I just had to talk about this a bit. That's really it. See ya.
When you split open this fruit, its appearance might remind you of a rotting passion fruit. Inside, a thick, dark green liquid surrounds a mass of seeds, and you might even find the smell off-putting. But actually, this isn't passion fruit at all. It's a plant known as dried gourd seeds. Don't worry about the name, as it only grows in certain parts of Asia and currently lacks a formal English name. The dark green pulp and seeds inside indicate that the fruit is fully mature. After harvesting, the seeds are typically placed in a cloth bag and rubbed repeatedly to remove the sticky outer layer and impurities, leaving only the clean, plump seeds. These seeds are then roasted or fried, turning them into a tasty snack with a flavor similar to watermelon seeds. Have you ever tried them? When you split open this fruit, its appearance might remind you of a
Dude, the words were different
inside
on the
thick, dark
subtitles.
Surrounds a mass of seeds.
Something about watermelon.
And you might even find the smell off-putting. But actually, this isn't passion fruit at all.
They do that to make you watch it again, I bet. Because you're like, hold up, that said something different. So they get a second view out of it. That's smart. Otherwise, it may be just translated incorrectly also, possibly. Use some auto-translator. Tiger nut cake. Baby. Wow, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What?
So gas prices here in California once again soaring nearly the $5 mark. According to AAA, the statewide average for a gallon of unleaded gas hit $4.85. That's up from 20 cents last week and about 40 cents from a month ago. AAA says refineries are starting their transition to, remember what we say, that summer blend fuel.
Summer blend.
Now that spring is approaching, and that usually results in gas prices, as you know, going up.
What? Dude, hold up. No, Trump said that they don't have to do the EPA shit anymore, don't they? So aren't we going to get regular gas now that doesn't have a shit ton of alcohol in it? I need to know. When's that happening? I hope that happens, man, because I get more miles per gallon than actually. And my car's faster. I can put a different tune on it. Yeah. Right now, my Cobb Access Port it's down tuned to the shitty gas that we get here that has 10% alcohol in it for emissions. Something like that. toxic plant.
Konjac is a plant that is naturally toxic, yet its rhizome is widely used in the food industry.
Too short. Watch that one. San Diego migrant shelter shuts down after no new arrivals. Well, that's cool. Okay, I'm gonna need you to stop showing me shorts. Like, all it wants to show me now is shorts. Oh, Simon, I wish you weren't so sleepy all the time lately. It's kind of freaking me out. Like, I missed him sleeping in my lap in the mornings, but he's doing an awful lot now. He was asleep all night last night next to my head. Also. Dead. Oh, come here. Hey. I need to reposition things, Simon. You weigh 12 pounds. We just... How's that?
Do you need to 911, what's the location of your emergency? I'm reporting a missing child.
And at this point, I start to panic and freak out because that can't be the case. She was dropped off. I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? And I'm like, no, you got nothing to hide. Give him your phone. If you were to go demand your phone back right now, that would look suspicious as like, what are you doing?
I feel like sometimes people struggle to show real emotion when they're aware of what the truth is.
If I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever the you want.
It looks like the landing gear gave out on one side, doesn't it?
I don't know anything.
On February 25th, 2024 in Kissimmee, Florida, Madeline Soto celebrated her 13th birthday party with family and friends. The joyous occasion was quickly overshadowed by fear and panic just one day later when her mother arrived to pick her up from school only to learn Madeline never made it to class. Police and investigators launch a massive search operation, but as they piece together the clues from her last 24 hours, shocking evidence and glaring inconsistencies begin to emerge, suggesting her disappearance may be connected to a far more sinister truth.
I don't want to believe she's still alive. She's out there.
Gotta get that one.
The following report is based on police records, and most of the footage has never been seen before until now. Please note that all persons charged with a crime are presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. On a late evening of February 26, 2024, the Orange County Sheriff's Office receives a 911 call from a caller with a dire concern.
Do you need police, fire, or medical? Police, possibly. I'm reporting a missing child. Okay. And the child that you're trying to report missing, are you calling on behalf of the parent? Yes, on behalf of the mother. She's missing. Okay. And then how long has it been, though, since you guys have last seen her? Since this morning. She was dropped off at school this morning, and apparently she never showed up. We called everyone we knew. No one's seen her.
After collecting more details, the dispatcher assures the caller that a deputy will arrive as soon as possible. However, no help arrives. She calls back 2 more times, attempting to express the urgency of the situation.
Do you need police, fire, medical?
No, it's not a medical issue. We have a missing child since this morning. We already called 3 times.
Yes, ma'am. I see you. This is waiting for a deputy to respond.
You're waiting for a deputy to respond?
Yes, ma'am.
And how long more do we need to wait? It's a child missing.
I understand that, ma'am, but I'm just not able to give out ETA. I don't know when they'll be there.
So this is not important for you guys? Really?
Ma'am, we were very busy in the area. Look, I understand that they'll be there as soon as they can, okay?
The chilling reason for the delay and what had deputies in the area so busy would soon raise more questions about the timing of her disappearance. At 7:48 p.m., Deputy Joseph finally arrives at the scene to meet with the missing girl's mother, 35-year-old Jennifer Soto, and her boyfriend, 37-year-old Stephen Stearns.
Hi there. Hey there.
Hey there. What's going on?
So, was dropped off close to school this morning, but never made it. I went to pick her up from school.
I'm sorry, one second.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
Are we looking for another kid, or we have a kid?
Looking for another one.
With more than one missing child in the area, the fear that she may have been abducted remains a possibility.
So she was supposed to be dropped off at school, didn't make it to school.
Didn't make it to school. I went to pick her up from school today, and she never came out. I got an email from the school saying she was absent, but I also messaged her teacher, and he looked at her entire attendance today and saw that she was completely not at school today either.
Okay.
So she never made it.
Just had her 13th birthday.
13. What was she last seen wearing?
Green hoodie, white Crocs, either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Do you know if she has like friends in the area?
She does, but she doesn't know where they live. I asked all of them.
Is this like, does she like have any places that you guys know that she'll usually be at? Any friend's house? Any places that like she likes to hang out?
Typically, no.
Not typically? No. Okay. By any chance, does she have a phone number or a phone?
She does, but she left it at home today. I haven't.
You have it.
And I've already gone through her messages.
Okay. How about, does she have like Apple Watch?
She's got a device. The only device she's got on her right now is her school laptop.
Her school laptop? Is that trackable?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
It should be. It should be. If the Wi-Fi is turned on, it'll try to connect to the Wi-Fi. So if I like circle here,
Without her cell phone, the laptop is their only hope of tracking Madeline's location. Attempts were made to locate the laptop, but unfortunately, the last pinged location was near downtown Orlando on February 22nd, 4 days prior to her disappearance.
Does she have a history of running away or anything? Never. She was hanging out and lost time kind of?
Possibly, I don't know. She got dropped off. She was like, so she's in Beverly's Plains car. So she didn't want to be dropped off at school. She wanted to be dropped off like half a block away so she can walk.
It's in this thing. She's in the face.
But he dropped her off half a block away and drove away.
Okay. Did she ever go to school though?
No, we called school.
She was walking in that direction. She was rifling through her backpack, just looking for something. I thought maybe she was just looking for headphones before she got her walking on.
Yeah.
But she was just kind of, shambling over in that direction. It looked the same as any other morning.
A sudden phone call puts the room on high alert as family and officers alike wait to hear if it's news about Madeline.
Hello? Yes? Hi, Principal. I'm okay. How are you?
Stefan leads officers to the location where he believes he dropped her off for school, but apparent struggles with his memory give them a less than ideal start.
Was it here?
It was along this stretch. I can't remember the exact spot, but it was around where these communities were. Oh, thank you. So it's like around where these communities were.
Okay.
And it's just like in this stretch, like we could see the overpass down there. Where's the school? Just on the other side of the overpass.
With a general idea of where Madeline was last seen, officers begin to search a nearby apartment complex for any sign of the missing child.
No cameras as of right now.
I can't believe that in this day and age, there's no cameras pointing on anyone.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we can find something. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Deputy Joseph appears to have better luck.
The cops just expect people to have cameras? Why don't you give them to us, cops? Why am so bad?
As he reviews surveillance footage at a church half a mile from Madeline's
I can't believe this day and age people aren't willing to spend money to have cameras put up outside their place.
In the early morning hours.
There's like a car full. Yeah, he left and she walked onto property. And then she actually doubles back onto property. I guess she left. So she's still sitting there.
What they were saying, right? She left her phone on to me. It's like, that feels intentional. You know? Like, I don't want to be tracked. I'm going to try bumping it up like 10 minutes to see if she's in there. Yeah.
Oh, wait, there is a person getting out of the car.
She's gone. She's by 9.
Hopeful that Madeline's movements can be tracked, a K-9 search unit is dispatched in the intersection near the school where Madeline may have walked. The stakes are high and every second counts, but after nearly 15 minutes of searching, they've yet to pick up her trail.
I mean, if I had to guess, get out of there. If I had to guess, you probably went that way. But, ow. He dumped her off here, or he dumped her off up ahead? Okay.
And she walked this way, coming down.
So her scent's probably all over here anyway. That's a tough one. What are you telling me? No. Okay. Yeah, we can call it.
Back at the church, Deputy Joseph shares what he saw on the surveillance footage with Madeline's aunt.
It's blurry video, but it looks like a child sitting right there, and I don't see her getting into anybody's car in the video. I see her sitting on property for give or take 10 minutes and then walking off property. I don't know which way she went from there and get more video.
That show the bridge or anything?
No.
Speculating that Madeline may have wandered away on her own, the officer asks if there's anywhere she may have gone that she wouldn't want her mother to know about.
I have no idea. We checked your phone. I didn't see any
crazy stuff. Me neither. Yeah.
I didn't see her trying to plan anything with anyone, and I just really don't think she's the type to do that.
Just walk up and leave.
Yeah, I don't see her doing that at all.
The mystery of Madeline's disappearance eludes law enforcement as a challenging night of searching meets a disappointing end. Despite their exhaustive efforts, the haunting question of where Madeline has gone and why leaves everyone grasping for answers. The following day, on February 27th, officers begin canvassing local neighborhoods, and the family makes multiple appearances and television interviews. As news about Madeline's disappearance spreads, some residents begin feeling the emotional impact.
Oh, is this about that little girl?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I've been crying all day long.
Yeah, she's been missing since 8:30 a.m.
Why aren't there any updates? I'm looking everywhere for anybody. I kept saying to my son, I said, I'm hoping she skipped school today.
While Orange County
She's
deputies
really been
continue knocking
crying.
on doors,
That was
a
kinda
detective
weird.
heads to Madeline's school to speak with her best friend in the hopes she may have heard from her or has information that may lead to a breakthrough.
She's in on it too.
She didn't text me at all because usually
That old lady's in on it.
School that day.
Their old neighborhood's
she
in on
texted me,
it.
Like the night
They
or
ate
the
her.
day of, like she'll wake up early just
Okay,
to like
let's
text
stay
me like, hey,
tuned.
I'm not going to school.
No,
And
yet.
she didn't yesterday, but I didn't think everything of it because I thought she like, oh, she like slept in or something.
Okay. Did you ever try to call her or text her or anything?
Yes, I called her.
And no answer?
No answer.
Did
And
they
that's
ever
completely out of the
find her?
ordinary for her.
Yeah.
According to investigators, Madeline's phone was unplugged from the
I never
charger
find
on
her.
February 26th at 7:04 a.m.
It doesn't say
It
that
was
she
then
died on the title. All it says is missing girl, so I don't know what happened to her.
powered off around 15 minutes
Sucks,
later,
dude.
which they would determine is
Whatever
an
happened.
unusual pattern according to historical phone data. As speculation that Madeline ran away from home continues, her friend drops a shocking revelation.
She had told like when I turned 13, once I turned 13, I'm gonna leave this house and never come back.
Why 13?
Because she would always brag. Because I said that I can't wait to my birthday, and she was like, "Are you having a birthday party?" I said no, and she was like, "Oh, I get a whole bunch of money, like $500 something." I think she was waiting to turn 13. That way, she could get a whole bunch of money and go.
But where would she go?
I have no clue.
As the question of why Madeline would want to run away from home haunts the investigators, her mother, Jennifer, offers a simple explanation.
So this whole living in the woods thing, I have people like tromping through the woods right now on horses and ATVs and all sort of things, but has she ever mentioned that before?
The thing is, I started talking to her about World War III, just what's happening politically, and I'm like, you know, I don't know what that means for us, but we'll see what happens. But I've talked to her about World War III, so that's what I'm just saying.
How long ago was that? I mean, is that something that might have impacted her?
And that's why she said she wanted to go live in the woods.
As the detective asks Jennifer for her own insights, she poses a darker theory for what may have happened to Madeline.
Based off of everything, me knowing her and knowing how she is and how tight-knit we are, like, I don't think she would run away. I feel like she was taken, like, on that short walk from where she was dropped off to the school.
As investigators finish interviewing Madeline's friend, she shares one final detail that suggests a suspicious break in her usual routine. The friend shares that Madeline always preferred to be dropped off at school and had never walked her way to school from the church.
But yesterday, for some random reason, she wanted to be dropped off at the church.
I don't know if she's ever been dropped off at church before. No, she's told me.
Okay.
The unusual circumstances leave detectives scrambling for answers, and they'll soon turn to Stefan and Jennifer to fill in the blanks. As officers continue canvassing, a second night falls with no valuable leads. By now, Madeline has been missing for over 48 hours. K9 Wyatt returns for a second attempt at locating her trail, this time beginning at Madeline's residence where Stefan and Jennifer are waiting.
We're going to pull one more, and then we're going to have the dog sniff it out again and see if we could get another track going.
Can I get you like the last outfit you're wearing?
Has it been like with other clothes and all that, like your clothes?
It got mixed in with clean clothes and dirty clothes. Is it other people's dirty clothes, or is it her dirty clothes? Is her
What about
underwear?
like a pillow that she likes to sleep with?
Her underwear is I mean, all that stuff works. Yeah, but you slept on the pillow this morning.
No, that's right. I snuggled with a pillow.
They settle on using a pair of her underwear from the bathroom, and the search begins. However, Stefan's curiosity will soon create an unexpected barrier to their efforts.
I'm gonna be going like right where you guys are. Yeah. You guys can go inside if you want, because then I just don't want him trying to track you guys. Yeah. He's a pretty cute little guy. Just as long as everybody's inside. I'm not gonna go inside. I'm just gonna start at the front door. He's trying to open the door. Oh God, he opened the door. Sorry. He knows how to open doors.
After only a few minutes of searching, Stefan is seen lingering just around the corner, leading to frustration with the K9's handler.
No, sorry. He backtracks a lot, so he kind of just circles.
Yeah.
After being told that it's distracting.
Unfortunately, no critical evidence was found in the second K-9 search, and concerns around Madeleine's whereabouts continued to escalate. By Friday, March 1st, 5 days after she first disappeared, Madeleine is still nowhere to be found. Jennifer and Stefan have been interviewed multiple times, but inconsistencies in their accounts and shocking new evidence have thrown the case in a chilling new direction. As investigators meet with Jennifer to revisit their previous interviews, an intricate web of lies begins to unravel.
You want me to go through the whole timeline?
Yeah, we'll start with Sunday. Take me through Sunday.
The Sunday birthday party. She spent the whole day at my mom's house. We celebrated with the whole family. I was at work. I just started a new job last week or the week before. She had the best day. She was so happy when I got home and I saw her. At my house around 8:30 that night. I wasn't home. She got dropped off alone. About 10 to 15 minutes later, Stefan showed up.
At your house in Kissimmee?
At my house in Kissimmee, he called me. Or he texted me, I don't remember. But he let me know he was there and that she was getting ready for bed. She was doing her routine.
Stefan previously explained to detectives that he doesn't live with Jennifer full-time, but rather splits his time between her house in Kissimmee and his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles away.
And what does your time splitting look like? Are you here for days, weeks, months, something else?
Weeks at a time, yeah.
And so, I guess, when did you arrive this block of time that you were here?
Day before yesterday, actually.
So, Saturday?
Yeah.
I think. So you got here Saturday night.
This is inconsistent with what Jennifer just told detectives, claiming Stefan arrived after her birthday party, which took place on Sunday night. However, even this timeline contradicts one of her earlier interviews, in which Jennifer struggled to remember exactly what day he made it into town.
How long has he been here? Or when did he arrive, rather, this time?
I can't remember if he arrived Saturday or Sunday morning.
These are only the beginning of a string of contradictions that will soon raise major red flags. As Stefan's questioning continues, he's asked to describe how Madeleine was acting following her birthday party on Sunday night.
She was just happy. She was very happy. Everyone was happy. It's nothing out of the ordinary. I can't remember anything particular that happened.
Jennifer continues to explain what happened just after she returned from work, and the reason behind her decision to break routine and have Stefan take Madeleine to school the following morning.
I got home around 10:30. I started getting ready for bed myself. I started eating and taking my meds, because I have to take meds. When I went to take my meds, I realized, oh my God, I forgot to take my Saturday night's meds, which is why I felt so weird and so abnormal and not myself Sunday while I was at work. Everyone at work noticed I was acting different and not being myself. Like I couldn't smile in front of the guests. I felt this wave of depression that I haven't felt in years. It was my bipolar symptoms coming up again that I've been medicating myself for all this time. I sent them to sleep upstairs in the guest bedroom so that I could get a good night's sleep.
This disturbing admission further stressed the concerns detectives have had since Jennifer's initial interview, when she'd first explained their unusual sleeping arrangements at home.
Is it normal for both of them to sleep in the same room?
Sometimes. When I really need a good night's sleep, I will send them upstairs. But when... also, a lot of times, we will sleep together in the king-size bed, all three of us. Or sometimes Stefan will go upstairs and in our bed alone. So it just really depends on what's going on that night with our schedules and what we're doing.
Okay, where were you sleeping?
Downstairs in the king-size bed.
Okay. Is it just you two here? Well, you guys have a roommate, right?
We have two roommates.
So what rooms do you guys use?
The room downstairs, the master bedroom downstairs, and room number 4.
The house would later be thoroughly searched, and what investigators would uncover would leave detectives reeling. As Jennifer continues, she elaborates on how the concerning sleeping arrangements first originated.
The living situation with them, I'll be honest, seems weird. It's weird to me. She's got a bedroom downstairs. What's kind of the mindset or the thought process, the communication you've had with Stefan about, you know, she's not going to sleep in her bed, but you guys are going to go sleep in the guest bedroom?
It wasn't until June that he got his own bedroom and I sent him upstairs. That's where the requests for sleepover started.
Okay.
And I kept telling her no. I'm not comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with that. They really wanted to watch something and I was really tired. And I said, okay, fine. Go ahead, but this can't happen often. And yeah, I allowed her to go upstairs and sleep with him. But honestly, I think I can count on one hand how many times that's happened, and it has been many times that I've allowed her to have a supper party with him, to be alone in the bed with him.
What? The sleeping arrangements leave detectives seemingly uneasy, but with finding Madeline still the main priority, investigators ask Stefan to piece together the events of the following morning.
Woke up around 7:15, somewhere around there, which is an early start for us, but we had talked about getting McDonald's breakfast beforehand, so we wanted to make good time. We did make good time. We got out the door maybe 7:30ish, 7:45ish, maybe.
However, when Natalie, who lived in the house as one of Jennifer's two roommates, was asked if she saw the two of them getting ready in the morning, her answer seemed to contradict Stefan's account.
Did you see them at all Monday morning?
By the time I was leaving Monday, no, I think I was leaving too early.
Oh,
I
shit.
leave like around 7:45. I typically don't see them.
Were you probably gone before they even got up?
Oh, those chips are pretty good.
Gotcha.
If Natalie's recollection is correct, she would likely have seen Stefan, as they both claim to have left the house at the same time. The timeline is even more muddied by a written statement to the police, in which Jennifer claims she physically saw Madeline getting ready around 8 a.m. Confusion over the truth is compounded as her story continues to change.
Reading for him.
Initial statement to the police, a lot of things have changed.
They're already gone, probably.
The initial statement to the police was you watched her get dressed, you watched her leave, you knew exactly what she was wearing.
Can I tell you my thought process on that, or where I came from with that? I was handed this form, and I'm like, where do I start? What do I write? And somebody said, tell them what you saw. And so I started with I saw. And then I wrote out what I wrote out. But it wasn't until later I was like, wait, I didn't see her. I assumed that I saw her. I assumed that I heard her. But I didn't. In reality, I didn't see her. I only saw him. And I heard something in the kitchen, but I don't know who that was.
Despite the inconsistencies, investigators move on to what happened after Stefan and Madeline allegedly left for school.
She was asleep in the car most of the time, just snoozing until we got there. And she wanted to be dropped off a little down the ways from the school. She's got this phase that she's been into lately where she's very particular about what car she's seen getting out of in front of the school. I get it. It's an image thing. I said, okay, let her out. Have a good day. Love you. Thanks. Love you too. And I turned around and was driving away and was watching her in my rearview mirror to make sure that she was going where we were supposed to go. And she was moving in that direction, but she was rummaging around in her backpack or something. Find out later that she forgot her phone here, so she may have been rummaging for her phone. But she was still kind of making her way towards that direction, so it looked okay. Looked like any other day.
And you said that that's typical of her to walk that distance?
Yeah, she likes the morning walks when it's cool, and she will sometimes like to hang out.
A weird mark on the seat.
She's known to do that.
His statement seems to have raised suspicions with investigators, as Madeline's friend informs them that it isn't typical for her to be dropped off anywhere but in front of the school. Stefan also claims to have dropped her off between 8:20 and 8:40 a.m., but when confronted with what detectives saw on local street cameras, Stefan makes an abrupt change to his story.
So why is your car seen going southbound at 8:10? So meaning going toward Kissimmee?
I had forgotten my gate clicker. I'm sorry. I forgot. I had gone back to the house real quick after we left. I actually had to go through the front gate and use my parking pass to grab my clicker. So it was the wrong time. I'm sorry. Like I said, I was guesstimating these times. I'm not a morning person.
Okay.
So yes, we'd gone out.
How far did you get before you came back down when you realized you forgot your clicker?
Nearly all the way to the school.
So you guys came back here to get your clicker?
Correct.
So when we look at the cameras in the front, it's going to show you coming back in
Correct.
here with her in the car?
Yes, with her in the passenger seat, yes.
Footage from the apartment shows Stefan pulling up to the complex trash compactor at 7:35 a.m. in his silver sedan. He's wearing a red-colored shirt as he throws a trash bag inside the compactor and pulls away. A female believed to be Madeline is visible in the front passenger seat, appearing slightly slumped over. They leave and return to the apartment at 8:19 a.m., where Stefan appears to speak briefly with a security guard. Madeline still appears to be in the front passenger seat. The security guard was later interviewed, but his account burns another hole in Stefan's story.
Do you remember a resident coming through in a silver Lincoln sedan?
I do remember, but not his face. I talked to him. He showed me his little clicker, and he's like, "Hey man, I'm clicking, it's not working." And then I went and I clicked the button. He went inside, and I just remember there was a woman like sleeping beside him with a green shirt.
If Stefan already had his gate clicker, his reason for returning to the complex falls apart, leaving investigators to question what else he may have lied about. They determine the trash compactor needs a closer look and begin the process of gathering a warrant to search its contents. Meanwhile, with more questions than answers, Stefan continues to explain what happened next after he returned to the area near the church and dropped Madeline off.
What did you do after you left the area?
I left to go to the local vape shop because I needed some more vape juice. They weren't quite open yet, so I ended up going back home. Waited about an hour or so and then went back and checked the vape shop again.
I need my juice.
So I got what I needed there and came back.
Oh, vape juicers are crazy.
The first time was probably right around 10, close to it. Probably finished at the vape shop and came back home again a little after 11.
Okay. You said the first time that you hung out with a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Was there when you got here at 10? Okay.
I think so. She might have been at her blood appointment. Let me double check.
It's okay. We don't have to ask her right now.
Sorry, everything's a blur.
So she might have been here. She might have not have been here
I
the first time.
believe she was here because she was sleeping in as much as she possibly could because she's been messed up with a new work schedule. So she had to be here because she didn't want to sleep in.
With Stefan struggling to remember whether or not Jennifer was home when he arrived back at the apartment, investigators turned to Jennifer herself for confirmation.
When Stefan called me around 10:18 in the morning, I had stepped out to go get blood work done, and he had just let me know that he just got back home from running a few errands. I asked, "Did you guys ever just stop at McDonald's?" And he said no, she changed her mind. He tried convincing her a few times, but she did not want McDonald's anymore.
At what time did you leave the house yesterday in the morning? Or what time did you step out, rather?
I'm going to say around 9:30.
You left around 9:30, and then Stefan called you around 10 to say he got home?
Yeah.
Cool.
Though Stefan claims he spent time with Jennifer before leaving for the vape store a second time, Jennifer's account suggests she wasn't home until after he returned. As confusion builds over the timeline, detectives review security footage from the street cameras and notice a flaw in Stefan's story.
Did you go anywhere else after the smoke shop?
Oh, no. I don't think I went anywhere specific. I was just driving probably in the direction of home. But I don't remember stopping anywhere specifically.
And you were there for 5 to 10 minutes?
Roundabout, I think.
Okay, so like let's say you drop her off at 8:40. We don't see your car coming back south until 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So what are you doing between 8:40 and 10 o'clock?
Cruising around a little bit.
Okay, but I asked you earlier, like what you were doing, and you said you were there for like 5 or 10 minutes, and then you came back home.
I mean, I don't know what to say. It was just a normal day. I didn't have anything important to do. The smoke shop was supposed to open soon, so I made my way over there. It wasn't any particular rush, though.
Okay, but can you help me explain to them, because I don't know the explanation or the answer to this question, okay? So can you help me explain to them why there's such a delay in the time?
No.
With Stefan unable to provide an answer, more surveillance footage will need to be reviewed to track his movements. Meanwhile, a suspicious act by Stefan raises serious alarms for investigators.
I left my phone at home in the morning, too. I was so busy riding Herd over to get us out the door on time.
Her phone was in the car.
I left my phone.
Right?
She left her phone.
In the home or car? You said it was in the car,
Did you
though.
have your phone when you went to the smoke shop?
Not the first time after I dropped her off. I was still without it. I got my phone and went back to the smoke shop.
Okay.
Later when I got home.
And then I also noticed, I was checking your call history. I noticed that you don't have anything before this morning. Is that unusual on your phone?
No, it's a new phone. Stupid. I went to do an update yesterday morning, and I don't know what the... Pardon me. I don't know what the heck I did, but somehow during the massive OS update, I managed to factory reset my phone and lose all of my contacts, all my information.
Well, that's
Jennifer
not
also
sus at
corroborates
all.
this story as she explains the moment the supposed accident took place.
And I said, how the hell does that happen? That gives you options now when you reset your phone? He goes, yeah, apparently I wasn't paying attention and I just pressed the button and it happened. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate. That sucks.
When asked, Stefan voluntarily hands over his phone, and investigators begin a forensic download to determine.
He would have been much better off, not that I'm condoning whatever the fuck he did, but he would have definitely been much better off to lose that phone in a lake somewhere. You know, like, oops, dumbass.
Determine its contents.
Good though.
They uncover that at 12:12 p.m. on February 26th, the phone was factory reset by manually navigating to the device's settings, and that it had nothing to do with a system update.
Criminals, the better.
They also discovered that a password must be entered and that it's unlikely, if not impossible, to be done by accident. In the meantime, Jennifer explains that Stefan had an intense reaction to leaving his phone in the hands of the police.
So earlier that day, I think Detective Hunt came, or somebody came, and asked Stefan for his cell phone. If he would willingly give it up so that they can look at it, or if they would need a warrant. And I remember him saying, should I have asked a warrant? Should I have... And I'm like, no, if you've got nothing to hide, give him your phone. And I think we hung out in the house for a little bit, and then when you guys came in the evening, and you guys told us to wait outside, and we waited in my car, he started getting very anxious and very panicky, going, I want my phone back.
It's not always... No, it's not. Not everything is backed up on the carrier, especially with iPhone. Like, you can make it backed up into iCloud, but you can also have it so that your shit doesn't save. A lot of it does auto-save to the iCloud, though, or to whatever cloud. You have to actually put for it not to. But so, yeah, if you do that, if you save it there, that's... Dude, they don't have the money to save all our data, all our shit from our phone. They don't want to do that. Save everybody's shit. Do they? The messages are backed up, sure. The text messages oftentimes are on their system, and the phone calls would be on their system, but not like all your contacts. And what else? Storage is cheap, right? You're talking about hundreds of millions of people.
I want my phone back. And I said, listen, at this point, it's their phone. It's theirs for ever. I don't give a shit. We will buy you a new phone. It doesn't matter anymore. Whatever they need, they need. Like, let them look at it.
If that's the case, then why do they need a search warrant to get people's phones the way they do? Why can't they just go straight to the carrier for all the info that they need, specifically pictures? They can't because it's not there. They wouldn't have anything to get from them. This information wouldn't have been there unless you're specifically saving photos to a cloud service.
And he's like, I just want my phone back. And I'm just like,
it's not there, dude.
Are you trying to make yourself more suspicious? Because like,
why do you always make me want to ban you?
If you were to go to bring your phone back right now, that would look suspicious.
You're his son.
What are you doing?
What they would later discover hidden in the data would shock investigators and completely change the course of the case. Meanwhile, as Stefan's account of the day continues, he explains that he left the apartment once again around 12:30 in the afternoon.
I had a couple errands to run over on 192.
What do you say, buddy? You're the expert. Thanks for coming by and being the expert on everything. I appreciate it.
She just wanted to make sure I was back in time for us to both go pick up. So I was.
What would we do without our
around the area
local expert?
192. I'm kind of a nerd, so we had a new trading card game release, and I was seeing what the situation was with it.
Jennifer describes Stefan as an avid gamer who collects figurines, trading cards, and retro toys such as Tamagotchis.
Do you remember what places you visited?
Yeah, Coliseum of Comics.
Dude collects toys.
Stopped by a couple Targets, and I was going to go to House Rules Games down by Oak and 192.
So I wonder if
I didn't make
guys that collect toys are more likely to be predators.
That far. I got a flat tire on the way.
Between the factory phone reset and now the flat tire, the suspicious circumstances keep adding up. Jennifer continues, explaining what happened as the time approached to pick up Madeline from school.
2:30 rolls around, and I'm already calling Stefan, and he's not picking up his phone. About 10 minutes later, I get a phone call from him going, I just got back home. I left my phone home again. I'm so sorry. How long ago did you leave? And I said, about 10 minutes ago. He goes, I'm so sorry, I missed it. I really wanted to go with you. And I was just like, it's fine.
Investigators attempt to pinpoint where the tire change occurred, but once again, Stefan seems to struggle with his memory.
Do you remember where you got your flat tire?
It was on 192. I pulled into one of those plazas somewhere.
Dude, she just happens to get a flat tire that day?
Though investigators were unaware at the time, Stefan's flat tire would eventually be the key to a massive breakthrough in the search for Madeline.
Gotta be. Where the hell that happened?
Jennifer explained she went to the school to pick up Madeline, and more inconsistencies come up.
4:10 rolls around, and she's still not out, or 4:09. And then at this point, I'm feeling the pressure from the cars behind me. I'm like, okay, they're all full. They're all waiting for me to leave, and she's not here yet. So I take off, and I'm thinking, maybe I missed her. Maybe I forgot to tell her I was picking her up from school today, because I don't know if she knew that I wasn't working. So I left, thinking maybe she walked. That's pretty close to school. Let me go drive back down and wait along the path she would walk, and just wait. And I parked and I waited. Maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 minutes. She still wasn't there, and I looked at the time and I'm like, okay, she should be back at my mom's office by now. Maybe she took a different path and I didn't see. She's still not here. And I'm like, that's really strange. And I think at this point I call Stefan and I tell him she didn't make it. She's absent today. There's no attendance of her at all today.
Later that evening, Jennifer, Stefan, and concerned family members met with police to report Madeline missing. Detectives noted several discrepancies in Jennifer and Stefan's accounts. Jennifer initially claimed she saw Madeline getting ready for school, later saying she only heard her. Curiously, she'd corrected Stefan on what Madeline was wearing earlier, despite initial statements that she never saw her.
White Crocs.
Either blue or black pants.
I think black shorts.
Black shorts?
Yeah.
Black shorts?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Additionally, a review of cameras near where Stefan supposedly left Madeline doesn't show his car in the area, and cameras capture him moving in the opposite direction at the time he was supposedly dropping her off at school. A license plate reader also captured Stefan 9 miles away in St. Cloud at the time he was supposedly heading toward House Rules Games in Kissimmee, where he disappears from cameras for approximately 54 minutes. With suspicious circumstances surrounding Madeline's disappearance, police prohibit Stefan and Jennifer from re-entering their apartment on the night of February 27th, one day following Madeline's disappearance. Jennifer's reaction to the news was far from what investigators expected.
I think at this point when I noticed that forensics was locking down the house and you guys said we couldn't come back, I told him to call his dad because I had a feeling y'all knew something and it was going to come down on him. And I'm just like, they're focusing on the wrong person. They have the wrong person. In my head, I'm convinced you guys are that you had the wrong person. I started saying to him, like, I think they're focusing in on you. Like, you need to call your dad, and I think we need to get you a lawyer.
How did he feel when you said he needs a lawyer?
He didn't believe me. Like, when I told him, like, don't you see forensics is closing down the house? They know something, or there's something, like, they know something. Something's happening. They wouldn't be locking down the house this way if they didn't have suspicions of something.
On the night of February 27th, after the police seized Stefan's phone in their apartment, they booked a hotel with Stefan's dad, Chris, a retired Orange County police deputy. Chris will soon speak with police, sharing his own fears and suspicions about his son. Meanwhile, the following morning, Stefan's sudden absence from the hotel doesn't go unnoticed.
The following morning, I wake up, I think around 9 o'clock in the morning, and Stefan's not there. And I remember thinking, he left again without his phone and didn't tell anyone where he was going. That's suspicious as again. Why is he trying to...
Well, we took his phone, so he got a new phone?
He didn't get the new phone until later that day, where his dad woke up, came to our hotel room, and then handed him a phone. But he rolled in around 11:15, rolled in with a cup of Wawa, and said, oh, I'm so sorry, I was just driving around. I grabbed some Wawa on 182 and got lost. I didn't know how to get back to the hotel, but I'm here now. And I'm just like, detectives are about to show up. What the would have happened if they showed up and you weren't here? Like, you would have been a fugitive. Like, what are you doing? And he was just apologetic about not telling anyone where he went.
But I mean, he had a Wawa cup and he said he was up at 192.
Yeah, but in reality, I know that he truly took my car in the middle of the night to Northport, Florida, and I was down there for an hour and came back.
Cameras capture Stefan leaving the hotel lobby at 4:35 a.m. in Jennifer's car. A license plate reader captures him again 1 mile from his parents' home in Northport, Florida, nearly 150 miles from Kissimmee, at 6:29 a.m. Investigators urgently speak with Stefan's dad, Chris, as their suspicions surrounding Stefan's activities solidify their suspicions about it being connected with Madeline's whereabouts.
Did he tell you he was in Northport today? I'm assuming he did it based on the reaction. Okay. So, you need to take a seat? Or?
No.
Okay.
He was in Northport.
Yes. We have more than enough reason to believe that Stefan was in Northport today at the exit that he took you to your house. Our concern is we're conducting a missing person investigation.
Yeah.
Given the proximity of that exit to your home, what we're trying to find out is if she's just hanging out in your house, you just want to get her somewhere safe, we want to put eyes on her, make sure she's okay.
Chris contacts his wife, who's currently at their house in Northport, to let her know that local police are on the way. Meanwhile, Chris theorizes that if Stefan were hiding Madeline, there may be another place worth searching.
They're going to come over and want to search a house for, apparently, can I tell them? Yeah. Apparently, Stefan made a trip down to Northport last night. Or this morning, I should say. I have no idea. But there's a storage unit, but he wouldn't have access to the keys to the storage unit because I have the only key to it. And that would have been locked in my car, and he would have had to come in my room, which he didn't have a key to get into it.
Chris cooperates fully, giving police permission to search his home and the storage unit in Northport for any sign of Madeline. Meanwhile, Chris describes a haunting suspicion he shared with his wife once they learned of Madeline's sudden disappearance.
When I left last night, I said, hey, I told her, I said, do we really know? You know, is he capable of doing something harmful to her?
Why would you suspect that?
Because some inconsistencies of phone calls he had with me didn't add up, okay? So I'll give you the sequence. He calls me mid-afternoon, 3-ish, maybe 3:45 or something, and say, I just had a flat tire. Okay, how the did you get a flat tire? You just drove over to Kissimmee. You took her, maybe you're running an errand, but where would you have gone to get a flat tire?
It was several hours later, around 5 p.m., when Stefan told Chris that Madeline never showed up for school. Meanwhile, Jennifer shares similar concerns about his activities.
Him disappearing to Northport. What the hell is he doing?
That is suspicious. I mean, now that I know that that's where he went, that is suspicious as all. Why did he go to a storage unit facility? What was he grabbing? What was he trying to dispose of? Or what was he trying to hide in the... That to me is suspicious.
What Stefan was doing in Northport and how it's related to Madeleine's disappearance will be revealed later. The home and storage unit are searched, but no sign of Madeleine is found. In the meantime, Stefan is brought to the police station just after his return to the hotel on February 28th, unaware that his many lies are about to catch up with him.
What happened to your hand?
Flat tire. I haven't changed a flat tire in about 10 years, so I made a rookie mistake and had my thumb too close to where the jack and the frame meet. And it slipped, and the frame came down on my thumb and pinned it between the jack.
What about the other scratches?
Dude, it would have done way more damage than that.
Holy fuck. Janky tire iron on the road.
Did you bleed at all?
Yeah, this one had some blood and this one had some blood, but not much. It clotted fast.
Do you know what popped your tire at all?
No idea. Tire just started going floppy and then
pretty worn out or something?
Floppier and then just completely freaking separated. Thank God we had a spare in the jack.
I've never had a tire do that.
Jinky as it was.
So typically when changing a tire and stuff, you tend to get brake dust and dirty and all that?
Yeah.
Did you happen to...
Positive that I breathed in some freaking brake dust or tire dust or something because I was coughing the rest of the afternoon.
What'd you end up doing to clean up or stop the bleeding and stuff?
Nothing, actually. Just
You didn't get
home and washed my hands and that was it.
Your clothes get all messed up and all, or?
Not there, surprisingly.
What were you wearing, by chance?
This. So I think I'm still wearing this. I'm still wearing the same clothes.
Oh, so you kept pretty clean?
Try to, I guess.
Earlier surveillance footage showed him wearing a red shirt as he threw away items in the trash compactor, left the apartment complex, and returned with Madeleine. However, when he's captured on camera at a smoke shop later that morning, his clothes have changed.
You weren't wearing a red shirt?
I was wearing a red shirt early in the morning. But I changed clothes later because that shirt was in a couple days without wearing. And the flat tire happened after that.
After further review of security footage from the apartment complex, Stefan was seen visiting the trash compactor multiple times throughout the day. At 4:35 p.m., around the time Stefan claims he learned of Madeleine's absence from school, he's seen throwing away a piece of a damaged tire. However, this wasn't the only thing Stefan discarded.
I'm too old to lie to people, too old to beat around the bush, and we seem like we're having a generally good conversation right now. Okay? The only thing that I ask for from you is, and I will reciprocate, I want you to be honest with me as much as I'm being honest with you. Okay? Nowadays, cameras are everywhere. Okay? So we see you at the guard shack. Okay. We see you go by the dumpster. Okay.
I may have taken some trash with me then.
What was in the trash?
House trash.
House trash?
You.
When you for school, did she have her backpack with her?
Yes.
She did. Did she have her school computer with her?
Yes. Presumably, yes.
Presumably. Okay.
She should have.
Once again, this goes back with the whole honesty thing. There was things in that trash bag that got thrown away that probably shouldn't have been thrown away.
Near the tire, a Hawaiian print backpack, school laptop, and one white crock were found, all believed to belong to Madeleine Soto. Stefan's story of watching Madeline walk toward the school with her belongings falls apart with this devastating discovery, prompting the detective to make a desperate plea for the truth.
Well, I can confidently tell you she did not go to school with her backpack.
How's that?
Because we found it in the trash. So, Stefan, here's what I'm asking you and pleading with you is to dig down and do some soul searching. I have kids, he's got kids. And this little girl's out there somewhere that we need to know where. And I really, really, really think you can help us. I mean, you want to get something off your chest. I don't know what it is, but I'm pleading with you.
I don't know. I don't.
Though Stefan continues to deny the truth, the evidence against him is mounting. Detectives are far from finished as they prepare to confront him with the jaw-dropping discovery from his cell phone, a disturbing revelation that will be nearly impossible for Stefan to deny.
What do you think was on the phone?
Text messages. Emails. Old stuff.
Pictures?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of pictures were on there?
Training card pictures. Lightsaber pictures. Disney pictures.
Do you have a Google account?
Yeah.
Do you save pictures to your Google account?
Sometimes.
Or is it automatically? I know sometimes phones sync to a cloud and...
Yeah, only if you tell it to.
I think it backs up to Google.
My shit doesn't.
And then sometimes when you reset
Not that I'm doing anything
your
shady.
phone,
It's just...
and your phone updates and puts these apps back on your phone, sometimes they will put the images back on your phone.
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you have
Oh, I assume so.
any pictures of you?
Probably. I mean, went to Disney, took selfies on the train. She got back from Puerto Rico and had her hair braided. We got pictures of that. All sorts of pictures. Family events.
Any other pictures you can think of?
On February 28th, 2 days after Madeline's disappearance, the digital forensics team was able to recover hundreds of images and videos from the phone and a Google Cloud account. The images date back as far as when Madeline was only 8 years old. Though few images show Stefan's face, a unique black mark on his genitals would later match those seen in the photos. More discoveries would later come from his search history, with horrifying implications.
Here's where I'm going to be brutally honest with you. There's a phone. And I'm pretty sure you know what some of those pictures are about. You're a very intelligent person. And I don't want you to discredit yourself by saying you don't know about all the pictures that are on your phone. You understand what I'm saying? So do you want to add to the list of pictures?
Oh my gosh.
Should I be talking with a lawyer right now?
I can't answer that question. My sole purpose right now is to see if I can find...
I gotta get medication. Be right back.
And I'm really hoping you can help me.
Okay. Well, I'd like to try to help, but I feel like I should probably have a lawyer present at this point.
In a nearby interrogation room, Jennifer is presented with the distressing evidence. However, her initial reaction leaves investigators in shock.
Okay. We have his phone. We were able to get into his phone. And there are some very, very unfortunate graphic pictures with I wish I could tell you this was all a made-up story, but it's not. Did you ever suspect anything like this? No? You okay?
How are you feeling right now?
I can't breathe.
Is this a surprise?
Is there photos of her?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So you know how we have his phone? Obviously, that's how we were able to find the photos in there.
I don't want to believe that this is true. Can I see some of that evidence?
What makes you believe that it's not?
I thought I knew him long enough.
Though investigators insist the photos are true, Jennifer continues to ask them to show her the proof. Despite their concerns that the images may be too difficult for her to see, they ultimately reveal one of the images to her. Jennifer's reaction, however, will soon lead the detective to a chilling conclusion.
So what do you think should happen to Stefan?
I'm afraid to say press charges, but what else? There's a side of me that wants to say he's innocent, that this doesn't happen. Can I make one decision now and change my mind later? If I decide not to press charges now, could I change my mind and press charges later?
It's a lot to digest. Okay, so I don't want to make you answer that right now. But when we come back, we'll talk more about it. She's
the one that has to. God damn it, Simon! Would you eat this before she comes
but I'm
up
not
here?
convinced that he didn't take her to school. I'm not convinced that he's the reason she's gone. Because if this had been going on for so long, what's the motive? Why Monday? Why that day? Why the day after her birthday when we were supposed to spend the entire week together and have such a great time? Like we had plans. Like we knew we were just going to be together that week and we were going to have a good time. So I just can't think like why.
When you say what's the motive, what are you assuming?
That she was taken. Not that anyone that I know has done something to her, because I feel like nobody I know would do something to her, would hurt her, would murder her, anything like that.
In addition to the photos, several items were located in a search of their apartment, including a firearm found in Stefan's room. In Madeline's room, a phone tripod was located inside a drawer, and a pair of men's underwear was found in a laundry basket. Police noted that a specialized light source was used on Madeline's bed, and areas of fluorescence were observed on her comforter. Additionally, Madeline's school notebook was found and appeared to contain graphic depictions of sexual acts. The evidence is enough to charge Stefan with sexual battery, and after more evidence is collected by police, he is placed under arrest. The investigators are still looking for Madeline, and despite the overwhelming evidence of Madeline's victimization, it still isn't enough to convince Jennifer that Stefan had something to do with her disappearance.
We know what happened. What if he's telling the truth about dropping her off and driving away and driving around in circles and getting to the babe shop? Because I know there's banks around, right in that same plaza. There must, in an Am stop. There must be video of him pulling into that plaza and waiting.
What do you mean? What's your question?
If you guys have found evidence of him being in front of the store like he said he was, like it's possible that his story might be true and somebody else could have taken her. Like I'm just thinking, like, what if we're focusing, like, okay, the sex things happened, right? But what if that's completely a side thing and not having to do with this, like her missing?
2 days after his arrest on March 1st, Madeline is still missing, and the detective once again confronts Jennifer, this time to share a troubling concern.
I think at a certain point throughout this relationship, you became aware of it. And for whatever reason, your reasons are your reasons, whether it was discussed that it would stop, whether it was discussed how it would go, that you feel some sense of guilt. A lot of the news statements you've given kind of, again, my opinion only, I don't speak for anybody else, whether it's in this room or out of this room, bother me. I feel like some of your sadness is not real sadness. I feel like when you gave the interview with Fox 35, it was not sincere. Looking at that video one time, I didn't feel like your cries were sincere. And I'm not saying that because you're a bad person, but her going missing, her disappearance, if you have knowledge of how it happened, where it happened, an inclination, that emotion's not going to feel sincere because you're already aware of what happened.
I would.
It's almost becomes
If
a
I
lie
knew,
at that point.
if I knew anything, I promise you, I would tell you. Like, I am willing to take a lie detector test, whatever.
I mean, I'm
you
sorry,
want,
we gotta do
but
this
I
again.
don't know
I know,
anything.
you're gonna
He's
leave
never
me
mentioned
probably now.
anything.
Anyway.
I've never seen any signs. I tried watching her like a hawk. I thought I was doing a good job, but I wasn't.
Regardless of whether Jennifer was aware of the situation, the reality remains that Madeline hasn't yet been found, and uncovering where she is and what may have happened to her is still the priority.
We currently have upwards, probably 200 people working on finding. Anybody who is somebody is involved.
Yeah.
So, regardless of the circumstances, those people don't get to go home. Those people don't get to go back to their families. Those people don't get to live their lives and go back to their primary jobs. This isn't something that's going to stop or go away. I can tell you, and I know detectives expressed to you that the thought process at this point is this is a homicide investigation.
Yeah.
Based on the evidence I've seen, based on the videos I've seen.
Further review of the surveillance footage, which shows Madeline traveling with Stefan in the early hours of February 26th, leads detectives to draw a heartbreaking conclusion. They note that the slumped position with her head leaning is not a common sitting position, and horrifically, perhaps indicates that Madeline may not be alive. Additionally, footage captured in a parking garage shows what appears to be Stefan carrying Madeline from the front passenger seat to the trunk at approximately 9:41 a.m., the time when Stefan claimed to be meandering around while waiting for the vape store to open. Without her body, however, their conclusion is only a theory. Meanwhile, a startling admission by Jennifer will soon lead to a brutal confrontation by the detective, whose patience appears to be wearing thin.
Have you talked to Chris about Stefan needing a lawyer?
Yeah.
When?
I think when you guys showed me the photos.
So we showed you photos.
No.
First thought you had was to ask his father if he should get a lawyer?
No. I knew that was true, right? That's evidence. That's for real. That's happening. But I kept thinking, they're going... I don't know why I can't tell you why my brain kept thinking, no, he didn't kill her. Not that he didn't kill her, but she's still missing. She's still out there. She was taken. Yes, he's done this to her, and that's not okay. But I swore she was still, I felt in my body she was still alive. She was still out there. I told Chris to get him a lawyer because I felt like you guys were chasing the wrong person, but you weren't.
You offering him a lawyer is very weird.
I know.
Her replies to the details about the severity of Madeline's assaults appear to be the final straw for the detective, as his confrontation grows more heated.
You prioritized him by offering him, or telling his dad to get him a lawyer. Not, what the did he do? Not, hey, we need to figure out what happened. No, let's protect Stefan.
I was in shock.
No, that's not shock. That is your natural instinct to protect Stefan.
I don't know why I said that.
But that's the problem. You don't know why. Does your role in her life lead this to happen? I'll be honest. Yes.
I know.
Since she was a child, since her victimization started, it occurred under your roof and you acted like it didn't exist. And knowing the victimization, knowing how ongoing it is, knowing that you saw a picture of it, not just us telling you, not me and him saying, hey, listen, he's being... I think they had a bad relationship. They showed you a picture of it, and you still protected him. So how am I supposed to not think that the thought process in your mind is until she's found, Stefan can't be charged with murder? Because we both now know that you don't want him to be charged with murder because you want him to have a lawyer.
No, I don't. That was
then.
He
can't be charged with murder.
That was then. Everything that you guys have shown me since then and have shown me that he's
So we had to show you a picture of her dead in a car for you to finally not take his side?
Despite his theory that Madeline is deceased, they've yet to locate any sign of her remains. If their devastating theory is correct, the question remains, what motive would Stefan have to end her life?
What do you think made him snap?
I don't know. Theories, I keep hearing.
Tell me your theories, because here's the deal. We don't go home until she's found.
No, I know.
So what are your theories?
What I've heard is, what if she upset him and threatened to tell me and say that she was going to tell me, and he needed to shut that down. That's the only thing.
What do you think?
I don't want to believe he killed her. But when you guys are telling me he wants to kill her Sunday night and snuck her body out in the morning. That photo you guys showed me of her slumped in the car.
You don't want to believe he killed her.
I want to believe she's still alive and that she got kidnapped, but that doesn't seem like that's the case at all.
Yeah.
I know my brain just wants to believe something else. I just want to believe she's still alive, she's out there.
Explain your reasoning behind those assumptions and move forward day by day.
So he had access to benzos and I think Lunesta.
What are those? I'm not familiar with that.
Benzodiazepines are anxiety medications.
Yeah, which one, lady?
And can make you sleepy.
You know which one. Which one is it?
And
Is it the Xanax?
Lunesta, I think, is a sleeping medication, like for insomnia.
Dude, they're trying to get rid of Xanax. Actively, the medical industry is trying to like get everyone off of Xanax and get them all on SSRIs.
He gave her something and she was drugged. In those photos that you showed me where you're saying she's dead, maybe she was drugged. But if she is dead and it was done upstairs, I could just only imagine that he choked her. I don't know how else you would kill someone and not leave a mess.
Horrifically, a search for the medication sevoflurane was discovered in Stefan's Google account on February 12th and 14th. It's described as a volatile anesthetic that provides hypnosis and amnesia and is most commonly used for surgical procedures. An additional search was made to determine whether or not the medication would show up in tests. Still, based on what he's seen, the detective isn't willing to entertain the idea that Madeline was merely sleeping.
We know he killed her. We know he drove out of there Monday morning. We know he discarded her backpack in the trash dumpster. We know he discarded her laptop and one shoe, right? So all her property was discarded to look like she's gone. That way he doesn't have evidence with him. But then you have all these suspicious times of when he's left and come back and he's gone here and gone there. So what do you think he was doing on all these suspicious times? He's roaming 192. What do you think? Knowing what you know now we can play. You know she's dead. You know that we've given you information. What do you think, knowing what you know, he was doing on 192? He was doing here. He was doing here. He was doing in Northport. What do you think?
So him leaving early in the morning and driving around aimlessly somewhere. I feel like he stashed the body at that time. When he came back and then left again. But see, it's daytime. Like, how could you move a body or move something in daytime and not be seen? But like, I feel like he went back to check, to make sure he did a good job, or to move the body again. I don't know.
Detectives would eventually discover what Stefan was doing in Northport, along with a shocking discovery which will be revealed later. Still, Stefan has 54 minutes of unaccounted for activity in the area of St. Cloud, 9 miles from Kissimmee. Jennifer, however, claims she has no idea what he may have been doing there on the morning of February 26th.
I didn't think he ever, even knew where St. Cloud was because we've never driven down that way ever.
You live in Kissimmee, right?
Yeah, I know, but to me, he's never had a reason to ever drive down to St. Cloud. Ever.
Investigators continue to pry information from Jennifer, unaware of just how close they are to a major breakthrough. For now, Jennifer poses a dark and twisted theory for where they might search for Madeline.
If I were him, and I had to stash a body, but I would never do this. My mind would say to go to Lake Toho. There's a lot of woods there. There's a lot of gators.
Like I told you, we should come to a point where we will. right? Volusia County Sheriff's Office just found somebody the other day that's been missing for a long time. People get found. Sometimes it's quick, sometimes it's not quick, but we will find her. What you need to think about is when you find her, is there an opportunity or a chance that we are going to prove that you did not assist us to your full capability in this investigation? And if that is true, you need to think about the consequences of that. Consequences of hindering a murder investigation or a capital sexual battery investigation could be punishable up to probably the same charges, the same time in jail. I know you know that I don't believe what you're saying, and I know you know that I think you prioritize Stefan, but you prioritize jail. You see what I'm saying? Like, if we come back and prove that you sat in this room and misled us, that you didn't lead us in the right direction, or that you assisted, or you acknowledged, or you knew, you need warning from jail.
If I knew anything, I swear I would tell you.
At 4 p.m., just minutes after Jennifer's interrogation comes to a frustrating end, a call reaches detectives about a witness who claimed to see the suspect vehicle and a man fitting Stefan's description changing a tire near Hickory Tree Road, the location where Stefan disappeared from cameras in St. Cloud. The witness reveals the exact location where locked gates separate the road from an area of private property. The property owner gives police permission to enter, and horrifically, tucked inside a long expanse of bamboo trees, Madeline's body is discovered. She's found wearing a green-colored sweatshirt and blue jeans, and her body is covered by pieces of what appeared to be hay or dry grass. The bottoms of her socks are clean, suggesting she was carried. Records would also reveal the sickening purpose of Stefan's trip to Northport while his family slept at the hotel. According to police records, at 6:34 a.m., just after arriving in Northport, Stefan attempted to log into his Google account. It was later that Chris discovered the hard drive for Stefan's computer had been removed and placed in a bin at Chris's storage facility. He handed it over to the police, where it was found to contain over 35,000 explicit images of children. In a call between Chris and Stefan recorded from the jail, Stefan is confronted with the grim reality of a long future behind bars.
The penalty for the crimes you have been charged with carry a minimum 40-year sentence. So obviously we're going to be gone. We'll all be gone. We're sad about that, obviously, because there won't be anybody here for you when you come out.
Yeah, and I'll be lucky if I have another 40 years left in me either, so.
Yeah. I wish there was a way that, you and I can have a conversation, all of us could have a conversation to understand what's taken place, how this came about, how you arrived here, because it would help us better understand the situation, because we're at a loss for understanding how all this came about. I mean, we're just totally baffled.
Well, I didn't start it.
Oh, you didn't start it, but you participated in it, which is just as bad as not starting it, but that's for another day.
Obviously, I can't get into specific details or anything, but, I mean, if you'd like to schedule a visit with me or something, maybe we can find some way to talk.
I don't know. I think we're always going to be recorded, so there won't be an opportunity to do that.
A later autopsy would rule Madeline's cause of death as strangulation. Though an exact time of death could not be determined, investigators believe she was deceased before she was taken out of the apartment and was killed either the night of her birthday party or early the following morning.
Damn.
The footage of the young girl seen wandering away from the church Monday morning was not Madeline, but an unfortunate coincidence that the person on camera bore a similar resemblance. Stefan is being held without bond and is currently facing multiple charges, including 13 counts of sexual battery, 7 counts of lewd molestation, 39 counts of unlawful possession of obscene materials, and first-degree capital murder. On April 26, 2024, 37-year-old Stefan Michael Stearns entered a plea of not guilty. His jury trial is set to begin on September 22, 2025, where prosecutors intend to seek the death penalty.
Oh,
he currently
shit.
awaits his fate at the Osceola County Jail in Kissimmee, Florida. Jennifer has not been charged with any crimes related to the disappearance or murder of Madeline Soto.
Interesting. Dumbass mom, dude. What kind of dumbass mom lets their boyfriend have slumber parties with their of-age daughter? Like they're like of age to be like after the period or whatever. I don't know. Kind of crazy. It's kind of, it'd be crazy even with the 8-year-old. Like, unless it's the dad, your dad. You know, you hang out, watch a movie in bed with dad. Might not be weird. 8 years old, but stepdad. Oh, that's weird. That's a little weird. Kinda. I don't know. Be different if it was a little boy, probably. The girl. Why? Like, I don't know, man. I'm glad I've never had to be in any kind of situation like that. I don't even date women that have kids. I've done it a couple times, and it was just such an added, like, headache to everything. It wasn't worth it. It was weird. Everything felt awkward. Kid was there all the time doing his kid thing. And of course, like, their dad's a shitbag and not in their life, so that's like adds to the whole weirdness of it. Especially like when they're young like that, because they don't understand. Really weird. I've also dated a chick that had high school kids, and that was weird too, because they were bigger than me. They were like football players. Remember they got up one morning, I was sleeping on the couch or something, and I'm like, oh, okay. Awkward. They just look like grown men. Oh, hey, what's up, man? And she was a school teacher too, so I took her to a show. Dude, that female is in one of my YouTube videos, actually. She's in the Adventure Club video. It's a chick that I panned to that's right next to me, the really short chick. It was her kids, actually. It might have been, I can't remember if it was that night or not, if I gave her a ride home that night and ended up crashing at her place or something. Why the hell else I'd have been crashing at her place? I went over there to hang out. Possibly. Oh, that was the last time I did that, though, when I woke up to her two big-ass boys in the living room. I hadn't moved up yet to sleeping in the bed, but for one, because she had two grown-ass teenage kids that would definitely know what was going on. Sea chicken. But I have slept over at a female's house where she had a younger kid, and the kid would like, dude, it was opening the door on us and coming in while like, that was awkward too. So either way, it's awkward. Older kid, younger kid, awkward. Yeah, look at this thing. What in the heck is going on right now? Are you hungry yet? Why is it so crunchy? This fish is so crunchy. Very interesting. Hard skeleton. Man, Simon has been in my lab all morning. You've seen this, right? He's still here. It's been like 3 hours now, almost. At least he's not asleep. That's good. Worries me when he's asleep for that long. I'll be. Boy. Dude, look, they're saying right here it was the crosswinds.
To a story we have been following since.
But I was saying like yesterday, they let this plane land at the wrong runway, I think.
18 passengers were injured after a Delta plane flipped upside down during landing at Toronto Pearson Airport.
Here's what we know tonight. The FAA says 80 people were on that plane at the time of the crash, 76 passengers and 4 crew. The aircraft was arriving from Minneapolis. There were no deaths or critical injuries. This, according to airport officials.
We also learned that the same aircraft that crashed flew from Cleveland to Minneapolis earlier today. NBC's Tom Casello has the latest.
On the runway in Toronto, a terrifying end for Delta Flight 4819.
Our plane crashed. It's upside down.
Lying upside down on the runway, an Endeavour Air regional jet had just arrived from Minneapolis in gusty winds when something went terribly wrong.
This airplane just crashed at 23.
As thick black smoke poured from the plane, firefighters smothered the scene in foam. The right wing ripped off, the fuselage bearing what appeared to be skid or soot marks.
Everything, drop it.
All 80 people on board managed to escape through the emergency exits.
I was walking to this fence and I could see a CRJ that is possibly crashed on the airport. The airplane is flipped.
18 people injured and transported to area hospitals, including 2 airlifted to trauma centers. 1 child rushed to Children's Hospital in Toronto.
I've seen a few people on stretchers that we've transported.
Plane, the Bombardier CRJ 900 regional jet made in Canada.
God damn it. They're fucking always had to give you twice as much bullshit. I didn't need any of that. A minute and 30, I just wanted to hear about the crosswinds.
A workhorse for short-haul flights worldwide. At the time of the crash, it was 18 degrees with 20 to 30 mile-per-hour winds and strong crosswinds. The question for investigators, how and why did the plane lose at least one, maybe both wings on landing, then flip over, causing like jet fuel to spill onto the runway?
I think it's possible the wing may have touched the runway due to a gust, and if that's the case, then the rest of this makes sense. But the recorders are going to show that.
In a statement, Delta said...
Okay, well, they don't know yet. Thank you. You need to know what's your statement, buddy.
Cheers. Today I want to talk to you about alcohol and bodybuilding. I haven't had any alcohol for 5 months now. I've given it up for good. Now, right about now, someone's going to say, I thought you stopped alcohol 2 years ago when you dumped it all out on New Year's Eve. I've stopped about 30 times since then, but this time is for good, and it's different this time. Let me explain why. Giving up alcohol is difficult. Even if you're not chemically addicted, alcohol makes you feel good. Let me describe what my alcohol habits were before I gave it up 5 months ago. I was, I think what you'd call a happy drinker. I didn't drink when I had problems. I drank when I was in a really happy mood. And I had certain triggers. So, for example, the biggest trigger of all was when my husband and I would sit out by our pool at night with all the
Well, that was unexpected. I've been watching this guy off and on for like a decade. Did anybody else know he was gay? Fuck, man. Oh, I gotta hold up. For the people.
Got news for you. That means you're gay.
Landscape lighting on, and we could see the silhouette of the mountain in the moonlight. We're playing our favorite chill music. That was my trigger for a margarita. And so,
dude, I'm kind of bummed out, dude. It was obvious. I just thought he was kind of goofy. People probably think I'm gay too, man.
I would have like 2 strong margaritas a night. By strong, I mean like 3 shots of tequila in each margarita. So I was probably having 6 shots a day. I never got even tips in the slightest because of my body mass.
That's not what I was drinking, probably 6.
So I wasn't getting drunk, but I was consistent in my alcohol use. And it finally caught up with me. So I'm doing my yearly physical.
That's what I was worried about
yearly lab work, and my doctor says, "So, how much you been drinking?" And I told him, and he said, "Your liver enzymes are elevated now, just a little bit, and what that means is your alcohol consumption is affecting your liver." And he said, you need to cut down to 3 drinks a week. That would be good.
Shit.
The problem
might as well just stop at that point.
Work for me. Alcohol is like sugar. I can have it, or I cannot have it. I can't have a little of it. I'm not one of those people that can have 3 M&Ms. I'd much rather have 0 M&Ms, because if I have 3, I'm going to eat the whole 5-pound bag. Don't test me. I will. We probably tried.
My bucket's gone.
I mean, we tried every set of the rules in the book. My husband was supportive of me trying to stop. So I would try, okay, we'll only drink if we're out at a restaurant. We'll only drink if it's a special occasion. We'll only drink, I'd come up with all these rules. And you know what? None of them worked. But what I found worked well for me is, no, I'm just not drinking at all for any reason. Same as for sugar. And so it's been 5 months now, and
no sugar either?
It has been amazing.
Matter from not drinking all the sugar I'm eating now.
Let me tell you the benefits of stopping alcohol for me. I'm sleeping better, number 1. Now, at this point, people are worse. Say, well, I drink a lot, and it helps me sleep like a baby. Well, you're confusing passing out with sleeping. Yes, with drinking alcohol, you can fall asleep quickly, but your quality of sleep is shit.
It didn't seem like it was that bad.
Important. What I found was,
maybe I'm just a professional drinker.
It wasn't that noticeable, but after that, what I found is I was going from, when I was drinking the 2 margaritas a day.
So did you see what D-Live just did? What the fuck? Fuck you, D-Live. I don't like you.
Up 4 or 5 times during the night because I would wake up and I would just pee, but it wasn't really because I had to pee. It was just because I wasn't sleeping well. Now I wake up once.
Let me think about that. You know what? I might be getting up a little less to pee in the middle of the night now. But I'm still tossing and turning the same. But yeah, maybe.
So I'm sleeping way better.
I don't have to pee as much for some reason.
The other thing, as you can see, I'm much leaner than I was 5 months ago.
I'm not. It's fatter.
There's 2 issues with alcohol. First of all, there's the calories in the alcohol itself. And with a sugary drink like margaritas, that's significant. The second issue is that when you're drinking alcohol, you make poor nutritional decisions. That snack after you've had your drinks for the night, is easy to rationalize when you're drunk. Peanuts are good for you. Yeah, well, that was just 2,000 calories of peanuts, thank you very much. The other thing,
well, and plus the
young
fat,
people like 18-year-olds,
because your liver can't process both at the same time. It's going to process the alcohol first, and the more fatty foods you eat, the more it's going to get stored. So you're actually better off eating carbs rather than fat while you're drinking. But most people crave fat for some reason while they're drinking. Fatty foods. I think meat is the best thing to eat while you're drinking. It slows down the absorption of the alcohol.
yeah, they can drink like
Better than bread. Better than bread because meat takes so long to process and it absorbs liquids. Bread absorbs liquids, but it gets processed fairly quickly in comparison. I learned this from DUI classes. The instructor, told us, like, the common misconception is to eat crackers and bread, but eat meat. That's what you want to do if you don't want to get another DUI, boy. Eat the meat. Why do you guys think I'm always eating the meat? Because he trained me. It was 2 decades ago I was trained, boy. I've been eating the meat ever since. I've been drinking and eating the meat. Actually, I don't drink anymore, but I might. Who knows?
Fish and still have lean bodies, but their metabolism is twice mine. I'm 65. So, you know, you might be able to get away with this as an 18-year-old. You can't get away with it when you get over 50. The last big difference I've noticed is that I'm much more productive because once you've had that first drink and start to relax, all those plans you had for the evening of all the productive things you wanted to get done, they don't happen. So I find I'm way more productive. I've pretty much passed every test. So I think I'm pretty good for life now. The biggest test was we've done 2 cruises where the alcohol was free, including this one. This bottle was left in our room complimentary. You'll see it's still not consumed. And mixed drinks are included free too. And what I order is the non-alcoholic beer, the Heineken Zero. So fortunately, that's included in the plan. So I'm completely fine drinking the Heineken Zero. I have had no interest in mixed drinks. You know, every once in a while when I see a salty rim margarita, it's like, oh, look the other way, look the other way. But other than that, I'm good. I think I'm non-alcoholic for life. So for a long time, I've known that there's no healthy amount of alcohol. But that's a lot different. This theoretical, you know, alcohol is not good for you.
Lime? What do you mean?
Ether. It's completely different when it shows up on your liver enzymes in your yearly physical. It's like, shit gets real then. It's like, you know what? You need to stop. It's showing up in your lab results. I think that's the big reason why it was so easy for me to stop this time.
Yeah,
there was a really good reason. So, if you're someone who drinks a lot and want to stop, if you don't get routine physicals, maybe you should consider getting a physical with full lab tests and see what your liver enzymes are, because that might provide you the motivation you need to stop alcohol. Thanks for watching.
That's why I'm always asking you, Ted, if you get your liver enzymes checked. Ooh. I haven't seen you here in a while. I want to go hang out in the blue ball. The blue ball, you know I do, baby. How blue is it? Too blue. Yeah. Oh yeah? You got some margaritas for me? Because I need to get loose. What if he sees this? He gets a notification that I used that and he watches back? That could happen. Oh, oh, wait, there's still a picture. What happened here yesterday? Of the protest. So yeah, what we're working with out here so far, you know, this is early on in the season of protests. It's not even summer yet. Once summer hits, who knows? I might get my ass out there. I might get one of the 5G hotspots turned on so I can go out there with a strong ass signal with my Speedify. Have both my phone and signal from the hotspot. You know, anyway, I don't know what the future holds. He'll be a little older, maybe. Wouldn't even really matter. Speeding schedule will be the same, and all I have to do is Simon. And I still won't have much time, but still, maybe I'll be able to fit something in between 12 and 6:30. Okay, I voted. Oh, I didn't vote it. Damn, I didn't vote it. I thought I did. I just have to go to Long Beach. Oh, there was this here though. This is local. And of course all of Reddit is saying these guys are racist. But it says F your flags. F all your foreign flags with the Proud Boy symbol. Support your local ICE raids. This is close by. Close to the Long Beach Reddit. But it's not getting all hate. Of course it's going to get mostly hate because it's Reddit and it's mostly Democrats on here. Been downvoted as shit though. They've been all the people that are for it are downvoted. They're probably at the very bottom. You see. Oh, I'm not at the bottom yet. We're got to get to the bottom of this. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Why are they a-holes? ICE is just doing their jobs. Fly your flag in your country. Then there is no problem. -51. Let the law enforcement do their job. Love it. I used to have no problem with the undocumented migrants until they came to my yard, stole my electric bike, and fucked me up. -27. Hey, you can't not like them stealing your shit. In my opinion, why even post this? We live in a country where there's supposed to be freedom of speech. Who cares if a dozen people want to exercise their right? There are millions of people here. There are going to be groups of supporters of everything. That's what makes the country great. If you disagree, pay them no mind. No need to post it online so thousands of more people see their signs. You're helping them be seen. -25. Love it. Support your local ICE. -26. I gotta reverse it. I have powers. Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. One for me, buddy. Love it. Person only has -15. I wonder why. Why do you get so comfortable while you're watching him at the fucking gate now? Love it. For that, you gotta go. Staring right at him, meowing. Should be running over to him. He's just like all comfortable in the lap, like, yeah, meow out there, bitch. Now who's got him? That's too long to read, though. Time we stand up for ourselves and our country. So they are a-holes because they think differently than you. What about all the truly a-holes that shut down freeways? I bet those people are heroes. Right? See, I'm not alone here in Long Beach. There are others. We gotta get these people back up on the charts, man. Hell yeah. Dooby dooby doo doo dooby doo doo doo. What was I gonna go to though? It was the other one that just happened. I want to see if I can tell what it says. Yep. Best Marine Pacifica. Off PCH. And there's an In-N-Out right across the street. PCH and what is that? 2nd Street? Whoa. Let's dude, where is it? I gotta put it on that newness. There it is. There's one picture from it. Another one though. There's a video from it. Picture from it. Woohoo! Woo! I'll vote it so it stays on my history. Paging Mr. Herman. Mr. Herman. Didn't know he was gay.
With Gavin Newsom getting term limited out of the governor's office in 2026, the race to replace him has begun.
Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco is running for governor in 2026. Sure. He announced his campaign today in Riverside, becoming the first major Republican in the race.
But can a Republican actually win the state? With the disaster that many saw as mismanaged, perhaps the time for a change in a new direction has never been more possible. But with others potentially joining the fray, like RFK's ex-running mate Nicole Shanahan and a certain word salad spewer, the race is just getting started. But let's take a look at why Sheriff Bianco has many on the right excited about a potential governorship.
This love affair that our governor and our state legislature have with criminals is based on the belief that criminals are not responsible for their own actions. They're a victim of society, and really it's our fault. And I'm wondering if I'm having a change of heart and deciding that, you know what, maybe I've been wrong. And I think I'm going to change teams. I think it's time that instead of letting them out of jail and giving them alcohol and drugs and everything else, I think it's time we put a felon in the White House. Trump 2024, baby.
From the beginning, I told you that I would not be enforcing the stay-at-home order, partly because I trusted our residents' ability to do the right thing without the fear of being arrested. I refuse to make criminals out of business owners, single moms, and otherwise healthy individuals for exercising their constitutional rights.
You can't arrest somebody for going out and exercising in public or not wearing a mask. At the same time, they're trying to force me to release real criminals from jail. They want me to make criminals out of law-abiding citizens that are, trying to support a family. It doesn't make sense anymore.
The dictatorial attitude toward California residents while dining in luxury, traveling, keeping his business open, and sending his kids to in-person private schools is very telling about his attitude toward California residents, his feelings about the virus, and it is extremely hypocritical. We have been infected by liberal judges appointed by a progressive liberal governor or governors that are destroying our criminal justice system and causing what to all of us is our biggest issue in California, and that is rising crime, homelessness, drugs, all of those issues. Thousands upon thousands of criminals are being released from custody early, crime is increasing, and our governor is closing prisons instead of building new ones. It defies common sense. The driving force in our crisis is a radical, progressive agenda fraudulently called criminal justice reform. This is nothing short of a sick and twisted social experiment where law enforcement is the bad guy and criminals are somehow victims of society and not responsible for their actions, their crimes, or accountable to their countless victims. I will do everything I can within the confines of the sanctuary state laws of California to cooperate with ICE to remove criminals from our jails. I will also continue to fight to reform an extremely dangerous sanctuary state law forced upon us by reckless politicians that forces federal immigration officials from ICE into our communities to find these criminals rather than removing them from the safety of our county jails.
How do you keep people from moving out of state? What can you do as governor?
We have to fix the things that are driving them out. They're driving them out because we pay far too much in taxes. We are not getting any benefit from those taxes. Our tax money is being wasted by our government. The regulations here for building, you can't afford a home here. It's impossible to buy a home. It's so sad that you have young couples that are trying to find friends to go in halves on to buy a house. There's something seriously wrong with that system, and it's the government that's caused it. So the price of gas, the price of food, harming our farmers to put them out of business, which eventually drives the cost of food up for Californians, it absolutely makes no sense. So if we fix those issues, then the people will come back.
Yeah, I know.
And joining us now is former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley. Most recently, though, he was the Social Security Commissioner under President Biden. That's exactly why I wanted to talk to him today. So, Governor, when we talk about DOJ accessing Social Security data, what's your understanding of what they want access to exactly?
Oh, I'm not sure. I don't even think they know what they want exactly. I mean, every day.
What kinds of things could they get access to?
Oh, what they could get access to is personal identifying information, yours, mine, where we live, what we've earned, what our benefits are.
PayPal could have given Musk that long
all sorts
ago.
Of personal identifying information that is actually a crime to browse. In fact, when I was the commissioner, President Biden's commissioner of Social Security, if an employee was browsing personal identifying information without any claimant business purpose to it, that was a fireable offense, and frequently something that we would refer people to the Office of Inspector General for criminal prosecution. Of course, the co-presidents Musk and Trump have done away with the inspector generals of all of the agencies. So it's hard to say where that would be referred, but I'm not sure exactly what they want. But I do know is that according to reports, there were the people, career civil servants who resigned rather than become accomplices in going through people's personal identifying information. Now, what they ultimately want to do with it, who the hell knows? I don't think they know. They have a bunch of 19-year-old nitwits up there from DOJ that are rummaging around in personal data. What the end game is, I'm not really sure. It is already, Social Security is already the most efficient insurance corporation, private or public sector in America today. They operate with a 50-year low in staffing on less than 1% overhead. So who knows what they're up to?
So the White House is saying, and Garrett alluded to this, is that they're doing this to root out fraud. That's the reason that they're throwing out there. But there is an Inspector General report from 2023 that says improper payments are less than 1% of payouts. Internal estimates put it at about $72 billion over 8 years, so about $9 billion a year. It's significant, but it's actually a small percentage. Is that the real fraud? Like, what are they chasing here?
I don't know exactly what they're chasing. When I was commissioner, we would gather the deputy commissioners around the same table, and every 2 weeks on an agile basis, we would look at what the biggest threats of fraud were and how we can deter, prevent, get in the way of that fraud. What we found when we were there, when I was there, is that the biggest threat was actually people who are trying to, steal people's identities in order to kind of hijack Mrs. Kaczynski's check and send it to a different bank account. So that was the biggest instance of fraud that we were looking at. It is a large agency, so any sort of overpayment, underpayment mistake can have large numbers to it. But as you pointed out yourself, the percentage compared to the size of the agency and the number of people who depend on Social Security as a lifeline is actually pretty small. In fact, unlike the Department of Defense, year in and year out, Social Security gets a clean audit from, last year, I think it was Ernst & Young who was hired to do the audit. And every year they receive the SEER award from the Association of Government Accountants because of their openness, their transparency, their clarity of their reporting.
But I think you bring up there, Governor, something that's really important, which is that DOJ or the Trump administration are not the first people to look through and make sure that this agency is functioning and paying out money to the people that it's supposed to. Most recently, that job fell at your feet, or very recently, rather. So I think as people are looking at this reporting around what might be happening within Social Security, what would you say to people who are on that program, watching this, looking at that reporting? What should they do here, if anything?
They being whom? The people that
they
work
being
there?
People who are on Social Security.
Oh, I think we should all be, anybody who depends on Social Security, and there are many. I mean, half of all seniors living alone depend entirely on Social Security. So these guys are men and women from DOJ. I think they have no idea of how fragile this agency is. I mean, Social Security today serves more customers, active beneficiaries than ever because of baby boomers like me now being in the ranks of the retired. And yet, because of House Republican cuts, they are doing so with staffing that's already been reduced to a 50-year low. So the biggest threat to Social Security right now is that the co-presidents, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, drive 10,000 people out of the agency and those benefit checks get interrupted. That's the greatest threat to Social Security now. The other stuff they spew out there about zombies getting checks and 200 million dead Americans getting checks, all total horse hockey. Not true. But what is true is that they can crater this agency. They can do it very quickly, and they have likely no idea how fragile this already depleted and overworked agency is. They're about to find out, though.
There.
Horse hockey, huh? Hockey. Horse hockey is horse hockey. Wait, what is this? There was this one. Where's the one? Where was that posted? Did you post that somewhere else, Ted? This one? No. Where's the thing with the... Where's that at?
Got news for you. That means
I see that I saw the numbers somewhere. I thought it was here. Maybe it was on Elon's page. Maybe it was Elon himself. Anybody else see that? There it is. The age range of the people that are on Social Security. And there's some people that are like 300 years old, supposedly. You can't see on the bottom. I mean, what's up with that? That's interesting that most people are in their 30s. I wouldn't have thought that most people on Social Security are in their 30s. How are there so many kids on it also? How did they get on it? To their parents, I guess, huh? Sorry about that. Kitty, kitty, where are you today? I didn't think that bodybuilder was gay. He stopped drinking, no. No drinks for him. No sexy parties by the pool with his boyfriend and his husband. No drinks for him. They just be sussin'. Look at his nipples, how they so big. They just be sussin'. I don't know how he did it. Just be sussin'. They just be sucking. I didn't even know that he is gay. No either, dude. Ooh, medication is ready for pickup. Isn't that cool? And heck yeah. Heck freaking yeah, man. I don't know if I'm ready. Dude, I accidentally saved I took a screenshot of this guy. Homo. Hey, shit. You know, I don't know, I must have pocket done it. I don't even remember watching this one. I've seen this guy before though, he's the fruit guy. But I opened it and I looked at my screen, it shows all the new stuff that's happened, and it said screenshot. And I could see like a mini image of that. I'm like, what the fuck, is that me? Screenshot myself. I clicked on it, it was that dude. Oh man, I didn't delete it. Hilarious. Since I clicked off of it. Oh wait, there it is. No, we'll just keep it. I'll keep it. Memory, it's not taking up my space. Oh yeah, this is what I like. I like guys with small pieces of big knives in their hand. Yeah. I had to take a screenshot of that one for later. I want somebody to find my phone or something. They're like going through it, like what really happened to him? Well, he's got this screenshot. He must have been gay. We didn't know he was gay. That's gonna lead into it. It's 11:11. What time did I do the screenshot? I gotta know more about all of this. It's gonna be used. Evidence. He took the screenshot at I see it actually. How do I see? How do I see the information? Dude, go away. Close out. I don't even know how to use it to see it. I'm upset. I'm so upset about that. I just want to see the information. But it's not letting me. That happened. I don't know. It happened. So I'm looking extra shiny. Lord, that's what got me. New York City migrants loot luxury homes before ICE deports them. That's not cool. Andy in the 18th century. Wow. That looks educational. I guess Mama doesn't mind the new food. Chicken and liver. I don't know what kind of liver. Payment delays expected for Social Security. This YouTuber is trying to fear-monger people into thinking. Steve Ram. Conservative boss accused in gay groping sexual assault lawsuit agrees to settlement. You might be a little gay. That happens to you. Mama's eating all my food now. Wish she'd leave a little bite or two for somebody else. You might really like it. The 1495 syphilis outbreak. A deadly disease that swept across Europe. What? Damn. Look at the thumbnail for this is gross, dude. These people's faces. Damn, man. And there was nothing they could do for it probably back then. Once you got it, you were just screwed. They probably thought that was the devil and way of telling them not to have sex outside of marriage and shit. Churches are probably using that to get people to pay them. You need me to preach to you to make you healthier. Your money, give me your 10%, make it 20. Maybe you'll live, maybe you won't. Give me your money. Money. Back then, the church was probably not separate from state either, so they were actually taxing them to go to church, weren't they? You're gonna give me your money whether you like it or not. Syphilis. So, like, why did that just, like, go away? Because we got medicine now that makes it, once we get it, we can stop it? What the hell is syphilis? Bacteria? Yeah, I got it once. Does it give you the drip dick? I got the drip dick one time. I got the drip dick. Is it how, what's going on? What you do to me? I gotta go see a doctor now. That pussy wasn't worth it at all. Kinda think I should've known better. Thank you. Never got with the stanky pussy after that one because I learned better. More stanky pussy for me, thank you. I think it was syphilis. No, what's another one that gives you the drip? Not chlamydia. Is there another S one that does? Let's see. STDs. Looking into it. Oh, it could have been gonorrhea. I think it might have been. I think it was gonorrhea, actually. I've gotten these two. Well, I don't know if I had this one. I was with a girl who said she tested positive for it after we'd been together, and I think she knew that she had it beforehand, probably, and that's why she told me. I don't know. I had to take the medication for it, but this one I knew about. This is what causes it really itchy, and my pee hole started closing up on me. Pee hole started closing up on me. I had to go to the doctor to open up. Oh, genital rectal throat. Oh, Oh, I gotta be careful. It's gonna show me a penis. Oh no, y'all can't see what I'm seeing. It is most common younger dose of bacteria. Yeah, I was in my 20s. Infect general tract mouth. You get very better. Just tell me what it is. Does it make it itchy? Does it make it drip? Drip, drop, drip, drop. I'm just gonna ask. Baby, you make my dick grip all night long. It does say gonorrhea and chlamydia are two common sexually transmitted infections that can cause penile discharge. Other STIs that can cause discharge include trichomoniasis and syphilis. Oh, so syphilis can do. Abnormal discharge is green, yellow, cloudy, pus-like, or cheesy. You definitely want to go to the doctor if it's cheesy, I guess. Damn. What kind of cheese we talking about here? Talking about blue cheese? If I got anything coming out looking like blue cheese, I'm definitely freaking out. But if it's like the easy cheese stuff out of a can, hey, that's normal, ain't it? The really white one, the white cheese. No, that's not normal. Nothing. Okay, nothing cheesy. Not even the smoothest of cheeses. Gotcha. I didn't know that. It's good to know. If I ever have cheese come out of my dick, go to the doctor. Is there anything else I should know? It doesn't say blood, so I guess I'm good. It does not say anything about red or blood, so it seems that bleeding out of the penis is okay still. It's only, I don't actually have this, I'm just asking it. What does bleeding, I bet it's like bleeding from the penis, I bet this happens actually. Oh my god. Why is it auto-filling? Bleeding from penis can occur, injury, infection, or other health. Really? You can bleed from the inside out? I'm talking about urethral here. So maybe I should put... We just talk about the holy shit. That's scary as shit. I bet people doing that stupid ass urethra sounding shit, I bet that can mess up. Have you seen that? They shove metal rods up their urethras, dude, while they got a boner. Gotta put another bowl out with. Mama. Oh well. I gotta put another bowl out. Or should I? You think? This is really bad. My feeding schedule for them is non-existent. They just... But they don't ever always seem to need me either, so I feel like if all of a sudden I have moved, that someone else would just be feeding more. Don't worry about that though. I don't want to be their main source of food and think that there's just some sort of never-ending supply of food here. I want something to at least start grubbing on that's left there before I Got another bowl too. A little bit left in there. I'd rather not sit out very long because when a trident comes, I can probably get her to hang out until I bring it out if I see her. As soon as I see her, I can go. I can do that at the back door and she'll wait for me. Hey man, I probably can't do this forever. So, man, gotta figure out these cats. Gotta figure it out. Dude, that's like, why are you like 0 or 100 with this shit? Simon, I don't get it. Huh? Like, you're not laying in my lap at all, or you're laying in my lap constantly. What's going on? Do we have some middle ground here? All he said. He went back to sleep. Nope, I'll go back to sleep. That forever sign, man. I liked it up there. Email hype. You can email me now, baby. We can meet up in the alley. What's going on for Tuesday? You were gonna leave here, but probably. No, though. He's being very vocal. Uh-oh. Why are you so mean? Baby, come here. Baby, come here. Come here. Come here. Baby. So weak. Here. Oh, tail feels weak. And I didn't step on our tail earlier. Oh, no, it's... First U.S. Marines relocate from Okinawa to Guam after years of delays. Interesting. Closer to China. Right? Where is it?
When you close your hand,
这个就是大眼肉体啊。
you can see mysterious little creatures wiggle around. They look like worms, but they're not.
它不坏吗？这么弱小的这个河蟹啊。
It's actually a common ingredient we often eat.
现在这个时刻是最好吃的时刻。
哎，鸭舌头，骗子骗子！
These are actually baby crabs. They are artificially bred for aquaculture.
我们下期见吧。
It takes about 2 years for the crabs to fully mature. However, in China, eating baby crabs has recently become a trend for some reason. That's because the high cost of adult crabs. Some people believe that eating baby crabs provides the same nutrients as eating adult crabs, so they started eating baby crabs since they're cheaper.
What?
This idea is really bizarre. When you close your hand,
这个就是大眼肉体啊。
you can see mysterious little creatures wiggle around.
Interesting. They're fried on like ground beef. Oh my gosh, I gotta put another bowl out though, don't I? Sun's about to be on it anyway. I probably shouldn't put, well, it's trident that I worry about though.
Ever wonder why honey never spoils? It's one of those magical mysteries of nature that has puzzled and amazed people for centuries. I mean, you could find a jar of honey from ancient Egypt, and it would still be as good as new. Imagine discovering a sweet treat that's thousands of years old and still perfectly edible. Today, I'm going to reveal the secret behind honey's eternal shelf life. Get ready to be amazed by the science and magic behind this golden nectar. First things first, honey is like nature's magic potion. It's not just sweet and delicious, it's a marvel of natural preservation. It has this special combination of low water content and high acidity that makes it almost impossible for bacteria and microorganisms to thrive. This unique balance creates an environment where spoilage is nearly impossible. It's basically saying, hey germs, no party for you here. The high sugar content also plays a crucial role in keeping those pesky bacteria at bay. Now let's talk about the bees. These little guys aren't just making honey for fun. They are nature's tiny chemists, working tirelessly to create this incredible substance. They actually
I'm fairly certain that this song was on one of these playlists that I've played over the past couple of days. This guitar music in the background. Do you recognize it? If you do, it's because it's from Artlist. Dude, it sounds very familiar, doesn't it?
glucose oxidase to the nectar they collect. This enzyme is a game changer in the honey-making process. This enzyme breaks down into hydrogen peroxide, which acts like a natural preservative. It's like having a built-in defense mechanism against spoilage. So it's like honey has its own built-in germ-fighting superhero. These bees really know what they're doing, and that's not all. Honey is also hygroscopic, which means it can absorb moisture from the air. This property helps maintain its consistency and quality over time. But it doesn't stop there. Honey's ability to absorb moisture also means it can stay fresh and delicious for years. It has something called a supersaturated sugar solution. This is a fancy way of saying that the sugar content is so high, it can't dissolve any more sugar. This high sugar content creates an environment where bacteria and other microorganisms simply can't survive. It's like a natural barrier against spoilage. So when honey does absorb moisture, it doesn't affect its quality, but instead makes it even thicker and more delicious. It's like nature's way of enhancing its own creation. Now you might be thinking, okay, that's cool, but what about crystallization? Good question. Crystallization is a natural process that happens to honey over time. When honey crystallizes, it's not spoiling. It's just the natural sugars forming crystals. This doesn't mean the honey has gone bad, it's just the natural sugars forming crystals. You can still enjoy it, or you can easily fix it by gently warming the honey, and it'll return to its liquid gold state. Just be patient and avoid overheating. Just be careful not to overheat it, or you might lose some of its beneficial properties. The key is to warm it slowly and gently. And here's a fun fact. Honey is also antimicrobial. This means it can kill or inhibit the growth of harmful microorganisms. This property has made honey a valuable resource in traditional medicine. That's why honey has been used in traditional medicine for centuries, especially for treating wounds and burns. Its healing properties are truly remarkable. It's like the Swiss Army knife of the food world, versatile, reliable, and always ready to help. So, the next time you see a jar of honey sitting in your pantry, remember it's not just a sweet treat. It's a powerhouse of nature's preservation techniques. It's a powerhouse of nature's preservation techniques. No wonder it never goes bad. Honey is truly one of nature's most incredible gifts. All right, folks, that's the secret behind honey's eternal shelf life. If you enjoyed this little dive into the world of honey, make sure to hit that like.
Mustard. Put in the wound. They even say to keep is it for burns or wounds? Which is it? They say keep it in your first aid pack. Your bug out bag. You're supposed to keep a little mustard packet. My nose. While mustard is not typically included in standard first aid kits, some people believe it can be used as home remedy to help relieve the pain and inflammation from insect bites, minor burns, or muscle aches due to its ability to increase blood flow to the affected area by creating a mild irritation. I don't know. Yeah, like if you burn your hand, you're supposed to coat it in mustard. I've actually seen this video. First aid trick, no one else. I remember this guy with his aluminum foil in his fingers. Go Frank.
Last night with Lee Edmonds wasn't a toy.
Oh, he looks like Valentine's Day wrapped up in a man, doesn't he? Oh, poor belly. He's so good tonight. I'm gonna buy me some dinars. CIA expanding drone flights over Mexico to search for cartels.
The U.S. government is ramping up its covert aerial surveillance program in an effort to win the war against Mexican drug cartels. The New York Times reporting the CIA has expanded secret drone flights over Mexico in an effort to find fentanyl labs. News Nation's border correspondent Ali Bradley is live for us. So, Ali, how does all of this work?
Yeah, hey, Nicole. So these Reaper drones are on the hunt right now in Mexico. They're covertly looking for these criminal cartel organizations and their fentanyl labs. So what we know right now is that the president has promised to designate them as terrorists. But right now, that is still something that they are mulling over and dealing with. They have not signed that executive order. So we're seeing these kind of surveillance drones, if you will, crossing that international airspace. And they're big. They're MQ-9 Reaper drones. And they're carrying out these stealth missions. And they're not
they can have weaponry on them.
They can
That's the only
actually
difference,
carry
I think,
payloads for precision strikes.
Payloads.
This is a move, though, that has been used by the
Bobskis.
U.S. to target suspected terrorists in other
Bobskis
countries.
there.
We're talking about Syria and Iraq. But the CIA has not been
That ain't just
authorized
a
to
drone.
use the drones to take lethal action.
River.
Officials told the New York Times that they do not envision the drones conducting airstrikes over in Mexico. For now, CIA officers in Mexico are passing information that is being collected by these drones to officials in Mexico. They are adamant about finding these fentanyl labs, which apparently emit chemicals, and that's what makes them easier to find from the air and why they're using these drones. A source familiar with the matter told one news outlet that these recent flights were communicated to Congress using a notification reserved for new or updated covert programs that the CIA intends to conceal or deny. This, of course, signals an escalation. The CIA has reportedly flown surveillance drones to hunt cartels inside Mexico under at least one small program that partnered with Mexican authorities. But the New York Times reports that this began as a secret program under the Biden administration, so this isn't necessarily brand new. The more recent flights, though, were communicated to Congress by the Trump administration using a particular notification, like I said, is reserved for these programs. But the issue is the notifications made no mention of Mexican partners. Again, this signals that escalation across the border. So we talked with Darren Gobb. He is a geopolitical strategist and a U.S. Army veteran, and he's a former Black Hawk pilot. He talks about the CIA's covert drone missions in Mexico. Take a listen.
Can't really get into specifically too much, but let's just say that a lot of that stuff was in some ways perfected during our counterinsurgency fights and things overseas, Afghanistan and Iraq and elsewhere. So if they are used along our side of the border, they can see quite a bit. That would be very useful for the intelligence community to put together a picture of what's happening.
So the Mexican government has taken some steps to address what's going on the other side of the border. Of course, fentanyl production. We know that there are a lot fewer people crossing the border illegally right now. We know that they're tamping down on some of those fentanyl labs, but they're also deploying up to 10,000 troops along their northern border, which, of course, Nicole, is our southern border. So Mexico is trying to do its part, but, of course, the Trump administration wants them to do more when it comes to the fight against fentanyl. Nicole.
All right, so, Ali, let's talk about your report yesterday that Border Patrol agents were stopping the use of body cameras because of possible detection by criminals, but it sounds like this move is now being reversed.
Yeah, so we actually reported just yesterday that these body cameras were being, agents were being told to stand down from using these in the field effective immediately. Now, that order came out on Friday that alerted Border Patrol agents and other law enforcement across the nation that this could potentially be an issue. And one of the biggest problems with it was that it could potentially, the radio frequency being emitted from these body-worn cameras could potentially trip off improvised explosive devices. But there were also social media posts circulating that they could actually tap into these systems in a certain way and actually track these agents and officers while they're out in the field, of course, making the user, the agent, more vulnerable and allowing the bad guy essentially to avoid those law enforcement individuals. So obviously an issue there. But, Nicole, I did reach out to Axon, who is a manufacturer. I also reached out to CBP to find out what was the outcome of that investigation. What were the solutions there? What did they do? Or how are they making sure that the agents using these cameras are safe, and also so that the civilians around are safe as well, and that they're being held accountable when they're out there with these agents and officers. So have not heard back yet, Nicole, but of course we will report anything that we learn.
All right, Allie Bradley live there in Del Rio, Texas. Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on your screen. And don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Oh my gosh. Oh. What? Why would anybody? You're not supposed to cook in those, man. You know, this plastic, what I learned recently, isn't even rated to be used more than it is for just the water being in it. You're not supposed to reuse these plastic containers. You can actually get stuff leached into your food with it. This person proofed their chicken in it. I mean, their bread. That's their chicken. It looks like chicken. Was that poop? If that was poop, I don't agree with that recipe. 0 out of 10.
The Social Security Administration's acting commissioner has resigned following a dispute with the Department of Government Efficiency, the cost-cutting group led by Elon Musk. Michelle King, a longtime SSA official, quit after clashing with DOJ over its efforts to access sensitive government records. She was replaced by Leland Dudek, who supports DOJ's push to eliminate waste and fraud. Dudek will serve as acting commissioner until President Trump's nominee, Frank Bisinano, is confirmed by the Senate. DOJ staffers, embedded at several agencies since Trump launched the initiative, reportedly sought access to SSA's vast database, which includes Social Security numbers, work history, banking information, and medical records for millions of Americans. It remains unclear what specific records sparked King's departure. A White House spokesperson said Trump is committed to appointing, quote, the best and most qualified individuals to lead the agency and expects Bisinano's swift confirmation. The resignation comes as Musk intensifies scrutiny on Social Security fraud, recently claiming to have found instances of 150-year-old people collecting benefits. He called the discovery of 20 million centenarians in the database the biggest fraud in history. The SSA distributes about $1.5 trillion in benefits annually. Despite the shakeup, Trump has pledged to keep Social Security benefits intact for seniors.
For more stories just like these, be sure to subscribe to the New York Post right here on YouTube.
No, I'm not doing it. I really don't like the taste of that weed. It tastes like I'm fucking smoking a plant that I picked for like a weed, an actual weed, a spicy, kind of little spicy. I'm not fond of it. Not fond of it at all. This one tastes way better. Better too. Lucid Blue. Way better than J1. There you go. Final answer. Yeah, baby. Hamas will release 6 Israeli hostages and the bodies of 4 others. Oh shit. Bodies.
Israel and Hamas have agreed to expedite the next swap of hostages for prisoners. Hamas says it will now release 6 hostages this coming Saturday. It also says it will return the remains of 4 dead hostages to Israel in the coming days. Some of these releases
$18 for a gram. It's pretty much bottom of the barrel when it comes to price per gram. There's a little bit cheaper. Maybe I could go to like 15. Anything under 20 is pretty low for wax. So, there's some of the stuff goes for like $80 a gram. But still, it's not the price. That's not why it tastes bad. Terpene profile fucking stinks too. It's like a, I don't know, it's just fucking gross. No, I'm not gonna get I don't think I'm gonna get it again, even though like I'm not flaring up on it, which is always good. That specific combination of terpenes ain't working for me.
has come a week ahead of schedule. They also would mark the return of all living hostages slated for release in this current phase of the ceasefire. In return, Israel has pledged to release scores of Palestinian prisoners, as it's been doing throughout the ceasefire, but it also is agreeing to allow...
Holy shit, what a coincidence, dude. The name of the strain is J1, and I put J1 in. J1 visa is a non-immigrant visa that allows people to participate in exchange programs in the United States. That's the exchange visa. There you go. Learn something new.
Large quantities of tents and mobile homes into Gaza. These supplies are badly needed in the territory. This issue almost caused the ceasefire to collapse last week. Hamas accused Israel of not keeping its pledges to allow housing materials into Gaza, and the ceasefire almost came to a halt over the issue. Now, this new
Dude, don't they need to get all that shit out before they start building? They're just going to build on top of rubble or what? What's really going on, dude? Jack 1. That's why it's a J1. High-end hybrid, it says, is a high-end hybrid. It's a marijuana strain that is gaining widespread popularity, baby. I tell you what. J1 is a cross between two famous sativas, Skunk #1 and Jack Herer. No wonder it tastes like shit. It's like a skunk and Jack combined their essence out of their butthole, and it's in the jar. Is that where they get the name? Oh, no, it's not. But best known for its strong, uplifting, clear-headed buzz. It allows for extra mobility. Ooh. The flowers are emerald green and frosty with sweet aroma resembling the unmistakable Jack Herer pungency. The strain's seemingly only flaw is the top shelf price. No, it wasn't. It tends to come with its exceptional quality. Dude, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Locals only, maybe that's why. Oh, it does say Skunk #1 and Jack Herer on it. On the top of the thing. And it says it's supposed to have terpinolene, which is herbal floral terpene. It's more herbal for this one than anything. It's also found in apples, lilacs, and nutmeg. And carafilene, which is in pepper, or peppery, and myrcene, which is in mangoes. It doesn't taste like any of that. It tastes like herbal, I guess, the first one. Probably. Oh wait, this guy's here. It's a monoterpene. Interesting. A monoterpene. Right, other strains that have it: orange cookies, golden pineapple, golden goat, ghost strain haze. Also have terpinolene. Also all found in apples, sage, turmeric leaf, pines. Oh, yep. I'm getting a lot of pine on this one, actually, for me. Very fucking piney. It's like I'm smoking a fucking pine tree. Actually. Nutmeg and cardamom. Cardamom. It has some of that in there too. Kind of like a citrusy, piney scent. Yeah. Citrusy, piney, kind of herbally. Not my thing. The weed. I don't think many people are a fan of that flavor, are they? The fruity flavors have really taken off in general on both sides, sativa and indica. Pine Sol. It's a little Pine Sol-y. Yeah, what we got going on over here on D-Live? We had something. We had a visitor. Oh well, yeah, we had a visitor. Let's see if this thing works. Press wrong button. Giving out the treasures. We should give that out now. I don't know. Never works. Trying to give that away for weeks now.
Expedited agreement gives both sides reason to claim victory, political victory, but there are also hopes that it could breathe some life into negotiations to extend the ceasefire. The sides are expected to begin talks on a second phase aimed at ending the war altogether and bringing all of the remaining dozens of remaining hostages in Gaza back home in the second phase. Those talks are behind schedule. They haven't started yet. The hope is that this new expedited agreement could breathe some life into those efforts. These latest developments coincide with a deadline Tuesday for Israel to withdraw its remaining troops from southern Lebanon. This is under a separate ceasefire agreement with the Hezbollah militant group. Now, Israel did pull out most of its troops from southern Lebanon, but it is retaining a presence in 5 outposts inside southern Lebanon along the Israeli border. This move has upset the Lebanese. They say Israel is not keeping its pledges under the ceasefire, but for the time being, there is no fighting and the ceasefire remains intact.
Oh, what? What is it? 6ix9ine? 6ix9ine.
In 2017 and 2018, 6ix9ine could not release a song without it doing stupid numbers. He was clearly going crazy. But if we fast forward to 2025, 6ix9ine just had his jewelry, designer bags, and even the plaques for his songs auctioned off by the IRS because he has tens of millions of dollars in debt. So how can an artist go from having multiple platinum singles and albums to going completely broke? Well, to understand that, we got to go back to the beginning. Real quick, my name is Matty Balls. I make weekly music videos. If you want to stay up to date with the latest news and whatnot, make sure to stick around. Also, a little trigger warning because there's some disturbing things in this video, so yeah, just be aware. But let's continue. So before 6ix9ine had broken onto the scene, he was already really controversial. I mean, as soon as you look at him, he's a guy with rainbow hair and 69 tattooed all over his body. He was the definition of a gimmick rapper. But aside from his strange appearance and all of his antics, there was something much more disturbing going on behind the scenes. 6ix9ine blew up from his feature on Trippie Redd's song Polls along with his hit single Gummo, both of which dropped in 2017. And it was also that year that he had to show up in court and was sentenced to 3 years of probation. The reason why was because back in 2015, 6ix9ine was at an apartment in New York where people recorded videos of a 13-year-old girl who was engaging in sexual acts. The victim's mom saw the videos and filed a criminal complaint. They said that 6ix9ine, who was 18 at the time, was making a thrusting motion and smacking her butt while she engaged in oral sex with another man in the video. The girl was also naked in these videos. 6ix9ine reposted these videos on his Instagram, claiming to police that he did this to make his rapper image look cool. He also said, "When she came in, she asked me how old I was and I told her I was 18 and I assumed she was older. The way she was asking made me think she was older." He later said that she claimed she was, I think, 19, but 13 and 19 are way different. I don't know how that can be mistaken. When all of this came out, 6ix9ine tried to downplay it, which can be seen in an interview with fellow weirdo DJ Academics, who unsurprisingly for years tried to defend 6ix9ine from the public.
So it's lit, like niggas recording, have a good time, like. Tekashi 6ix9ine personally.
Was she actually 19?
No, she wasn't. She wasn't. I don't know her exact age. I think she was like 14 or some shit like that.
Even the title was downplaying it, claiming that the charges were in 2014, which would have made 6ix9ine 17 at the time. And he was saying that he was 17, he was just a kid, and she was 14, which maybe would have made it a little bit less worse, but it's still really bad, and that wasn't the case. Clearly, though, his downplaying didn't work legally, because after this happened, 6ix9ine was arrested, accepted a plea deal, and pleaded guilty. He has tried to use the fact that he was scared as an excuse for pleading guilty in interviews.
Did you plead guilty? You pled guilty, right?
I pled guilty like this quick, blood.
Why?
I was scared, blood. I didn't have no money. I was poor. Like this was 3. I wasn't rapping. Like I wasn't on some like hot shit.
But I think that's just an excuse because he was actually guilty. With all of this being before his career even began, it's mind-blowing to me that 6ix9ine had a career in the first place, or that more people weren't talking about this, except for my goat Charlemagne.
Are you a registered sex offender?
Nah, I'm not.
Were you convicted of something?
Nah, I'm not. You could actually look it up. You got a computer right there.
Yeah, I did. That's why I asked. Because I mean, you can't believe nothing you see on the internet. That's why I'm asking you. I'd rather hear from you.
But 6ix9ine did continue to have a career, and he also had many more controversies to come. Right out the gate, 6ix9ine was pissing everyone in the music industry off. After blowing up, he had beef with his ex-rapper friend Zilla Kami. Pierre Bourne was mad at him for rapping on the Gummo beat because it wasn't made for him. Pierre said, "Fuck all that Gummo shit. All you guys doing weird shit. Some ops, I swear." 6ix9ine also decided to diss one of the guys who put him on, Trippie Redd, at a concert when rapping Gummo, which is ironic because Trippie was the one who gave him that beat. But 6ix9ine decided to start up a beef with Trippie because Trippie, rightfully so, denounced 6ix9ine for his case with the 13-year-old girl. 6ix9ine also dissed the rapper Casanova while performing Gummo, which led to Casanova trying to fight him. He also accused 6ix9ine's crew of trying to rob him. These were just bridges 6ix9ine burned right out of the gate, but the main thing that caused him problems was his gang affiliations. To try to fit his crazy King of New York image, 6ix9ine decided to get in with gangs, which really is what kickstarted his career and financial problems. 6ix9ine was affiliated with 9 Trey and always tried to call out rival gangs and basically just shit-talked anybody he could.
I walk around, I let my nuts hang, blood. Like, I go back to Houston whenever I want. I go back to LA. I could leave this interview right now after this and book a flight to LA.
That would be smart.
What you mean? When I went out to LA, I didn't have no show. I went out there. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't show up to a lot of your shows, though. Why didn't you show up to some of the shows that you had in LA?
Name the shows, since you know so much.
I mean, I don't know the names of them, but they didn't show up to them.
The shows were canceled because the venues were scared.
You don't think you effing up your money with this tough guy gangster persona?
Nah, I don't know. You think it's a persona?
It is clearly a persona.
So what makes you think it's a persona?
Because you know what persona means?
Yeah.
What does persona mean?
Like an act.
No, that's not what it means. It means that this is your persona. Like you give off, you say you're a blood, you say you're a gangster, you say you tough. That's not. That's what you're saying. You're giving off that persona.
So you're saying that I don't live up to it?
I don't know what you live up to. All I'm saying is that eventually it's gonna catch up to you.
I love how Charlemagne just always asks what's on his mind. He says what everyone's thinking. He just doesn't care. And clearly that was pissing off 6ix9ine. So obviously 6ix9ine is just trying to provoke people, and it worked because he received threats from Crips that resulted in a couple of shows getting canceled. His gang 9 Trey tried to rob Rap-A-Lot Records and Jay Prince, or his son, I don't remember which one it was, but they messed up and ended up robbing 2 publicists who had nothing to do with it. A fellow gang member once fired off a shot during an altercation with Casanova's crew, who had been going back and forth with 6ix9ine's crew for a while. 6ix9ine was even investigated for a shooting that involved Chief Keef and his camp. Eventually, in late 2017, some of his bodyguards were arrested in connection to gang assault, and one of his managers turned himself in for the same thing. Then a shooting took place at one of his music video sets, and Kanye was there, so Kanye had to get out of there immediately. Then on November 18th of 2018, 6ix9ine was famously arrested and charged with racketeering. Him and his crew were accused of armed robbery, conspiracy to commit murder, and distribution of a bunch of drugs. They even used lyrics from his songs where he said things like, "Whole squad full of fucking killers, I'm a killer too. Sending shots, everybody getting popped." This is when 6ix9ine famously snitched and accepted a plea deal. This created a viral meme where everyone online clowned him for acting so hard all the time and then telling on everyone else, which got his sentence massively reduced. Originally, he was facing nearly 50 years, and he got his sentence reduced to like 2 years. and he also got out early because of COVID, and he said he had asthma, so he was a high risk. During the trial, though, another rapper claimed 6ix9ine paid him $20K to shoot at a rival gang member and Chief Keef. 6ix9ine wrote to the judge saying, "There is no excuse, no justification, and no apology good enough in this world to explain my crimes. While I've been incarcerated, I have had time to reflect on the recklessness and foolishness of my decisions. I wake up every morning asking myself, was it worth it?" Clearly, with all of the messiness, the gang violence, and willingness to provoke anything and anyone, 6ix9ine burned pretty much every bridge in the music industry. The whole snitching thing, as I'm sure many of you guys remember, caused the entire industry to lose respect for him. And while all of his legal battles and snitching accusations were making headlines, he also had some even more disturbing crimes involving women. In 2019, 6ix9ine's ex-girlfriend and the mother of his daughter, Sarah Molina, claimed she faced abuse during their relationship. She said that over the course of their 7-year relationship, he cheated on her a ton, gave her STDs from that, punched her, kicked her, choked her, raped her, and severely beat her. 6ix9ine actually admitted to some of this in an interview, saying, "We did have physical fights." He also said he was very sad about how this would affect their daughter. 6ix9ine was also accused of assaulting his next girlfriend, Yaylin, however you say it, who claimed that he beat and drugged her, sexually assaulted her, and emotionally abused her. Apparently, he stole from her, and she broke up with him because of it, so then he decided to post revenge porn. 6ix9ine denied all these claims, obviously, but based on his previous behavior, I wouldn't be too surprised if this was true. And these are just like the major controversies he's faced throughout his career. He's tried to fake his death, he's been accused of assaulting multiple fans, some of which were minors, he's had multiple run-ins with the police for just plain stupid and ignorant things, he was accused again of sleeping with a minor, although he faced no formal charges, and plenty of other things along those lines. He even got into this big fight at the airport that caused a whole traffic jam. Like, he's just been arrested so many times, it's unbelievable that these judges kept letting him get away with it, especially because he was on parole and had all these things he wasn't supposed to do, and somehow he just never learned his lesson. I actually have this long ass document full of tons of random controversies he's been involved in, but I'm trying to keep it concise for you guys. However, throughout 6ix9ine's entire career, one thing he bragged about was his money. Like any other gimmick rapper, he was always flexing his wealth and talking down on others for not having the type of money he had.
Does money dictate everything you do?
Fuck yes. What the fuck?
Okay.
You're not here for car selection?
No.
I'm not gonna address nothing. I'm never gonna address nothing. Y'all believe what y'all want to believe. That's a half a ticket right there.
But because of these many controversies, he wouldn't have this type of wealth for much longer. After getting out of jail, 6ix9ine had a huge multi-million-dollar record deal waiting for him. But the issue was, after all of his crimes, controversies, and bridges burned, a lot of fans weren't really trying to listen to the new 6ix9ine project. His first few tracks out of jail did well, songs like Gooba and Trolls, because after being freed from prison there was some hype around him, but as time went on, people cared less and less about 6ix9ine's antics. His Tattletales album sold 53,000 units first week, and his album following that, Leyenda Viva, doesn't even have records of first week sales. Oh, and he put out an album called Blackballed that I didn't even know existed. I don't think anyone actually listened to it, and it goes to show that even he thinks he was blackballed too. So like I said, people were tired of his antics.
But I think from here, I'm not really seeing an increase in quality, because I think 6ix9ine is just kind of diving even deeper into using social media and antics and drama and clout chasing as a crutch to supplement his career.
So 6ix9ine really wasn't making too much money these past few years, which would have been fine if it weren't for the fact that all of his controversies and stupid decisions caused him to be in a lot of debt. In 2022, there were rumors that 6ix9ine was struggling with money, with his manager Whack 100 saying, "Yeah, he broke as a motherfucker. That guy 6ix9ine ain't got nothing. Man, that guy over there is doing bad. Bro, I had to send that dude $20 for some gas. That's why we was telling the people, ain't really nothing we can do for you right now because he's broke. It's fucking terrible, man. Sad thing to see such a talented young man like this." 6ix9ine had mentioned during court once that he was struggling to make ends meet, but many probably figured he'd be straight when he got out. Clearly though, that was not the case. Around this time, he was also sued for not paying tens of thousands of dollars in security fees, and his lawyers also claimed that he owed them tens of thousands of dollars as well. Steve Will Do It, who is a popular streamer slash content creator, was friends with 6ix9ine at the time. He said that 6ix9ine said he was broke and needed some money, so Steve hooked him up with a $2 million deal with the streaming service Rumble.
So what happened between you and 6ix9ine?
Yeah, dude.
Are you mad?
I honestly am mad about that. It's alright. So I got him a deal, right? To play video games
with Rumble
once a week for an hour.
Damn.
$2 million up front, and he just doesn't do anything. It's crazy. I mean, it's pretty much that simple. It's the fact that he had no money at the time and he needed money. He breaks up with his girlfriend and he needs money to buy Birkin bags for all these black chicks and give away money to make his girlfriend jealous. That's literally like the factual story. I need money right now. I have no money, and I gotta make my ex-girlfriend jealous by trying to have with all her friends. That's what happened. And he just like, bro, he told the company I need $2 million up front so I can buy a content house. Damn. And they believed him, dude. The guy's an idiot.
But because he didn't end up doing it, he ended up owing Rumble $2 million, which added to his massive debt. And remember those two publicists that his gang accidentally robbed that I mentioned earlier? Well, they sued him for $1 million in restitution, which caused him even more problems. He said that he would have to file bankruptcy to pay it and said, I ain't got it right now. This was after he had just got out of jail and was flexing all types of money like I showed earlier. So the interviewer brought this up and he said, I ain't got it. That was prop money. I'm an entertainer, and obviously we talking about it, so I did a pretty good job at entertaining people, which didn't change the fact that he had an additional $1 million on his pile of debt. But the straw that really broke the camel's back is when in 2023 he was ordered to pay nearly $10 million to a victim of battery. You see, back in 2021, 6ix9ine was sued by a stripper named Alexis because he threw a champagne bottle at the club and it hit her in the head. She had to go to the ER and get staples to close the cut in her head. In the suit, she alleged he threw a deadly object with intent to commit serious bodily injury. Apparently, someone in the club called 6ix9ine a rat, so he threw it at them, but he missed and then hit Alexis. Although 6ix9ine's lawyers denied any wrongdoing. Fast forward a couple years, and 6ix9ine didn't even end up showing up to court, which definitely didn't help his case, so he was ordered to pay her $10 million. Nearly 6 months after being ordered to pay this, he still hadn't, so the judge appointed a receiver to go and liquidate 6ix9ine's assets like his cars and his mansion. And on top of all of this debt, he also had to pay back a lot of money to the IRS for taxes he allegedly didn't pay. I couldn't find an exact amount online, but I saw people saying it was nearly $10 million as well, so that would mean that he's over $20 million in debt. This is why back in 2024, the feds were seen raiding 6ix9ine's Florida home, seizing his cars and other items. Witnesses said they saw federal agents enter his home and tow away multiple vehicles. And all of this brings us to what happened most recently, when the IRS began to auction off 6ix9ine's personal items. This went super viral online because a website called Live Auctioneer posted a ton of 6ix9ine's iconic jewelry, like his diamond shark chain that was going for $60K. His rings, chains, earrings, watches, and even his grills were up for sale. I'd imagine they're washing the grills because that would be really disgusting if someone bought those and they weren't clean, but they're selling everything. They're also selling things like his designer backpacks, purses, and things like that. The craziest thing though, in my opinion, is that they were selling all of his plaques too, which has to be so demoralizing. I actually put a bid in for the backpack because I thought it'd be funny to have, but the auction hasn't started yet and I think I already got outbid, so that's unfortunate. Of course, all of the money that the auction makes will go back to the IRS as payment towards 6ix9ine's debt. He did address this on Instagram by saying, "1 year ago when I was stuck in the Dominican Republic for 8 months, the feds made a raid for the entire house because I did not report my income for 4 years. And after the IRS auction went live, 6ix9ine released a video trying to explain himself.
What happened was that I didn't report my taxes for 2020, 21, 22, and 23. Those years, I done paid $6 million, $2 million in 2018, $1.3 million 2019. For the year of 2020, I'm at $1.8 million. Over $6 million went to the IRS. Like I said, when you make over a certain amount of money, I think they tax you in the state of New York 54%. Biden was trying to raise it to 62% in the state of New York and California. So I moved out of New York to Florida, where it has different tax laws.
So now that 6ix9ine's music career is down the drains and he's tens of millions of dollars in debt, with the IRS actively taking away everything he owns, he's clearly fallen very far from the super high heights of his early career. But based on everything he's done over the years, I think it's safe to say that 6ix9ine had this one coming. If you like this video, you might like my video about DJ Academics, a close friend and, like I said, defender of 6ix9ine, who also had a bit of a satisfying downfall as well. So make sure to click the video that's on screen right now. Other than that, I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, please make sure to leave a like and even consider subscribing down below. Anyways, thank you guys for watching, and I will see you guys next time.
That though. Be right back. I probably do need to start letting her run out there a little bit, maybe. That's just that his ball is right there. That's the only thing. I wish she could run more. Where'd that bay go? Did I scare him with the loud noises? Maybe. See, I know they're hungry if they're willing to eat the scraps that's in the bowl. I mean, I don't need to have like a full plate there waiting on them all times, but if they're willing to like eat up, like something's willing to eat that right now, they're probably going to be there long enough for me to get something to them. I heated up some water and put it in the food that it takes me longer for Simon's because I have to take his leftover food, put it to the side, wash the bowl off with warm water to warm his dish up so it doesn't transfer the cold into the food. And I put old food back on the dish and heat up. Right, there was 2 teaspoons of water. Boil it, put that in, mix it up around it, and he's eating right now. Hopefully, I don't know. I don't want to look. I hope he's eating though. I wish they would eat long enough for me to actually sit here and kick it for a second though. All the times they're eating so fast that by the time I get back in here, they're gone. Edible? A cheese sandwich, water, and some ketchup. Like we're just coming out of the depression. Got my cheese ration. Oh baby, good days are ahead. President Trump signs executive orders at Mar-a-Lago. That's going to happen soon. Begin shortly. Pigs.
Well, the warning is out on what's being called a growing and aggressive breed of super pigs, and it could become a multi-billion-dollar problem for U.S. agriculture. Canadian officials warn the animals are a crossbreed of wild boars and domestic pigs, and they're on America's doorstep. Joining me now, I have Dr. Ryan Brook, professor at the University of Saskatchewan. Doctor, good morning to you. First, what the heck is a super pig, and why are most of us just hearing about it this week?
Hi, good morning. Yes, super pigs are something that is relatively new in Canada. We've only had them starting in the 1980s, so this is a relatively recent problem, but they have just exploded out of control. They breed really fast. They have multiple litters per year, 6 per litter on average. So your average pig is having 12 babies per year. So that just means they can just spread like wildfire, and they do. They've spread over huge areas of Canada and continue to expand. And a lot of people said, well, they're not going to survive a cold Canadian winter. We get 40 below. Yesterday morning, the thermometer literally read 40 below in my backyard. And so how do they survive that? Well, they have this heavy, thick coat of fur, and they tunnel under the snow to stay warm.
Yeah, we're here in Chicago. It's -6, and I thought that was bad. I can't imagine the other. So if this is kind of a new phenomenon, where did they come from?
This originated from a desire to raise them on farms in Canada. And so they were brought over from the UK originally in the 1980s and 90s. There was a big push in Canada to diversify agriculture. So we had elk ranches and emu farms, and wild boar were brought in. And they seemed like a good idea at the time. But now that they've gotten out and spread and they're reproducing in the wild, they're turning into a total nightmare.
Yeah, so a crossbreed between a wild boar, a domestic pig. We're playing some of this video here, but just elaborate on just the scope of the damage that one of these pigs can do.
Well, I mean, we call them the worst invasive large mammal on the planet for a reason. They are incredibly destructive. Unlike a lot of wildlife, you know, your elk and your deer are munching on grass, and away they go. Pigs get their nose in the ground and they rip it up. It's called rooting, and they eat huge amounts of plants and crops, and they'll eat small mammals. We've seen stomachs full of frogs and salamanders, everything up to white-tailed deer they'll take down and eat. And so they tear the ground apart. They eat almost everything, and they cause tremendous environmental destruction, and they destroy water quality as well.
Yeah, sounds like a real menace. Do you think it's not a matter of if, but rather when these spill over into the United States?
Well, I always like the saying that the future isn't predicted, it's invented. And I think that we could prevent it. We just have to get real serious real fast. I think we've been sort of dabbling on this issue. And I think to be a good neighbor, I think Canada has to really step up and get these things under control. And so this is, along the Canada-US border, this is very much a Canada issue to step up and be a good partner on. And so I think that at some point, I've been saying this same thing, by the way, for 15 years. And so maybe this year something will stick and we'll get real serious about this.
You've been sounding the alarm for that long on these super pigs. What worries you most then? Is it agricultural damage? Is it disease getting spread? I mean, what's top of mind for you when it comes to concerns?
Wow, that's a great question. I would say all of the above for sure, but disease is the big one. Disease is the one that could be catastrophic. And so we have a disease, not in North America right now, but called African swine fever, a pig disease that could get into domestic pigs. And that's the one that keeps me awake at night because it can spread through wild pigs for sure. And we know these pigs cover huge areas. We put GPS satellite collars on them and they can do a marathon in a day easily. So they cover huge areas.
Wow. Yeah. Wow. Now, are people hunting these? Is that legal? I mean, how are people handling these when there's huge herds of them?
Problem, to be honest. Hunting, it is open season on them on the Canadian prairies, but hunting just breaks up groups and spread them around. And so we have open season across all of Western Canada. But in fact, that's one of the biggest parts of the problem is that open season, you break up groups and spread them around. So if you want lots of pigs and you want to spread them around the landscape, have an open season. But you can't barbecue your way out of a wild pig problem. Hunting does not reduce numbers. The numbers keep going up and they spread the more you hunt them. We need control efforts like ground trapping. We use a thing called a Judas pig where you put a GPS satellite collar on it and track it to find other pigs. So the tools are out there. We have them. And we just have to get real serious about actually implementing them and at a big scale.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on
They eat that pig or what?
Daily. Here in El Cajon, it's one of the cities with the highest number of immigration and customs enforcement reports. That's according to a local social media page and app that tracks the patterns and locations of ICE. Those behind the page told me it's all to protect the migrants in this community, but some are saying it's a risky game to play.
They're very slow in the morning. They're not out in the morning. They don't really get out until like 11 or noon.
Joanna Benavides says she knows the usual routine of immigration and customs enforcement.
And they were gone on Super Bowl Sunday.
That's because she has access to an exclusive app where people can report sightings of ICE across Southern California. Since only a few have access to the app, she posts what she sees on it to social media. This is a screenshot of the app. Each marker represents a reported sighting of ICE. She started posting at the beginning of January and says about 10 sightings are reported daily.
Specifically say we do not condone violence. We do not want to interfere with policing at all. But, you know, we want to keep our community safe.
Some say it's doing the opposite.
We're in this process of trying to rid the country of dangerous gang members and organized crime members.
That's El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells. He recently co-authored a resolution vowing that the city will comply with federal immigration authorities.
We believe that the federal government is on the right track, and that especially when it comes to deporting people that have committed serious crimes and people that are involved with sex trafficking of children, we want to do everything we can to help get those people out of the country.
The Trump administration has stated their priority is deporting violent criminals. However, Benavides says undocumented immigrants and even citizens are afraid.
My mother's an immigrant. She's from Mexico. She's from Juarez.
That's for you, buddy.
And she has to carry her naturalization papers with her now.
Despite backlash from some, she says she doesn't plan on stopping anytime soon.
Some people are saying that it's a security violation, which is not true because it's public information.
I lost a viewer on that for you,
it's legal.
In El Cajon, Ava Kirshner, ABC 10 News.
You know what that means. Do your armpitties. Do your armpitties. How many do you owe me? You owe me like 50 now. What are you two doing? Why are you bothering her, Simon? Why don't you go eat your food? What? You don't like your food? What do you want? Word.
From invading the pitch during the FIFA World Cup, stealing tips off his own employees to setting customers on From invading the pitch during the FIFA World Cup, stealing tips off his own employees to setting customers on fire in one of his own restaurants, it's easy to understand why Salt Bae might be one of the most hated meme celebs ever. What's the internet's golden boy of meat sprinkling? He's now the culinary world's biggest eye roll. Nurset Gochi went from being viral sensation to villainous restaurateur quicker than you could spell overpriced steak. And not without good reason. His restaurants might rake in cash, but Salt Bae is nothing more than a narcissist who's been facing disappointment, lawsuits, and dishing out some of the most absurd receipts known to mankind. Although at one time, Nurset Gochi was the internet's favorite steak-slinging showman. That's certainly not the case anymore. His flair for theatrics and his signature salt sprinkle have just become so cringe, it would make a Wagyu cow cry. I mean, who wouldn't want some guy's forearms sweat all over their steak? Can you say gourmet? But these tricks are not just disgusting, but really dangerous too. Let's not forget less than a year after Salt Bae's initial rise when his Istanbul steakhouse decided to spice things up with a tableside fire show. Except instead of impressing guests, they ended up actually setting customers on fire. One of the victims, Czech influencer Tinus Tresnikova, actually suffered third-degree burns over 35% of her body. Others in the restaurant were also injured in what should have been a luxurious meal, not a trip to the ER. Imagine paying hundreds of dollars for a steak only to leave the restaurant feeling like a charred ribeye yourself. But here's the question. Why does this make people hate Salt Bae? For one, Salt Bae never cared. Shocker. A high-end restaurant should prioritize customer safety over gimmicks. But Salt Bae's obsession with theatrics over practicality turned the steakhouse into a fire hazard. Moreover, did Salt Bae step up, take responsibility, and make things right? Of course he didn't. The man who loves showing off on Instagram went suspiciously silent when people started questioning his restaurant's negligence. While Tresnikova spent months recovering from painful burns, Salt Bae kept doing his signature salt sprinkle as if nothing had happened. The lack of remorse made it clear. As long as the steaks kept selling, he didn't care. People were furious. It just gave them another reason to despise Salt Bae, the man who seemingly values gold leaf and Instagram clout more than human lives. If this incident proved anything, it's that his restaurants are as reckless as his social media presence. As if this wasn't bad enough, another lawsuit was filed in 2021 against Salt Bae. The $5 million copyright lawsuit was because he got sued by artist Logan Hicks for plastering his artwork all over his restaurants without permission. The lawsuit claimed that Gochi used Hicks' murals across multiple locations without paying a dime. Considering Salt Bae charges nearly $700 for a steak, you'd think he could afford to compensate an artist properly. But nope, in typical Salt Bae fashion, he didn't give a crap. But let's jump to the time when Salt Bae's Boston steakhouse was supposed to be a glittering jewel in his empire, but it barely lasted days before being shut down for violating COVID-19 safety protocols. Yeah, real genius there. The grand opening in September 2020 was a chaotic mess, featuring packed crowds, maskless selfies with the man himself, and complete disregard for pandemic rules. Authorities didn't find his antics quite as amusing as the internet once did, and the restaurant was forced to close before it even had a chance to fail properly. Or how about the time when Salt Bae's flair for bad PR peaked when he personally served Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro at his Istanbul restaurant, while the people of Venezuela faced food shortages, inflation, and economic collapse. Maduro was feasting on gold-plated steak, hand-fed by Salt Bae himself. Naturally, the internet was furious. Outside his Miami restaurant, protests erupted, and Salt Bae got the hate he probably rightfully deserved. However, Salt Bae, the master of damage control, deleted the video and pretended it never happened. Nice try, Salt Bae, but the internet never forgets. Or how about the time one of Salt Bae's restaurants called the cops on a customer for refusing to pay the bill? Imagine sitting down down for a fancy steak dinner, expecting a slightly overpriced but Instagram-worthy meal, only to end the night with the police showing up over your bill. That's exactly what happened in December 2019 at Nusret Steakhouse in Miami, where a group of unsuspecting diners got hit with a check so outrageous they probably considered selling a kidney on the spot. When the check arrived, totaling a jaw-dropping $5,000, Miranda and his crew were less than thrilled. They claimed no one had warned them that their steaks were more than their monthly rent. Now, it's impossible for me to sympathize here. You go to one of Salt Bay's restaurants, you know you're getting ripped off and doing it for clout. If you don't, then you're just a complete idiot. So what happened? You guessed it. Instead of an apology, they got a manager who insisted on full payment or else. The night went from fine dining to cops arriving at the table, making this situation even more ridiculous. With no other option, Miranda and his party paid the bill but left the restaurant fuming, later taking to social media to warn the world about Salt Bay's golden scam. I mean, dude, you literally brought this on yourself, so go cry into a bucket. The restaurant, on the other hand, insisted that the prices were clearly stated on the menu. Sure, they were, probably in the tiniest font known to mankind. And while a steak wrapped in gold might make for a flashy Instagram post, it's safe to say that no one wants to add police intervention to their fine dining experience. But it gets worse. Salt Bay, the man who charges over $700 for a steak, somehow thinks 12 pounds an hour is a fair wage for the people making it. Yeah, you read that right. In 2021, Salt Bay's London restaurant posted a job listing for a chef position. Not a server, a chef. And it was paying just $12 per hour, at the same place where a single tomahawk steak could send your bank account into cardiac arrest. Let's be like Big Shaq and do some quick maths. One of his gold-wrapped steaks costing 850 pounds. So, a chef working at this rate would need to work over 70 hours to afford one of the meals they're cooking. Add in rent, bills, and food, cost of living, you know, normal human expenses. And you'd need a second job just to eat at the place you work. Customers were already questioning astronomical prices, and this job posting just confirmed what everyone suspected. Salt Bay was nothing more than a greedy narcissist trying to milk his 15 minutes of fame. His delusional pricing strategy and stingy wages made him the poster boy for a rich guy out of touch with reality. Instead of raising wages, though, Salt Bay just kept flexing his wealth online, because of course he did. So next time you think, oh, but he worked so hard, maybe think again. Back in 2018, Salt Bay decided to open a shiny new restaurant in New York City. Great, right? Nope. Instead of hiring union labor, you know, workers who actually get fair wages and benefits, he went for the cheaper non-union route. Because why pay people properly when you could pocket the savings and roll around in piles of cash instead? This didn't go unnoticed. Protesters and labor unions took to the streets, calling him out for undercutting fair labor practices. The irony was that this is the same guy who charges a kidney and a half for your soul for your meal. But suddenly, he's frugal when it comes to paying his workers. At this point, Salt Bay's villain arc was writing itself. Not only was he gouging customers, but he was also cutting corners on the very people making his empire possible. The man's out here rubbing salt in the wounds, literally and figuratively. He was even stealing tips from his own employees. Like, you literally can't make this stuff up. The final verdict was that the only thing more excessive than his steak prices was his ability to make people hate him. Not that it was undeserved anyways. With all these controversies against Salt Bay for so long, it's a mystery to say what took so long for people to hate him. What do you say? The internet might love a good meme, but it hates a cash grab even more. Salt Bay tried to ride his viral fame to an empire of gold-plated steaks and absurd bills, but he's now facing the consequences of his own ridiculousness. His once iconic salt sprinkle is now more of a desperate grab for relevance, and if things keep going south, his
Outta
next
here. Don't
big
fuck with
move
me,
might be
bitch.
flipping burgers instead of overpriced tomahawk. What do you think about that? Let us know in the comments below. If you found this interesting, then don't forget to watch the Sophie Rain video on our channel. Plus, like and subscribe to the channel for more interesting content. Thanks for watching.
You broke the skin right there. Weird, man. What wasn't the price? Oh, was it? Not that expensive. What do you mean you ate here? Oh, you ate there? Oh, you did. Oh, I thought you were saying. I thought you were acting like you were talking to Sweet Pea, like saying, "Sweet Pea, I ate there." Like, were you in my house, Golden? I saw her on the desk a minute ago. Did you eat here? Who are you, man? Was it good? Was it worth what you paid? Maybe they got good steak. Dude, I haven't been to a good steakhouse since I drove through Omaha. We stayed in Omaha, Nebraska on a cross-country road trip back in 2014. And I was like, well, we're in Omaha. What's there to do? Like, I know they got steaks here. Right? Omaha steak. A steakhouse, I guess? Go to a Omaha steakhouse. Oh, in Omaha, that baby. I think that was the last time I went to a steakhouse. A decade ago. Damn. No. Yeah. Yeah. The steakhouse before that was actually here, and it's closed now. It was over on 7th, I think. Called the. Oh my gosh. Anyway, not the Miner, but it was something like that. The Miner. Damn, man. I got the name of that restaurant. That's crazy. Gone now, though. For this Chris, I've never had them. Apparently, as a veteran, you can eat there for free, or used to be able to eat there for free on Veterans Day. They might have changed it to just being like a discount. But there was like a Veterans Day meal I think they had. I never took advantage of it though. The only time I really took advantage of veterans meals was when I was in a program for veterans. I was able to get like a veteran friend and be like, "Hey, let's go eat a bunch of different places for free," and we like made a day out of it, going place to place. But doing it by yourself's weird. It's kind of awkward. Yeah, we're gonna get a free donut. Yeah, thank you. I gotta shave, man. I'm starting to look too old. San Bernardino murder for hire briefing. There was. I'm talking about on Veterans Day. Vets discounts is nothing. That's normally 10%. Whatever. I get a veterans discount on my weed, and I can't remember. What else? That's pretty much the main thing. But on Veterans Day, you get free meals at some places, and theirs was like that. Now that, look at this shit.
212-826.
Whoa. DDG, that's a DDG? That's the new DDG.
This is Warship 3-2 operating an unmanned vehicle 2 nautical miles south.
Trippy. Is this a different class of DDG? Yeah, Zimwalk class. Launch acquired commission in 2019. 5 years old. This is the latest and greatest. There's only 3 of these. The AGS cannot provide naval gunfire support because the Navy canceled the ammunition procurement program for the only type of ammunition it can use. Interesting. Notice how it's not all rusty and nasty looking.
Celsius 5 is Doug Sentinel 1-4.
Oh, there's a little rustiness going on there.
Yeah, up by the carrier.
Theft.
Bravo Hotel is Doug Sentinel 1-4. Bravo Hotel 65, Beaver 2, calling channel 1-4. Call landline, get permission for you there, Sentinel. Roger, thank you.
– 140 people on board.
No, Beaver 2, when you get a little closer, I'll open it up and I'll open up the inside, give you a lot of room. Gate 7 inside, okay? Roger, thank you.
Island Tower, Shot 434, pad 5, ready for departure.
Shot 434, Island Tower, from pad 5, make a flying club transition, channel departure, wind com, clip, takeoff.
Super takeoff, pad 5.
It looks kind of like them old school ones, doesn't it? Ironclads. Get the original.
65, Beaver 2, gate 7's closed, stand by gate 7.
The original, like, semi-submerged.
SOPA, sub-area East Admin, this is Lake Erie, over.
Hey, you gonna go eat?
Hey, head easy, WB.
Seriously. It's better for the environment. When we run it off of steam. The coal, it burns cleaner. Oh, then we got these though. Also, crazy looking things. Oh, we got those too. Oh, we got those too. Looks like a cruiser?
Coast Guard, this is Valencia.
Request you hail out to the Navy ship that's currently securing that area. Over. Are they on? That's affirmative.
Vessel calling about the Shelter Island entrance. It is open, but yep.
There's usually a number on the side of the ship. Where is it? Why no number, eh? Oh, 54. They need a new paint job, dude. You can barely... Look how fucking this shit looks like a rust. Look, dude, Bill, are you seeing this? Man, this is embarrassing what they're letting our old ships look like. Oh, man. They need to spruce this thing up a little bit. Yeah, is it really just old? They can't keep it from looking like a rust bucket? Yeah, I get that this is like from my era. We were rocking. These were newer. These are considered pretty new when I was in a 54 DDG. But that close-up shot looked gross, dude. All this was looking rusted.
Henry J. Kaiser, San Diego Patrol 1 hailing you on channel 16.
It's some like it just must be because they're so short-staffed, man. They don't have the people there
San Diego Patrol 1, your updated buoys 9 and
clean.
10 time will be 16:30. I repeat, updated buoys 9 and 10 time 16:30.
Did I say that? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. What is that purple mark? Is that on the ship? It is. It's moving with the ship. Wait, I can't tell. It seems like it. No, it's not on the ship. Like, they got a big old purple fucking splotch on it? No, we're good. Hasn't gotten that bad quite yet. Oh, look at that yacht in the background. Gee, it's somebody's boat. They're just like, I want to go to the Hamptons this weekend. Let's take the yacht.
Henry J. Kaiser, San Diego Patrol 1 hailing you on channel 16.
We'll go through the Panama Canal.
Copy, please switch and meet me on channel 12.
See, those numbers should be way easier to read than that. It should be white, not faded out like that. Dude, they don't have enough bosun's mates is what it is.
9 and 10 time is 16:30.
They don't have enough people willing to go in to be a boatswain mate because it's a shitty job, dude. I know because I worked with them for a while. I was a helper, a deck seaman for a little while, and it's probably the worst job on board the ship, actually.
Tractor 7, this is Warship 5-4.
I think it is,
channel
actually.
13, over.
Lots of grinding, lots of painting, sanding, put the non-skid on, which is just like sandpaper paint. It's like paint with sand in it. Lather that shit all over everything.
Tractor 7, this is Warship 5-4, hailing on channel 13, over.
That's them. Them talking. Hey. It's like you're a construction worker.
Tractor 8, this
slash
is Warship
metal
5-4,
worker.
hailing on channel 13, over.
It's not a fun job, especially when you're like the shit's rocking around, you know what I mean? It's not staying still. It's not like it is right here when you're in the middle of the ocean and they're having you do all this shit.
Tractor 8, this is Warship 5-4, hailing on channel 13, over.
Aren't they answering this shit? They used to dangle off the side, man, on these little things and do stuff. I don't remember ever having to do that one, thankfully. Got out of there before I had to do that shit.
Standing Control 1, this is Warship 5-4, hailing on channel 12, over. Good afternoon, Captain. We are approximately 10 minutes out from Coronado Bridge. Just requesting an ETA of the Tractor 7, Tractor 8, over. Warship 5-4 copies all. Standing by on channel 13. Out.
The bummer about being on sub, though, like Bill, you don't get to, like, a very limited amount of people get to see coming back into port. You know what I mean? Like, many more people get to experience the seeing of land. You know what I mean? So, like you might not be on the line. If you're new, usually you're on the lines, like working the ropes, the lines, getting the shit moored up. But like, even if you've been there a while and say you got duty, like if I had to be down in the sonar room because I had to man the fathometer, which that's a sonar technician job. We're in charge of the fathometer. It measures the depth of the water by pinging the ocean floor with an active sonar ping. But they can even like go up and like check out what you. Hey, I'm gonna go take a smoke break while you're on watch and go have a cigarette and look at shit and then go back down. You can't do that on a sub. That sucks, man. That's one of the best parts, seeing the port. You know, like seeing what the ports look like. Did you ever get to go out though? When you were coming in or going out? Who exactly in a sub gets to stand outside? Like, is that a certain? Are they just random? How's that chosen? Pretty much everybody stands outside for a surface ship, unless they're on watch. So y'all will just be like just chilling. It's not like y'all do like battle stations or anything because you're coming into port. So that must be totally different because for us, we all like had to be like out, right? Out. Well, I know specifically when coming back from Westpac, they want everybody like lining up outside of on the railing. Marine life's weird, man. Yeah, man. Those anchors away. Bill, you didn't go to you went to Boot Camp in San Diego, didn't you? Bop, 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 bop. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, damn. Interesting. I don't remember which one closed first, that one or San Diego. Yeah, Subschools, I think, is still in Groton, Connecticut. It's the main reason I didn't go. I've said it before, that's the first job they offered me, was nuclear missile ballistic missile tech, nuclear ballistic missile technician on board a submarine. I don't know, it's probably better off not being around radiation all the time. Probably better. Yeah. Especially with the like acromegaly, maybe that would have made it do some other shit. See, that Trubizard try to find a good one that starts what he's like before he starts, but lately it's been hard to find.
The great people. Mar-a-Lago, President Trump coming to the podium to speak. Some of the great people from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. They're here to take photographs, and it's my honor to do so. Also, the fire department, the great firefighters. So they're here throughout the room, and I want to thank you very much for being here. I'll be with you in a little while. We'll do some great photos. We have plenty of time. Policemen, police women,
we all die?
And, firemen, firewomen, they're here, and we appreciate it very much. You've done a fantastic job. I think it's very important to state that incredible things are happening in our country. I think we've made more progress in 3 weeks than they've made in 4 years, especially with respect to the reputation of our country. And people are respecting us again as a country and as a powerful country.
We need some
and
bitches.
Maybe a smart country, but maybe not so smart, because when you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being uncovered by Doge, and the people at Doge, these are young, often young, but super brilliant people, incredible computer scientists and other things. And they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse like I think nobody ever thought possible. But before we do that, I just want to ask Will to come over. I've just finished signing some executive orders, and if we could start with that, Will, you might want to come up here and just explain what we did. Thank you.
This guy.
Good afternoon, y'all. A short while ago, President Trump signed three
from Toy
items.
Story.
The first is an executive order relating to the affordability and availability of in vitro fertilization and other fertility treatments. These are treatments that have become unaffordable for many Americans, or have been unaffordable for many Americans. And the executive order is a directive to the Domestic Policy Council to examine ways to make IVF and other fertility treatments more affordable for more Americans.
You know what's interesting? Because a lot of Democrats were saying that he was actually against IVF and he was going to try to end IVF. Remember that? Or am I tripping? Weren't they? I did just take a couple hits. Come on, someone validate me. Am I wrong or right? Right or wrong? I'm not going to start it till you answer me. How about that, you little shits? Who's got the power? You remember that? Okay, so it's not just me. They did say that. It was a couple of them. It wasn't all of them that were bringing it up, right?
Signed was a presidential memorandum imposing radical transparency requirements on government departments and agencies in keeping with President Trump and the administration's broader commitment to governmental transparency. What this presidential memorandum would do is require, as waste, fraud, and abuse is uncovered, as programs are canceled, and ultimately as taxpayer dollars are saved, this presidential memorandum would require departments and agencies to make all of the details of that freely available to the public. Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was the primary purpose of this conference, to explain that they're all very important in their own way. Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and I think the women and families, husbands, are very appreciative of it. But that was it. I do want to say while I'm up here, I've been contacted by some of the biggest companies in the world. And because of what we're doing economically and through tariffs and taxes and incentives, they want to come back into the United States. And we'll be announcing various very large companies, the biggest actually. And they'll be coming back, having to do with chips and having to do also with cars and lots of other things. We're going to be announcing some very, very big momentous decisions are being made by companies all around the world, the biggest, and they want to come back into the U.S. Car plants are being canceled in other locations now because they want to build them here. And you read about a couple, not that I want to mention names or anything, but you read about a couple of big ones in Mexico just got canceled because they're going to be building them in the United States. And that's very simply because of what we're doing with respect to taxes, tariffs, and incentives. And I think it's a very important thing, and you'll be seeing this over the next, probably over the next 2 years, to be honest, but you're going to see a lot of it over the next couple of weeks. A lot of big ones are going to be announcing. And so while we're here...
There it is. See, sometimes I got to do things for you people.
As election season heats up, our verified team continues to look at election...
I fucking got to whip it out.
Campaign commercials you're seeing on TV. Tonight, we're taking a look at a new ad claiming former President Donald Trump wants to get rid of IVF treatment. WCNC Charlotte's Megan Bragg verifies the facts tonight.
Donald Trump's plan could ban IVF in some states.
And this ad was paid for by Kamala Harris's campaign. As you just heard, the ad claims if Trump is elected, he will take away IVF treatments in some states. So is that true? Let's verify. Our sources for this: the 2024 presidential debate on ABC, a Trump campaign event in Porterville, Michigan, an Alabama Supreme Court hearing, and Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. This claim stems from a decision from an Alabama Supreme Court ruling. In February, the court decided embryos created through IVF should be considered children, and those who destroy them can be held liable for wrongful death. A Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health article says the concern with reversing Roe v. Wade is states could regulate life from the moment of conception, and that could lead to implications for IVF because the process of IVF creates embryos. While Trump has taken full credit for reversing Roe v. Wade and giving this decision back to the states, in the 2024 presidential debate, he stated the Alabama ruling was a negative decision.
I have been a leader on IVF, which is fertilization. The IVF, I have been a leader. In fact, when they got a very negative decision on IVF from the Alabama courts, I saw the people of Alabama and the legislature 2 days later voted it in. I've been a leader.
Alabama's governor signed a new law that aims at protecting IVF patients and providers from legal liability. At a campaign event in Porterville, Michigan, Trump also said he wanted people to have access to IVF and for it to be covered.
Your government will pay for, or your insurance company will be mandated to pay for, all costs associated with IVF treatment.
So the claim is misleading, though giving the option of abortion back to the states does open the door for questions surrounding IVF. Former President Trump has come out multiple times for his support of IVF.
Why would a
Tomorrow
state
we are
be
taking a
against
look at
it,
a
though?
claim against Kamala Harris. And
I
so
mean,
you
I
know,
guess.
anytime a campaign pays for ad time, we as a station are legally required to run it. If you'd like to see more ads that we have fact-checked, just head to our website, WCN. A campaign pays for ad time. We as a station are legally required to run it. If you'd like to see more.
But who picks the price? And you're not legally. Wait, hold up, bitch. Y'all don't have to accept the deal. Of course, you legally have to run it if you told them a certain price and then like it's agreed that you'll do it for that and you've taken the money. Yeah, you got to do it then. But I'm saying, like Trump can't make a station do his ad for whatever he wants to pay, is what I'm saying. They're trying to take all the blame out of doing a bunch of anti-Trump ads on their station or pro-Harris ads. Like, hey, we're legally obligated to play these ads because we have a contract with them. I mean, isn't that it? They agreed to take a certain amount of money to play the ads. Now they have to do them legally or they'll get taken to court. It's not. They make it see. Their viewers are probably so fucking stupid that they think that because they're running for president, because it's Harris, they have to do whatever she says. Now that sounds like some dictator type shit right there. No way it's like that. Right? Interesting. Wait, what station was that? WCNC. Are they out of Carolinas, Charlotte? Interesting. When was that? Wait.
As election season heats up.
So this was 4 months ago. I wonder how they're doing now with their ratings. They were playing about, like, I don't know because I don't watch network TV, but were there certain stations?
I guess we can take a couple of quick questions. Go ahead, please. Please.
Mr. President, have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably.
Like, is that how it worked? Would a station be biased? Is that how they were? They'd play mostly Harris or Trump ads? Does anybody watch TV? Libs. I need to look up the definition of lib. Liberal. Like, difference. Democrat. Alright. There's a liberal Democrat. Someone asked on Reddit. This is a top upvoted with 6 upvotes comment. Y'all let me know if it's right or not. The Democrats are a political party, not a specific ideology. While right-wingers in the U.S. like to paint them as far-left hardliners, they're actually a pretty big tent party, encompassing people from the center-left to disaffected former moderate Republicans. In fact, most metrics, it's a center-right group that holds the most sway among the Democratic Party overall, particularly on economic matters. This isn't telling me right now, but I'm going to keep on. But also on things like drug legalization and other social policies. People on the left, especially the far left, are actually pretty rare among elected officials. I don't know. I don't know if I can trust Reddit for this type of answer. I'm sorry. I got to go Reddit. Let's see what... Democrat with a capital D means you are registered as the member of the Democratic Party. Democrat with a small d means they are supportive of a system of voting for outcomes ruled by consistency. Liberal is an area of political ideology that is centrist or just left of centrist. What the hell does that mean? Motherfucker, what does that mean? Alright. What big D Democrats might think of as moderate. Aggressive left is slightly left of liberal, and leftists are rather more extreme. I am a democratic socialist in most respects, which is rather far left, but also down. There is an up-down axis also. Up-down is authoritarianism spectrum. Right and up will land you in fascist territory. Right and down is where the libertarians live. Left and down-ish is democratic socialism, and left and up is communist territory. This is where poli-sci meets your graphing calculator. Regular Democrat is like saying that dude is a regular Steve. The Democratic Party is genuinely big tent. That's part of why Republicans hate them so much. What? What? Why do you have to get weird with it? You know what I'm saying? I mean, we were good. We were good, like, into with the big D. Sorry.
Mr. President, have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd, but it'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
What about semiconductors and pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over a course of a year. But we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States and they have their plant or factory here, there is no tariff. So we want to give them a little bit of a chance. Yes, thank you.
The EU, Andrea Shalom, the EU representative is going to be here in Washington next week. Tomorrow. He's going to be meeting with Hassett and Greer and Letnick. What can the EU do to sort of avoid the reciprocal tariffs that you've talked about? And, you know, you've talked a lot about the VAT. Do you expect them to reduce that?
Well, they did already, as I understand it, reduce their car tariff all the way down to what we have. And a lot of that will take place, and I think some won't do it and some will do it. But the EU had a 10% tax on cars, and now they have a 2.5% tax, which is the exact same as us. So already we've saved a tremendous amount. That would be great. If everybody would do that, then we'd all be on the same playing field. Because essentially what we're doing with the tariffs is, you know, they charge us, we charge them, same amount. And it's called reciprocal, actually. And whatever they charge us, we're charging them. And so the EU is, you know, I appreciate that they did this, but, you know, the EU has been very unfair to us. We have a deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. They take very little. And we're going to have to straighten that out. And we will. I have no doubt about it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous. And they're not American soldiers. They're Russian soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers largely, although a lot of Koreans have been killed, as you know. Quite a bit of them have been killed. They came over to fight, and a large portion have been wiped out. But we want to end it. It's a senseless war.
North Korea.
It should have never happened. Would have never happened if I was president. Okay. And it's a shame to see it. And I see pictures that you don't see, but I see pictures of fields that look just horrible. It looks like Gettysburg. If you see the old pictures of Gettysburg, it's soldiers lying all over the field, body parts all over the field. They're all dead. And this is going on a on a daily basis. It's a horrible thing. Both Russia and Ukraine, they're losing thousands and thousands of soldiers, and a lot of people have been killed too. I think that's one of the things that you'll see historically, and you'll see later on as it goes along. I think people are going to be surprised at how many people, not only soldiers, have been killed in Ukraine. A lot more people than you think. Yeah, please.
President Trump, as part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that.
Why the hell would we do that? Why is he even asking that, you fucking
that question's
weirdo?
never really come up.
That's such a stupid question. Why would we do that?
Sir, do you support
Get him outta
stationing
here.
European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine.
Even if the Russians are...
I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But, if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. We're talking about this now, peace. We have either a ceasefire or a peace itself, and we're looking to do both. We'd start off with the ceasefire, and if they want to do that. I know France was willing to do that, and I thought that was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, please.
Do you have any message for Ukrainians who, after 3 years of fighting, might feel betrayed or disappointed at not having a seat at these initial talks in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think I'm really
what kind of say do they have?
In what's happened. I've been watching this for 3 years. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, and I've been watching these people being killed at levels that you've rarely seen, not even close, since the Second World War. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years.
Exactly.
And a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their sides. You have those magnificent golden domes that are shattered, will never be replaced. You can't replace them. 1,000-year-old domes that are so beautiful, you can't replace that. A whole civilization has changed because of what. So when they're worried about not being seated, you mean somebody that should have gone in and made a deal a long time ago. You could have made a deal. This is one that could have made a deal. There was no talk of this during the Trump administration. Putin would have never, ever done it. And by the way, we wouldn't have had October 7th. You know that. We wouldn't have had October 7th either in Israel. And we wouldn't have had that mess that's going on over there. It's like we have great fire people here. We're putting out fires. All over the world, we're putting out fires. So that wouldn't have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? Inflation. Because it was caused really by the cost of energy going through the roof because of their bad energy policies and also their spending, their terrible spending, wasteful spending on the Green New Scam. It's a scam. It's a whole big scam. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you a little closer to home. What would it take for you to reconsider the restrictions on the Associated Press? And secondly, some of your advisors are concerned with the Associated Press's style guide, using language and giving guidance to not use words like illegal immigrant or to use phrases like gender-affirming care. And they're concerned about that being an encroaching amount of liberalism in the way in which the press writes about things. Do you share those concerns?
Well, I do think that some of the phrases that they want to use are ridiculous, and I think, frankly, they become obsolete, especially in the last 3 weeks, because many things have happened in the last 3 weeks, and I didn't know about that, but I would say that if they want to use certain phrases like that, and I guess some are okay, but many aren't, but the Associated Press just refuses to go with what the law is and what is taking place. It's called the Gulf of America now. It's not called the Gulf of Mexico any longer. I have the right to do it, just like we have the right to do Mount McKinley, and nobody's even challenging that. but only essentially it's primarily the Associated Press, and I don't know what they're doing, but I just say that we're going to keep them out until such time as they agree that it's the Gulf of America. We're very proud of this country, and we want it to be the Gulf of America. Now, the Associated Press, as you know, has been very, very wrong on the election, on Trump and the treatment of Trump and other things having to do with Trump and Republicans and conservatives. And they're doing us no favors, and I guess I'm not doing them any favors. That's the way life works. But, thank you for the question. Who are you with? Very good question. Thank you. Yes.
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine. Well, we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides. The buildings are collapsed. It looks like a massive demolition site. So many of the cities. I mean, they haven't done it in Kiev because I guess they don't want to shoot too many rockets in there. They've done it 20%, but they haven't done it 100%. If they wanted to do it 100%, it would probably happen very quickly. But you have cities that are absolutely decimated. And yeah, I would say that, when they want a seat at the table, you could say the people wouldn't the people of Ukraine have to say, like, it's been a long time since we've had an election. That's not a Russia thing. That's something coming from me and coming from many other countries also. Ukraine is being just wiped out. Look at what's happening to the cities. There are cities, there's not even a building standing. It's a massive, you talk about Gaza. I mean, it's literally, these cities look like Gaza. Actually, many have, percentage-wise, more buildings knocked down than in Gaza. So, people are tired of it. People want to see something happen. And, the other thing that it's been bothering me for a long time, because I solved the problem with NATO. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars into the funds of NATO when I said you got to pay, because the United States was paying for European countries, and then they take advantage of us on trade. But I've seen it. Look, they have to pay. They have to find out, where is the money going to? We have, I believe President Zelensky said last week that he doesn't know where half of the money is that we gave him. Well, we gave them, I believe, $350 billion, but let's say it's something less than that, but it's a lot. And we have to equalize with Europe, because Europe has given us given a very much smaller percentage than that. I think Europe has given $100 billion, and we've given, let's say, 300 plus. And it's more important for them than it is for us. We have an ocean in between, and they don't. But where is all the money that's been given? Where is it going? And I've never seen an accounting of it. We give hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't see any accounting. So I want to see peace. Look, you know why I want? Because I don't want all these people killed anymore. I'm looking at people that are being killed, and they're Russian and Ukrainian people, but they're people. Doesn't matter where
switch
they're
it up from the money to the people.
And I think I have the power to end this war.
All I cared about was the money.
And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way. And President Biden, in all fairness, he doesn't have a clue. What he was so bad for this. He was so bad, so pathetic, so sad. But with all of that being said, look, it is what it is. When I left, there was no chance that this could have happened. But it happened because we had incompetent leadership at many different levels. But when you see what's taken place in Ukraine with millions of people killed, including the soldiers, millions of people killed, a big percentage of their cities knocked down to the ground. I don't know how anybody even lives there. When they say they took a poll and Zelensky's at 4%, who's living there? It's hard to believe that people live there. Their cities are being knocked down. And this is something that would have never happened. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't happen. It was never going to happen. Go ahead.
question. How would you counter the perception, because Russia's pushing for this, obviously, they don't really hold true elections, that would be a capitulation of some sort. How would you guard against potentially Russia installing a puppet government? And then finally, how would that new election have an impact on getting Zelensky to sign the rare earth minerals deal?
Look, you have leadership, and I like him personally. He's fine. But I don't care about personally. I care about getting the job done. You have leadership now that's allowed a war to go on that should have never even happened, even without the United States. Look, we had a president who was grossly incompetent. He had no idea what he was doing. He said some very stupid things, like going in for portions and all of the things. He made a lot of bad statements, but he's grossly incompetent, and I think everyone knew that. This is something that should have never happened, would have never happened. And I used to discuss it with Putin. President Putin and I would talk about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, I will tell you that. But there was never a chance of him going in. And I told him, you better not go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. And he understood that. He understood it fully. But I'm only interested. I want to see if I can save maybe millions of lives. This could even end up in a World War III. I mean, to be honest with you, you've been hearing now Europe is saying, well, I think we're going to go in and we're going to go. All of a sudden, you're going to end up in World War III over something that should have never happened. And, you know, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
In a court filing, the White House said that Elon Musk is not a DOJ employee and has no authority to make decisions. Can you clarify for us today
well, Elon Musk,
what his exact role is there?
Yeah. Elon is, to me, a patriot. So, you know, you could call him an employee, you could call him a consultant, you could call him whatever you want. But he's a patriot. I mean, look at the kind of things. I just said, just write it down, just in case that question got asked, right? And which I'm surprised it took so long, actually. But you know what? Ukraine's a bigger deal because people are dying by the thousands a week, thousands. But look at this, from 90 to 99, Social Security, 6,054,000 people. Well, that's okay, maybe that's possible. You know, 90 to 99, maybe it's possible. It's a lot of people, though, at that. But people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. That means over 100 years old. They have 4 million people. I don't know too many. I know people that are doing great in their 90s, but not too many people over 100. But over 120, from 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129, 3,472,000 people. Wow. You know, that can't possibly be because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130 years old to 139-year-old, 3,936,000. Wow. I wonder if people are getting paid with all this. I mean, are these checks? And that's what we're checking right now. People from 140 years old to 149 years old, 3,542,000, 140 years old and beyond. Now we're really going because we're looking to break the record by 25 years. People from 150 years old to 159 years old, 1,345,000. These are in the, by the way, these are in the computer files. This is what they do well. They're super. I asked Elon, who are these DOJ people? He said they're super brilliant computer people and they love the country. It's simple. Wait a minute. People from 160 years old to 169 years, 121,000. So 160-year-old people. 170 to 179,000, 6,087. But now, let's go into the real numbers. From 200 to 209 years old, 879 people. From 210 years old, I haven't met any of them. And if I did, I would bless them. I would worship the ground they walk on. 210 to 219 years, 866. From 220 years old to 229 years old, 1,039. And then you have two people from 240 years old to 249 years old, one person. And there's one person that's 360 years old. That's just that. And then, where's the money being spent, right? Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental, Social, and Governance Investments in Africa, and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental, sounds like an environmental study. That's the most, I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but they, I paid like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million for ESG. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Well, it's nice, $25 million going to Colombia for something that nobody ever heard of. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges. I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcisions in another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people? Can't we teach them about enterprise? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money came back to the people that approved it. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. Well, why are we giving $21 million to India? They got a lot of money. They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. We can hardly get in there because their tariffs are so high.
A wedding gift.
I have a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India. What about, like, voter turnout here? Oh, we've done that, I guess. We did $500 million, didn't we? It's called the lockboxes. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo and Ascali and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're doing it. But when I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go above 100 years old. We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old. Everybody knows that's not so. We have a very corrupt country, and it's a sad thing to say, but we're figuring it out. Now, the good thing about Social Security and what I read is if you take all of those numbers off, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, but if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old. You know, so it's a very positive thing. How about over here? Yeah, please.
Your reaction to Michelle King, the head resigning after the Doge?
Who resigned?
The head of Social Security.
I don't know. I mean, I resigned or got fired. I think got fired. You know, when you fire somebody, they always resign, and then they say, we resigned. But when you have numbers like that, I think really it's got fired. They have to get fired. Who would keep them? How could you have numbers like this? Now, the big thing is, how many of these people got paid? Were they getting paid? Were they getting paid? How many of them were getting paid Social Security? Because if that's the case, it's a massive fraud. We'll have to call those great Palm Beach police into this situation, right? You guys would figure that out very quickly. But how many of them are being paid? I mean, maybe millions of them, but it's a total fraud. Also, a lot of illegal immigrants are in Social Security that shouldn't be there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there was a big wave of probationary federal workers who were fired over the weekend. Some of these workers focus on nuclear weapon security, were immediately rehired. Do you have any concerns about how these terminations have been?
No, not at all. I think we have to just do what we have to do. It's, you know, you're going to, it's amazing what's been found right now. It's amazing. Yeah, if we feel that in some cases they'll fire people and then they'll put some people back, not all of them, because a lot of people were let go. Don't forget, I got elected on the basis of making our government stronger and smaller, because we have millions of people that obviously they're paying millions of people that shouldn't be paid. And that has also to do with workers. Yeah, please. No, go ahead. Actually, yes, New York Times.
Sorry. Mr. President, given your concerns about corruption, you said that if there were any conflicts of interest with Elon Musk, you wouldn't let him anywhere near it.
That's right.
Doge and SpaceX employees are now working directly at the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department, agencies that have billions of dollars in contracts with Musk's companies or that directly regulate his companies. How is that not a conflict of interest?
Well, I mean, I'm just hearing about it, and if there is, and he told me before I told him, but obviously I will not let there be any conflict of interest. He's done an amazing job. They've revealed, in fact, he's going to be on tonight, a big show called Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock, and he's on and I'm on, and we talk about a lot of different things. And any conflicts, I told Elon, any conflicts, you can't have anything to do with that. So anything to do with possibly even space, we won't let Elon partake in that. Yeah, please.
On immigration, sir, you said you would be sending the worst of the worst to Guantanamo Bay. What we're finding out is that there are a lot of low-risk migrants who don't have a criminal background who are also being sent. Are you thinking about this differently now?
No, they're going to be brought back to their countries. And with some persuasion, every one of those countries, everyone in the, as you know, every country is taking the people back. So some of them are going to be brought back to, many of them, any of them that are low risk, as you say, are going to be brought back to their countries. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Can you give us a bit of an update on where you stand with Venezuela? It's oil. There's basically a monthly license that can soon extend.
Well, you know, we had Venezuela on the run, and it looked like that was going to be very good. And when Biden came in, as he always does, he screws it up. And they started buying millions and millions and millions of dollars of oil, billions of dollars actually, of oil, and it gave them a new life, a new really lease on life. But we'll see. We had some pretty good discussions with a lot of people within our government and the United States government that are involved in that. And Venezuela's a little bit early, but, you know, we were not buying from Venezuela when Biden came in for whatever reason. Instead of just taking the beautiful, as I call it, liquid gold, we have more than anybody. They started paying a fortune to Venezuela, and we're looking at that, actually. Why did they do that? Why were they doing that? Why would they go to the enemy and give them billions and billions of dollars? Now, with that being said, as you know, Venezuela has said very strongly they will not take any illegal immigrant, any of the people that they sent over to us. They sent their gangs, probably the worst gang anywhere in the world, as bad as MS-13, maybe worse. And they came out of the jails of Venezuela. They emptied their jails into our country. And they said, we'll never take them back. Well, they took them back, and they're taking them back, and they are taking them back rapidly. They were sending a lot of people to Venezuela. They said they wouldn't take them back, and they are taking back. But we're looking at Venezuela very seriously, and we're going to be able to. Don't forget, I've only been here for 3 weeks. Yeah, please.
Just a little clarity on, are you inclined to continue to allow Venezuela, through, I think, Chevron and other oil companies, to export those petroleum products, or are you
maybe not
to pull back on
Yeah, maybe not. We're looking at that now. I just got here. When I left, they weren't doing anything. They were ready to go. We give up. And then Biden came along, and he gave them literally billions of dollars. I couldn't believe it, actually. And we have so much under our feet, liquid gold. We have so much, and it was pretty amazing. So we're looking at that whole situation, why he did it. All right, how about one more? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What can you tell us about the CIA drone flights over Mexico? Is this the next step in the war against the cartels?
Well, we're going to see.
Should they have authority to take lethal action?
Mexico's allowed a tremendous number of people to go through their country and tours, and even people coming from Mexico, and illegals, totally illegal. They've allowed people to empty jails into Mexico and then let them come through with this totally ridiculous open border policy of the Biden administration. So millions of people have come in, and hundreds of thousands, and actually millions, are criminals. They came in from jails all over the world that release them into Mexico, and they come into our country. And they also came in from Canada, by the way, large numbers through Canada. In fact, when we closed up the one border, they came in through the other border. So Canada is not an uninterested party. But I will say this. We're dealing with Mexico. I have a very good relationship with Mexico, but I think Mexico is largely run by the cartels, and that's a sad thing to say. And if they wanted help with that, we'd give them help. But Mexico, if you look at what's gone on with Mexico for years now, but now especially, it's run by the cartels. And they've allowed millions of people to come into our country from jails and prisons of other countries from all over the world, not just South America, Africa, Asia, all over, a lot from the Congo in Africa, a lot. They opened their jails, they came in through Mexico.
Oh my gosh,
and we have some of the worst criminals coming in from the Congo and other places. So it's not just South America, and it's not just Venezuela, but they opened their jails. And you know, the crime rates in Venezuela and other places all over the world has gone way down. You know why? Because they've given us their prisoners, they've given us their drug lords and their gang members. And it's hard to believe that we accepted this. It's hard to believe that we allowed open borders, and we're taking in, hundreds of thousands and millions of people coming in from all over the world that are absolute stone-cold criminals. In fact, 11,088 murderers, and many of those people have murdered more than one person. Why are they giving us these people, and why are we taking these people under Biden? You had a border czar that never went to the border. Happened to be a vice president, never went to the border, never called the border people. I call them all the time. I speak to them all the time. But here's the good news. We have the most secure border we've ever had right now. As secure and even more secure than I had it 4 years ago. And the Border Patrol is doing incredible. ICE is doing incredible. Tom Homan's unbelievable, and Kristi Noem has been just working very, very hard, very, very hard. And we have the best numbers we've ever had, and we're going to keep it that way. And we're going to find out how a thing like this could have happened to our country, because who would allow this to happen? What they've done to our country is so sad. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
President Trump making his remarks at Mar-a-Lago, speaking for 36 minutes, taking questions on tariffs. But the big portion here was questions on the war in Ukraine. President Trump is confident that he and his team can come up with a solution for both Russia and Ukraine to end the war. He said he is sick and tired of people dying from both the Russian side as well as Russia's Ukrainian side. So again, we brought this to you right here on Live Now from Fox. No commercials, no sound bites. You saw it just like if you were in the room with the media. We'll take one more break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we got some other news, top stories, and headlines all to get you right here on Live Now.
Election. It'd be a nonpartisan special election, so both Democrats and Republicans could run in this.
Fate of the New York mayor is in jeopardy. People dead from flooding in Kentucky. Well, I think that's it for now, y'all. I was waiting for him to get done. It's it for me, for Kitty Cam. Right on, Bill. Thanks for letting us know. For the news, buddy. Thank you. Thank you. See you later, boys. See you, Steve, Ted Thomas, Bill, Bart. Busy Brown. Go Bart, Busy Brown. Doodles. Doodles.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow. Another one.